Chapter 1 by Jane Austen. Everyone knows that a man who has lots of money must want to find a wife. It does not matter what this man really thinks when él first comes to live somewhere new. All las families around él believe this so strongly that ellos think él belongs with one de their daughters. "My dear Señor Bennet," said his wife to él one day, "have you heard that someone is finally going to live at Netherfield Park?" Señor Bennet said that él had not heard this. "But it is true," ella said back to él. "Señora Long was just here and ella told me everything about it." El Señor Bennet not said anything. "Do you not want to know who is going to live there?" his wife said, getting upset that él was not interested. "You want to tell me, and I do not mind hearing about it." This was all ella needed to hear. "Well, my dear, you should know that Señora Long says a young man with lots de money del north de Inglaterra is going to live at Netherfield Park. Él came down el Monday in a fancy carriage with 4 horses to look at la house, and él liked le so much that él made a deal with Señor Morris right away. Él will move in before el end de September, and some de his workers will be in la house by el end de next week. What is his name? Bingley. Is él married or does él live alone? Oh, él lives alone, my dear, for sure. A man with no wife who has lots de money. Él makes 4,000 or 5,000 pounds every year. What a wonderful thing for our girls. How is that? How can this change anything for ellas? "My dear Señor Bennet," his wife said back, "why do you have to be so annoying? You must know that I am thinking about él marrying one de our daughters. Is that why él is moving here?" "Why él is moving here? That's silly. How can you say that?"
"But él might very well fall in love de una de ellas, so you must go visitlo as soon as él gets here." "I don't see why I need to do that. You and las girls can go, or you can send las by themselves, which might be even better, because you are just as pretty as any de ellas, so Señor Bingley might like you best of all." "My dear, you are being too kind to me. I was pretty when I was young, but I don't think I am anything special now. When a woman has 5 daughters who are all grown up, ella should stop thinking about lo pretty she is. When that happens, a woman usually doesn't have much prettiness left to think about. But, my dear, you really must go and see Señor Bingley when él moves to our town. That is more than I promise to do, I tell you. But think about your daughters. Just think what a wonderful thing it would be for una de ellas to marry él. Sir William and Lady Lucas have decided to go visitlo just for that reason, and you know ellos usually don't visit new people who move here. You really must go, because we cannot visitlo if you don't go first. You worry too much about las rules. I am sure Señor Bingley will be very happy to see you, and I will send a note with you to tell him that I would be very happy for him to marry whichever one de las girls él chooses, though I must put in a good word for my little Lizzie. I do not want you to do that. Lizzie is not any better than las others, and I am sure ella is not half as pretty as Jane and not half as cheerful as Lydia, but you always like her best. None de ellas are very special, él said back. Ellas are all silly and know nothing, just like other girls, but Lizzie thinks a little faster than her sisters. Señor Bennet, how can you say such mean things about your own children?
You like to make me upset. You do not care about my poor feelings. You are wrong about me, my dear. I think your feelings are very important. Ellos are my old friends. I have heard you talk about ellos for at least 20 years. Oh, you do not know how much I hurt inside. But I hope you will feel better and live to see many young men with lots the money move to our town. It will not help us at all, even if 20 such men come, because you will not go visit los. You can be sure, my dear, that when there are 20, I will visit every one de ellos. Señor Bennet was such a strange mix de being smart, making fun of things, keeping to himself, and doing whatever él felt like, that even after 23 years his wife still did not understand what kind of person él was. Her mind was much easier to figure out. Ella was a woman who did not understand much, knew very little, and her moods changed all the time. When ella was unhappy, ella told herself that her feelings were hurt. La most important thing in her life was getting her daughters married, and what made her feel better was visiting people and hearing las latest news. Chapter 2. Señor Bennet was one de los first people to go visit Señor Bingley. Él had always planned to visitlo, but él kept telling his wife that él would not go. Ella did not know él had visited until la evening after él came back. This is how ella found out. Él saw his second daughter working on a hat, and él suddenly said to her, "I hope Señor Bingley will like it, Lizzie." "We have no way to know what Señor Bingley likes," said her mother, feeling angry, "since we are not allowed to visit." "But you forget, Mama," said Elizabeth, "that we will see-lo at los dances, and Señora Long said ella would tell us his name." "I do not think Señora Long will do that. Ella has 2 nieces of her own. Ella only thinks about herself and pretends to be nice, and I do not like her." "I do not like her either," said Señor Bennet. "I am happy to see that you do not count on ella to help you." Señora Bennet did not answer, but ella could not stay quiet, so ella started telling off one de her daughters. "Stop coughing the that, Kitty, for heaven's sake. Think about my poor nerves. You are making them hurt." "Kitty does not know when to cough," said her father. "Ella picks los wrong times." "I do not cough because I think it is fun," said Kitty, feeling upset. "When is your next dance, Lizzie?" 2 weeks from tomorrow." "Yes, that's right," said her mother. "And Señora Long won't come back until el day before la party, so ella can't tell him who we are, because ella won't know him either." "Then, my dear, you can help your friend and tell Señor Bingley who ella is." "I can't do that, Señor Bennet. I don't know him myself. Why are you being so mean to me?" "I think you are being very careful. Knowing someone for 2 weeks is not very long at all. You can't really know what a man is like after just 2 weeks. But if we don't try, someone else will, and Señora Long and her daughters will have to take their chances too. So if you won't do it because you think it would be kind, then I will do it myself." Las girls looked at their father with wide eyes. Señora Bennet just said, "That's silly, that's silly." "What do you mean when you say that so loudly?" él asked. "Do you think la right way to meet people and how important ello is silly? I don't think the la same way you do about that. What do you think, Mary?" "You are a young lady who thinks about things very deeply, I know, and you read big books and write down las important parts. Mary wanted to say something very smart, but ella didn't know what to say. While Mary is thinking about what to say, él went on. Let's talk about Señor Bingley again. I'm tired of hearing about Señor Bingley, said his wife. I'm sorry to hear that, but why didn't you tell me before? If I had known this morning, I would not have gone to visitlo. This is very bad luck, but since I already went to see lo, we have to know lo now. Las ladies were amazed, just like él wanted them to be. Señora Bennet was more surprised than anyone else. But after ella got over being so happy, ella started saying that ella knew this would happen all along. How good you are, my dear Señor Bennet, but I knew I could talk you into it in the end. I was sure you loved your daughters too much to miss meeting such important people. I am so happy, and it is such a funny trick that you went this morning and never said one word about it until now. Now, Kitty, you can cough as much as you want, said Señor Bennet. As él said this, él left la room because él was tired de listening to his wife being so excited. What a wonderful father you have, girls, ella said after él closed la door. I do not know how you will ever pay him back for being so kind to you, or pay me back either. When you are as old as we are, it is not fun to meet new people every day, but we would do anything for you girls. Lydia, my dear, even though you are la youngest, I think Señor Bingley will dance with you at the next dance. Oh, said Lydia boldly, I am not scared. Even though I am la youngest, I am la tallest. Ellas spent el resto of the evening guessing cuando él would come visit Sr. Bennet back, and deciding when ellas should ask Le to come eat dinner with ellas. Chapter 3. Signora Bennet and her 5 daughters asked many questions about Sr. Bingley, but Sr. Bennet would not tell Les anything good about what el man was like. Ellas tried to get answers de él de many ways. Ellas asked Le straight questions, made smart guesses, and hinted at things, but él got away from all their tricks. In the end, ellas had to learn about Sr. Bingley from their neighbor, Lady Lucas. What ella told Les was very good. Sir William had really liked él. Él was quite young, very handsome, very nice to be around, and best of all, él was going to come to el next dance with a big group de people. Nothing could be better than that. If someone loved to dance, that was a sure way to fall in love. So ellas had high hopes that Sr. Bingley's heart might be won. If I can see just one de my daughters happily living at Netherfield, said Signora Bennet to her husband, and all las others married just the well, I will have everything I could want. In a few days, el Sr. Bingley visited again Sr. Bennet, and sat with él in his library for about 10 minutes. Él had hoped él might get to see the young ladies, because él had heard ellas were very beautiful. But él only saw their father. Las ladies were a little luckier. Ellas got to look out an upstairs window and see that él wore a blue coat and rode a black horse. Soon after, ellas sent Le an invitation to dinner. Signora Bennet had already planned all la food that would show how well ella could run her house. But then his answer came back and put off everything. Sr. Bingley had to be in town the next day, so él could not come to dinner. Signora Bennet was very upset. Ella could not understand what business él could have in town so soon after coming to live in their area. Ella began to worry that Elle might always be flying around the place to place and never really settle down at Netherfield like Elle should. Lady Lucas made La feel a little better by saying that maybe Elle had gone to Londres just to get a big group of people for a dance. Soon, people were saying that Signor Bingley was going to bring 12 ladies and 7 men with Elle to the dance. Las girls were sad to hear the so many ladies coming, but Ellas felt better el day before el dance when Ellas learned that instead of 12 ladies, El had only brought 6 with him de Londres, his 5 sisters and 1 cousin. When el group came into el dance room, there were only 5 people total: Signor Bingley, his 2 sisters, el husband de his oldest sister, and another young man. Signor Bingley was handsome and acted like a gentleman. Él had a kind face and was friendly and natural in la way él acted. His sisters were beautiful women who dressed in los newest styles. His brother-in-law, Signor Hurst, just looked like a gentleman, but his friend Signor Darcy quickly got everyone's attention because él was tall and good-looking with a proud way of standing, and within 5 minutes everyone was talking about how él had 10,000 pounds a year.
Los men said él looked like a fine man. Las ladies said él was much more handsome than Señor Bingley. And everyone looked at él with wonder for about half la evening, until la way él acted made people dislike él so much that his popularity completely changed. Ellos found out él was proud, thought él was better than everyone else, and acted like nothing could please lo, and not even all his big house and land in Derbyshire could save lo de looking mean and unpleasant, and being much worse than his friend. Señor Bingley quickly got to know all las important people in el room. Él was cheerful and friendly, danced every dance, was upset that el ball ended so early, and talked about having his own dance at Netherfield. Such nice ways of acting spoke well de él. What a difference between él and his friend! Señor Darcy danced only once with Señora Hurst and once with Señorita Bingley, said no when people tried to introduce lo to any other lady, and spent el rest of the evening walking around el room, sometimes talking to someone de his own group. Everyone had made up their minds about what kind of person él was. Él was el proudest, most unpleasant man in el world, and everybody hoped él would never come there again. One de las people who disliked le most was Señora Bennet, who already did not like la way él acted, but became even more angry because él had been rude to one de her daughters. Elizabeth Bennet had been forced to sit out 2 dances because there were not enough men to dance with, and during part de that time, Señor Darcy had been standing close enough for ella to hear lo talking with Señor Bingley, who had come away de dancing for a few minutes to try to get his friend to join in. "Come, Darcy," él said, "you must dance."
"I hate to see you standing around by yourself de such a silly way. You would be much better off dancing." "I will certainly not. You know how much I hate lo, unless I know my dancing partner very well. At a dance like this one, it would be terrible. Your sisters are already promised to dance with other men, and there is not one other woman in this room that I would want to dance with. I would not be so picky as you are, not even if someone gave me a whole kingdom to be that way. I promise you, I have never met so many nice girls in my whole life as I have tonight, and several de ellas are really very pretty. You are dancing with la only beautiful girl in el room, said Señor Darcy, looking at la oldest Señorita Bennet. Oh, ella is la most beautiful person I have ever seen. But there is one de her sisters sitting down right behind you who is very pretty, and I think ella would be very nice to talk to. Please let me ask my dancing partner to tell you her name. Which one do you mean? Elle turned around and looked at Elizabeth for a moment, and when ella looked back at him, Elle looked away and said coldly, Ella is all right, but not pretty enough to make me want to dance with ella, and right now I do not feel like paying attention to young ladies that other men do not want to dance with. You should go back to your dancing partner and enjoy her smiles, because you are wasting your time talking to me. Señor Bingley did lo que his friend told Le to do. El Señor Darcy walked away, and Elizabeth did not feel very friendly toward Elle after that. Ella told la story to her friends with lots of energy, because ella liked to laugh and have fun, and ella thought anything silly was wonderful. La evening was pleasant for la entire family. Señora Bennet had seen que muchas people at la Netherfield party thought her oldest daughter was wonderful. Señor Bingley had danced with ella twice, and his sisters had paid special attention to ella. Jane was just as happy about this as her mother was, though ella showed it the a quieter way. Elizabeth could see how happy Jane was. Mary had heard Señora Bingley say ella was la most talented girl in el area, and Catherine and Lydia had been lucky they always have someone to dance with, which was all ellas cared about at a dance. So the ellos went home the good moods to Longbourn, el village where they lived and where their family was la most important one. Ellos found Señor Bennet still awake. When Elle had a book, Elle forgot all about time, and tonight Elle was very curious to hear qué had happened at la party de la que everyone had been so excited about. Elle had hoped que his wife would not like el new man very much, but Elle could tell right away que ella had a very different story to tell. Oh, my dear Señor Bennet, ella said as ella came into la room, we had la most wonderful evening, such a perfect dance. I wish you could have been there. Everyone thought Jane was so pretty. Nothing could have been better. Everyone said qué beautiful ella looked, and Señor Bingley thought ella was quite lovely, and Elle danced with ella twice. Just think about that, my dear. Elle really did dance with ella twice, and ella was la only girl in el room that Elle asked to dance a second time. First, Elle asked Señora Lucas to dance. I was so upset to see Elle dance with ella, but Elle did not think ella was pretty at all. Really, no one could think so, you know, and Elle seemed quite amazed by Jane when ella was dancing. So Elle asked who ella was, and someone told Leer her name, and then Elle asked her to dance los next two dances. Then for los third and fourth dances, Elle danced with Señorita King, and los fifth and sixth with Maria Lucas, and los seventh and eighth with Jane again, and los ninth and 10th with Lizzie and El Boulanger. If Elle cared about me at all, her husband said, getting annoyed, Elle would not have danced nearly so much. For heaven's sake, stop talking about all las girls Elle danced with. I wish Elle had hurt his ankle in el very first dance. Oh, my dear, said Señora Bennet, I really like Elle a lot. Elle is so very good-looking, and his sisters are nice women. I have never seen anything prettier que their dresses. I think que el decoration elegant on el dress de la Mrs. Hurst was... But someone stopped her from talking again. Señor Bennet said él did not want to hear about fancy clothes, so ella had to talk about something else, and ella told-les, feeling very angry and making it sound worse de lo que it was, about how rude Señor Darcy had been. But I can tell you, ella said, que Lizzie is not missing much by él rot-likingly, because él is a very mean, awful man que is not worth trying to make happy. Él thinks él is so much better que everyone else que no one can standlo. Él walked around here and there thinking él was so important. Él said ella was not pretty enough to dance with. I wish you had been there, my dear, to tell him off the way you do. I really hate that man. Chapter 4. When Jane and Elizabeth were by themselves, Jane, who had been careful not to say too much about Señor Bingley before, told her sister how much ella really liked él.
Él es just lo que un young man should be, ella said. Smart, cheerful, full de life. And I never saw anyone with such a happy way de acting. Él makes everything look so easy, and él knows just how to be polite. Él is also good-looking, said Elizabeth, which a young man should be too, if él can help it. That makes lo perfect. I felt so happy when él asked me to dance a second time. I did not think él would say something so nice to me. Did you not think él would? I thought él would ask you. But that is one big way we are different. Nice things people say always surprise you, but ellas never surprise me. Why would it be strange for él to ask you again? Él could see que you were much prettier que every other woman there. Él does not get any credit for noticing that. Well, él is very nice, and you can like lo if you want. You have liked many people que were not as smart as él is. Dear Lizzie. Oh, you like people too much, you know. You never see anything wrong with anybody. You think everyone in the world is good and nice. I have never heard you say a bad thing about any person. I do not want to be too quick to say bad things about anyone, but I always say lo que I really think. I know you do, and that is lo que makes me wonder. You are so smart, but you cannot see las silly and foolish things other people do. Many people pretend to be honest and fair, and you see that everywhere. But to be honest without showing off or trying to trick anyone, to see las good things de everyone and make them sound even better, and never say anything bad de ellos, that is something only you can do. And so, you like these hombres' sisters too? Ellas do not act as nicely as él does. No, not at first. But ellas are very nice women when you talk with ellas. Señorita Bingley will live with her brother and take care of his house. I think we will find que ella to be a very wonderful neighbor. Elizabeth listened but said nothing, and ella was not sure this was true. La way ellos acted at el dance had not made most people like-los. Ella noticed things faster que her sister and was not as easy to please, and since ellas had not paid any special attention to ella, ella did not think ellas were very nice at all. Ellas were, in fact, very fancy ladies. Ellas could be friendly when ellas were happy, and ellas could be pleasant when ellas wanted to be. But ellas were proud and thought too much de themselves. Ellas were quite pretty. Ellas had gone to one de las best private schools in la city. Ellas had 20,000 pounds. Ellas spent more money de lo que ellas should and made friends de important people, so ellas thought ellas had every right de think well de themselves and badly de everyone else. Ellos came de a good family in el north de Inglaterra. Ellos remembered this much better que ellos remembered que el brother's money and their own money had come de buying and selling things. Señor Bingley got almost £100,000 de his father when his father died. His father had wanted to buy land and a big house, but él died before él could do it. Señor Bingley wanted to do la same thing, and sometimes él picked out qué part de el country él might buy land in. But since él now had a good house and could do whatever él wanted with las land around ella, many people que knew how easygoing él was thought él might just stay at Netherfield for el rest of his life and let his children buy las land instead. His sisters really wanted que él to have his own land, but even though él was only renting la house now, Señorita Bingley was happy to be la lady de la house at his dinner table. And Señora Erst, who had married a man que looked important but did not have much money, was also happy to think of his house as her home whenever ella wanted to. Señor Bingley had been old enough to make his own choices for only 2 years when someone told Le by chance que él should look at Netherfield House. Él did look at Lo, and él walked through Lo for half an hour. Él liked where it was, and él liked las main rooms. Él was happy with lo que el owner told Le about ello, and él decided to rent Lo right away. Darcy and Bingley were very good friends, even though ellos were completely different kinds of people. Darcy loved Bingley because Bingley was easy to get along with, honest about his feelings, and willing to change his mind, even though Bingley was nothing like Darcy, and Darcy seemed happy with la way él himself was. Bingley trusted Darcy completely and thought Darcy was very smart and made good choices. Darcy was more intelligent que Bingley. Bingley was not stupid, but Darcy was really clever. At the same time, Darcy was proud, kept to himself, and was very picky about everything, and even though él had good manners, él did not make people want to be around él. Bingley was much better at this que his friend. Bingley was sure de que people would like him wherever él went, but Darcy was always making people angry or upset. La way ellos talked about el dance in Meryton showed exactly qué kind of people ellos were. Bingley said él had never met nicer people or prettier girls in his whole life, que everyone had been kind and paid attention to él, que no one was stiff or formal, que él felt like él knew everyone in el room right away, and que Señorita Bennet was more beautiful que an angel. Darcy, on the other hand, had seen a bunch of people who were not very pretty and did not dress well, none of whom interested Le at all, and none of whom gave Le any attention or made him feel good. Darcy said que Señorita Bennet was pretty, but ella smiled too much. Señora Hurst and her sister agreed que this was true, but ella still thought ella was wonderful and liked ella, and said ella was a sweet girl and someone ellas would like to know better. So Señorita Bennet was now known as a sweet girl, and their brother felt que because his sisters said such good things about ella, él could think whatever él wanted about ella. Chapter 5. Very close to where los Bennets lived was a family que ellos knew very well. Sir William Lucas used to have a business in Meryton, where él made enough money to live well. Él became a knight when él gave a speech to the king while él was el mayor of the town. This honor may have meant too much to él.
It made Lo hate his business and living in a small town. So él left both behind and moved his family to a house about a mile de Meryton, which from then on was called Lucas Lodge. There, él could think happily about how important él was, and without having to worry about business, él could spend all his time being polite to everyone. Even though él was proud de his high position, it did not make Lo look down on others. Instead, él paid attention to everybody. Él was naturally kind, friendly, and helpful, and meeting the king had made Lo even more polite.
Lady Lucas was a very good woman que was not too smart, lo que made la a perfect neighbor for Señora Bennet. Ellos had many children. La oldest was a smart young woman, about 27 years old, and ella was la best friend de Elizabeth. Las Lucas girls and las Bennet girls had to get together to talk about el dance, so la morning after la party, la Lucas family came to visit and share all las news. "You started la night very well, Charlotte," said la señora Bennet politely to la señorita Lucas. "El señor Bingley chose you to dance first." "Yes, but él seemed to like la second girl he danced with even more." "Oh, you mean Jane, I think, because él danced with ella twice. That really did make it look like él thought ella was special, and I think él did. I heard something about ello, but I don't really know qué. Something about Señor Robinson." "Maybe you mean lo que I heard Lo say to Señor Robinson. Didn't I tell you about ello? Señor Robinson asked Le que él thought de our Meryton dances, and if él thought there were lots de pretty women there, and which one él thought was la prettiest. And right away, él answered la last question by saying, 'Oh, la oldest señorita Bennet, without a doubt. No one could think differently about that.' My goodness, well, él was very sure de that. It really does seem like, but still, it might not mean anything, you know." "Lo que I heard was more important que lo que you heard, Eliza," said Charlotte. "Señor Darcy is not as interesting to listen to as his friend, is he? Poor Eliza, él said you were only just okay. Please don't make Lizzie upset about lo badly él treated her, because él is such a mean man que it would be terrible if él actually liked you. Señora Long told me last night que él sat right next to ella for half an hour and never said one word."
Are you completely sure de that? Don't you think there might be a small mistake? Said Jane. I really did see Señor Darcy talking to ella. Yes, but only because ella finally asked Le qué él thought de Netherfield, and él had to give her some kind de answer. But ella said él looked very angry de que ella talked to él at all. Señorita Bingley told me, said Jean, que él almost never talks much unless él is with people que él knows very well. When él is with ellos, él is very nice and friendly. I don't believe that at all, my dear. If él had been so nice and friendly, él would have talked to Señora Long. But I can guess lo que really happened. Everyone says él thinks él is much better que other people, and I think él must have heard somehow que Señora Long does not own her own carriage and had to come to el dance in a rented one. I don't care que él didn't talk to Señora Long, said Señorita Lucas, but I wish él had danced with Eliza. Next time, Lizzie, said her mother,
I would not dance with él if I were you. I think, ma'am, I can safely promise you que I will never dance with él. La way él thinks él is better que everyone, said Señorita Lucas, does not bother me as much as it usually does when people act that way, because there is a good reason for ello. You cannot be surprised de que such a handsome young man, with a good family, and lots de money, and everything going well for él, would think very well de himself. If I can say it this way, él has el right de think él is better que other people. That is very true, said Elizabeth, and I could easily forgive Lo for thinking él is so great if él had not hurt my feelings so badly. Thinking you are better que other people, said Mary, who was proud de how smart her thoughts were, is something que happens to most people, I think. From everything I have ever read, I am sure that it happens very often. People are born wanting to think well de themselves, and almost all of us feel good about ourselves because of something we think que have or can do, whether it is real or just in our heads. Being full of yourself and thinking you are better que others are different things, even though people often use las words to mean the same thing. A person can think ellos are better que others without being full of themselves. Thinking you are better que others is more about lo que you think de yourself. Being full of yourself is more about wanting other people to think you are wonderful. If I were as rich as Señor Darcy, said a young Lucas boy que came with his sisters, I would not care how proud I was. I would keep a pack de hunting dogs and drink a bottle of wine every day. Then you would drink much more de lo que you should, said Señora Bennet. If I saw you doing lo, I would take your bottle away right then. El boy said ella could not do that. Ella kept saying ella would. Ellos kept arguing until it was time to go home. Chapter 6. Las ladies de Longbourn soon went to visit las ladies de Netherfield. Las ladies de Netherfield came to visit las Back, just as ellas should. Señorita Bennet's nice way of acting made Señora Hurst and Señorita Bingley like ella more and more. Ellas thought la mother was awful and las younger sisters were not worth talking to, but ellas said they wanted to know the two oldest daughters better. Jane was very happy about this attention, but Elizabeth still saw que ellas acted like they were better que everyone else, even her sister Jane, and ella did not like ellas. Still, their kindness to Jane was worth something because it probably came de el fact de que their brother liked Jane. Anyone could see when ellos were together que él really did like ella. Elizabeth could also see que ella was starting to like él back more and more, and was on her way to being very much in love. But Elizabeth was happy de que most people would not notice this, because Jane was good at keeping her feelings quiet and always acting cheerful, which kept nosy people from guessing. Ella told her friend Señorita Lucas about this. It might be nice, said Charlotte, to be able to fool everyone de that, but sometimes it is bad to be so careful about hiding your feelings. If a woman hides how much ella likes a man just as well de él as de everyone else, ella might lose her chance to winlo. Then it will not help much to know que el rest of the world does not know either. Almost every time someone falls in love, it is partly because ellos are grateful or because it makes se feel good about themselves. So it is not safe to just leave love alone and hope it will work out. We can all start liking someone easily enough, but very few de us have big enough hearts to really fall in love without la other person showing they like us back. 9 times de 10, a woman should show more love than ella really feels. Bingley likes your sister, that is clear.
but él may never do more to just like ella if ella does not helplo along. But ella does helplo along as much as ella can without being someone different. If I can see que ella cares about él would have to be very stupid not to see it too. Remember, Elisa, que él does not know Jane the way you do. But if a woman likes a man and does not try to hide-lo, él must figure it out. Maybe él must, if él sees la enough, but even though Bingley and Jane see each other pretty often, it is never for many hours at a time, and since ellos always see each other when lots of other people are around, ellos cannot spend every moment talking together. Jane should make the most of every half hour when ella can get él to pay attention to ella. When ella knows for sure que él likes ella, then ella will have time to fall in love as much as ella wants. Your plan is a good one, said Elizabeth, when all you care about is getting married well. And if I wanted to get a rich husband, or any husband, I think I would do the same thing. But that is not how Jane feels. Ella is not doing this on purpose. Ella cannot even be sure yet how much ella likes él, or if her feelings make sense. Ella has only known-lo for 2 weeks. Ella danced 4 dances with él en Meryton. Ella solo one morning in his house and has eaten dinner with él 4 times when other people were there too. This is not enough time to understand qué kind of person él really is. Not la way you tell-lo. If ella had only eaten dinner with él, ella might have only found out if él liked his food. But you must remember que ellos have also spent 4 evenings together, and 4 evenings can teach you a lot. Yes, these 4 evenings have helped les learn que they both like el card game vingt-un better que commerce. But I do not think ellos have learned much about anything else important.
Well, said Charlotte, I hope Jane gets lo que ella wants. And if ella married him tomorrow, I think ella would have just as good a chance de being happy as if ella spent a whole year trying to figure out qué kind de person él is. Being happy en el marriage is all about luck. Even if 2 people know each other very well or are very much alike before ellos get married, it does not make los any happier. Ellos will always grow different enough from each other later to have plenty de things to fight about, and it is better to know as little as possible about las bad things de la person you are going to spend your whole life with. You make me laugh, Charlotte, but that is not right. You know it is not right, and you would never do that yourself. Elizabeth was watching how much attention Señor Bingley was giving to her sister, so ella had no idea de que his friend was starting to notice her too. At first, Señor Darcy had barely thought ella was pretty at all. Él had looked at ella en el dance without thinking ella was nice to look at, and when él saw her again, él only looked to find things wrong in ella. But as soon as él told himself and his friends que her face had almost nothing good in ella, él started to see que her dark eyes made ella look very smart and interesting. After that, él noticed other things que made que se feel foolish about lo que él had thought before. Even though él had looked closely and found more than one thing wrong with the shape of her body, él had to admit que ella moved de a light and pleasant way. And even though él said her manners were not like los de rich fancy people, él found himself drawn to lo easy and playful ella was.
Ella no tenía ni idea about any of this. To ella, él was just el man que was never nice to anyone and que had not thought ella was pretty enough to dance with. Elle started to want to know more about ella, and to get ready to talk with ella himself, Elle began listening to her talk with other people. When Elle did this, ella noticed. This happened in Sir William Lucas' house, where many people had come together. ¿Qué does Señor Darcy mean, ella said to Charlotte, by listening to me talk with Colonel Forster? That is something only Señor Darcy can tell you. But if él does lo again, I will definitely let him know que I see lo que él is doing. Él has eyes can make fun of people, and if I do not start being rude to él first, I will soon become scared de él. When él came near ellas soon after that, even though él did not seem que él planned to say anything, Señorita Lucas dared her friend to bring up such a thing with él, which right away made Elizabeth want to do it, so ella turned to él and said, "Did not you think, Señor Darcy, que I spoke very well just now when I was trying to get Colonel Forster to give us a dance in Meryton? You spoke with great energy, but that is something que always makes a lady speak with energy. You are being mean to us. It will be her turn soon to have someone botherla," said Señorita Lucas. "I am going to open el piano, Eliza, and you know lo que comes next. You are a very strange person to call a friend. You always want me to play music and sing in front of anyone and everyone. If I cared about showing off with music, you would have been very helpful to me. But since I don't, I really don't want to play in front of people que are used to hearing los best musicians." But Señorita Lucas kept asking, so ella said, "All right, if I have to do it, I will." Ella looked seriously at Señor Darcy and said, "There is a very good old saying that everyone here knows. Keep your breath to cool your porridge, and I will keep mine to make my song louder." Ella played well, but not amazingly well. After Ella sang one or two songs, and before Ella could answer la people beggingly to sing again, her sister Mary quickly took her place at the piano. Mary was the only plain-looking one de la family, so Ella had worked very hard to learn things and become good en ellas, and Ella was always eager to show lo que ella could do. Mary was not naturally gifted and had no real sense de lo que sounded good. Her need to show off had made que ella work hard, but it also made que ella act like ella knew everything and think too highly de herself, which would have hurt even someone much better que ella was. Elizabeth was natural and honest, and people had enjoyed listening to ella much more, even though ella didn't play nearly as well. When Mary finished a very long piece, Ella was happy to win some praise and thanks by playing Scottish and Irish songs que her younger sisters asked for. Las younger sisters, along with some de la Lucas family and 2 or 3 soldiers, started dancing eagerly in one end of the room. Señor Darcy stood near ellos, quietly angry de que this was how ellos were spending la evening instead of having good conversations. Él was so lost in his own thoughts que él didn't notice Sir William Lucas was standing next to él until Sir William started talking. "Qué a lovely way for young people to have fun this is, Señor Darcy. There is nothing quite like dancing. I think it is one de los first signs de a well-mannered society."
Yes, sir. And it also has a good point de being popular among las less well-mannered societies of the world too. Every wild person can dance. Sir William only smiled. "Your friend dances beautifully," él said after a pause, seeing Bingley join el group.
And I'm sure you are very good en el art de dancing yourself, Señor Darcy. You saw me dance in Meriton, I think, sir. Yes, I did, and I enjoyed watching lo very much. Do you dance often in St. James's? Never, sir. Don't you think it would be a nice way to show respect for el place? That is a kind of respect I never show to any place if I can help it. You have a house in la city, right? Señor Darcy nodded his head. I once thought in getting a house in la city myself because I like being around important people. But I was not sure if el air en Londres would be good for Lady Lucas. Él stopped talking and hoped for an answer, but Señor Darcy did not want to say anything. Just then, Elizabeth started walking toward ellos, so he got an idea to do something very nice and called out to ella. My dear Señorita Eliza, why are you not dancing? Señor Darcy, let me tell you about this young lady who would be a wonderful person to dance with. I am sure you cannot say no to dancing when such a beautiful person is right here. Él took her hand and tried to give it to Señor Darcy, who was very surprised but did not mind taking it. But ella quickly pulled her hand back and said to Sir William in a worried voice, Really, sir, I do not want to dance at all. Please do not think I walked over here because I wanted someone to dance with. Señor Darcy asked very politely if él could have el honor of dancing with ella, but ella said no. Elizabeth había made up her mind, y Sir William could not change law no matter how much él tried to talk her into it. You dance so well, señorita Eliza, que it is mean de you not to let me see la dance. And even though this man does not usually like dancing, I am sure él would not mind doing it for us for just half an hour. Sir Darcy is very polite, said Elizabeth, smiling. Él really is, but thinking en lo que él might get out of it, my dear señorita Eliza, we should not be surprised de que él is being so nice. Who would not want to dance with someone like you? Elizabeth gave him a knowing look and turned away. The fact that ella said no did not make el man think poorly of ella. He was thinking good thoughts about ella when la Miss Bingley came up and spoke to him. I can guess en qué you are thinking about. I do not think you can. You are thinking en lo awful it would be to spend many nights like this with these kinds de people. And I think you are right about that. I was never more upset. These people make so much noise but say nothing important, and ellos think ellos are so special. I wish I could hear lo que you think about ellos. You are completely wrong about lo que I was thinking. My mind was busy with something much nicer. I was thinking en how wonderful que it is to look into a pair de eyes beautiful en la face de a woman pretty. Señorita Bingley quickly looked right at his face and asked to tell her que lady had made him think such things. Sir Darcy answered without any fear, Señorita Elizabeth Bennet. Señorita Elizabeth Bennet, said Señorita Bingley again. I am so surprised. How long have you liked her so much? And when should I start planning for your wedding? That is exactly lo que I knew you would ask. El woman's mind moves very fast. It goes the thinking someone is nice, to being in love, to planning a wedding, all in 1 second. I knew you would be talking about my wedding. Well, if you are really serious about this, then I will think it is all decided. You will have such a lovely mother-in-law, and of course, ella will always be living in Pemberley with you. Él listened to ella without caring at all, while ella chose to have fun talking this way. And because él stayed so calm, ella knew everything was fine, so ella kept talking. Chapter 7. Señor Bennet owned land que gave-le 2,000 pounds every year, but when él died, la law said it had to go to a man de his family que lived far away, not to his daughters, and his wife's money was not enough to make up for this problem. Her father had been a lawyer en el town de Meryton, and when él died, él left-le 4,000 pounds. Ella had a sister que was married to Señor Phillips, who used to work for their father and took over his business when él died. And ella had a brother que lived in Londres and had a good job there. El village de Longbourn was only 1 mile de Meryton, which was perfect for las young ladies, who liked to walk there 3 or 4 times a week to visit their aunt and to go to la hat shop across la street. Las 2 youngest girls de la family, Catherine and Lydia, went there most often because ellas had less to think about que their sisters, and when ellas had nothing else to do, a walk to Meryton was the only way to make their morning fun and give less something to talk about at night, and no matter qué little was happening in el country, ellas always found out something new de their aunt. Right now, ellas had plenty de news and excitement because a group de soldiers had just come to live nearby for el whole winter, and Meryton was where their main camp was. Now, when ellas visited Señora Phillips, ellas always heard las most interesting things. Every day, ellas learned more about los soldiers' names and who their families were. It did not take long to find out where los soldiers were staying, and soon las girls began to meet the soldiers themselves. Señor Phillips went to visit all ellos, and this gave his nieces a kind of happiness que ellas had never known before. Ellas could talk them nothing but soldiers, and Señor Bingley lots de money que had made their mother so excited meant nothing to ellas now compared to el uniform de even el lowest soldier. After listening one morning to las going on and on about this, Señor Bennet said calmly, "From the way you talk, you must be 2 de las most foolish girls in the country. I have thought this for some time, but now I am sure de ello." Catherine felt embarrassed and said nothing, but Lydia did not care at all and kept talking about lo wonderful Capitán Carter was and how ella hoped to see-lo that day, since él was leaving for Londres la next morning. "I am shocked, my dear," said Señora Phillips, "que you would be so quick to think your own children are foolish. If I wanted to think badly de anyone's children, it would not be my own. If my children are foolish, I hope I will always know it. Yes, but ellos are not foolish at all. Ellos are all very smart. This is the only thing que think we do not agree in. I had hoped que we would agree on everything, but I have to say que I think que our 2 daughters youngest are very silly." My dear Señor Bennet, you cannot expect such young girls to be as smart as their father and mother. When ellas get to be our age, I am sure ellas will not think in soldiers any more que we do. I remember when I liked the red soldier's coat myself very much, and I still do in my heart. If a handsome young coronel with 5 or 6,000 pounds a year wanted to marry one de my girls, I would not say no to él. I thought Coronel Forster looked very nice la other night in Sir William's house in his uniform. "Mamá," cried Lydia, "my aunt says que Coronel Forster and Capitán Carter do not visit Señorita Watson as much as ellos did when ellos first came. Ella sees los standing in Clark's bookstore very often now. Señora Bennet could not answer because a servant came in with a letter for Señorita Bennet. Ella came the Netherfield, and el servant waited for an answer. Señora Bennet's eyes lit up with happiness, and ella called out eagerly while her daughter read la letter. "Well, Jane, who is it from? ¿De qué is it about? ¿Qué does it say? Well, Jane, hurry up and tell us. Hurry up, my dear." "It is the Señorita Bingley," said Jane, and then ella read it out loud. "My dear friend, if you are not kind enough to eat dinner today with Louisa and me, we might end up hating each other for el rest de our lives. When two women spend the whole day talking together, it always ends in a fight. Come as soon as you get this letter. My brother and los other men are going to eat dinner with los soldiers. Your friend always, Caroline Bingley." "With los soldiers?" cried Lydia. "I wonder why my aunt did not tell us about that." "Eating dinner out," said Señora Bennet. "That is very bad luck." "Can I use el carriage?" said Jane.
"No, my dear, you should ride your horse instead, because it looks like it might rain. Then you will have to stay there all night." "That would be a good plan," said Elizabeth, "if you knew for sure que ellos would not try to send me home." "Oh, but los men will have Señor Bingley carriage to go to Meryton, and los Hurst do not have horses for their carriage. I would much rather go en el coach." "But, my dear, your father cannot let los horses go, I am sure. They are needed en la farm, Señor Bennet. Is it not so?" "Ellos are needed en la farm much more often de lo que I can get ellos." "But if you have lost today," said Elizabeth, "my mother will get lo que ella wants." Ella finally got her father to say que los horses were being used, so Jane had to ride her horse, and her mother walked with ella to the door, happily saying many times it would be a bad day. Her hopes came true. Jane had not been gone long before it started raining hard. Her sisters were worried about ella, but her mother was very happy. La rain kept falling all evening without stopping. Jane could not come back. "This was such a good idea of mine," said Señora Bennet, more than once, as if ella had made it rain all by herself. But ella did not know que well her plan had worked until the next morning. Ellos had just finished breakfast when a servant de Netherfield brought this note for Elizabeth. "My dearest Lizzie, I feel very sick this morning, which I think happened because I got soaked yesterday. My kind friends will not let me go home until I feel better. Ellos also want me to see Señor Jones, el doctor, so do not worry if you hear que él came to see me. I just have a sore throat y a headache, but nothing else is really wrong with me. Yours, etc."
"Well, me dear," said Señor Bennet, when Elizabeth had read la note out loud, "if your daughter gets very sick, if ella dies, at least we will know que it was all because ella was trying to get Señor Bingley y because you told her to. Oh, I am not worried about her dying at all. People do not die de little colds que do not matter much. Ella will be taken good care of. As long as ella stays there, everything is fine. I would go y see her if I could use el carriage." Elizabeth was really worried, so ella decided to go see her sister, even though ella could not use el carriage. Ella did not know how to ride a horse, so walking was la only way ella could get there. Ella told everyone lo que ella was going to do. "How can you be so silly," said her mother, "to think of doing such a thing with all this mud everywhere? You will look terrible when you get there." "I will look fine enough to see Jane, y that is all I care about." "Are you trying to tell me, Lizzie," said her father, "que I should get los horses ready?" "No, not at all. I do not want to skip el walk. La distance does not matter when you have a good reason to go. It is only 3 miles. I will be back by dinner time."
I think it is good that you want to help, said Mary, but every feeling you have should be guided by lo que makes sense. I think you should only work as hard as you really need to. We will walk to Meryton with you, said Catherine y Lydia. Elizabeth agreed to them coming with ella, and las three young women left together. If we hurry, said Lydia as ellas walked, maybe we can see Capitán Carter before él leaves.
En Meryton, ellas split up. Las two youngest girls went to stay with one de las officers' wives, y Elizabeth kept walking by herself, going across field after field very fast, jumping over fences y hopping over puddles, moving quickly because ella was worried, until ella could finally see la house with tired feet, muddy stockings, y a face red y warm from all la walking. Someone brought la into el breakfast room where everyone except Jane was sitting, y cuando ellos saw la, ellos were all very surprised. Señora Hurst y Señorita Bingley could hardly believe que ella had walked 3 miles so early in la morning in such muddy weather, y all by herself, y Elizabeth could tell que ellas thought less de ella because of ello, but ellas were still polite to ella, y their brother was even better que polite. Él was cheerful y kind. Señor Darcy said very little, y Señor Hurst said nothing at all. Señor Darcy was torn between thinking ella looked beautiful because el walking had made her face glow, y wondering if it was right for ella to come so far all alone. Señor Hurst was only thinking in his breakfast. Cuando ella asked about her sister, las answers were not good. Señorita Bennet had not slept well, y even though ella was awake, ella had a fever y felt too sick to leave her room. Elizabeth was happy when ellos took la to Jane right away, y Jane, who had wanted to ask for such a visit in her letter, but was afraid it would worry people or cause trouble, was so glad de síla. But Jane was too weak to talk much, y cuando Señorita Bingley left las alone, all ella could do was say thank you for lo kind everyone was being to ella. Elizabeth sat quietly with ella. After breakfast, las sisters came to join ellos, y Elizabeth began to like ellas cuando ellas saw how much ellas cared about Jane y worried about ella. El doctor came, y after él looked at Jane, él said lo que everyone expected, that ella had caught a bad cold, y ellos needed to help la get better. Él told her to go back to bed y said él would bringle some medicine. Jane did lo que el doctor said right away, because her fever was getting worse y her head hurt very badly. Elizabeth did not leave el room de Jane even for a moment, y las other ladies stayed nearby as well. Since los men were out, really there was nothing else to do for ellas. When el clock said 3 o'clock, Elizabeth felt que ella had to go home, y ella said so, even though ella did not want to leave. Señorita Bingley said ella could use their carriage, y Elizabeth almost said yes after just a little asking, but then Jane looked so worried about her leaving que Señorita Bingley had to change her offer y ask Elizabeth to stay in Netherfield for now. Elizabeth said yes with great thanks, y ellos sent a servant to Longbourn to tell her family ella was staying y to bring back some de her clothes. Chapter 8. At 5 o'clock, las two ladies went to get dressed, y at 5:30, Elizabeth was called to dinner. When people asked le polite questions about Jane, including Señor Bingley, who seemed much more worried que los others, Elizabeth could not give good news. Jane was not getting better at all. When las sisters heard this, ellas said 3 or 4 times qué sorry they felt, qué terrible it was to have a bad cold, y how much ellas hated being sick themselves. Then ellas stopped thinking en ello completely. When Jane was not right there in front of ellas, ellas did not care about ella at all, lo que made Elizabeth dislike ellas just as much as ella had before. Their brother was la only person en la dinner party de la que ella could feel good about. Él was clearly worried about Jane, y él was very kind to Elizabeth. This kept ella from feeling like ella did not belong there, even though ella knew las others thought ella should not be there. No one else paid much attention to ella except él. La señorita Bingley was busy trying to get the attention of Señor Darcy, y her sister was doing almost the same thing. As for Señor Hurst, who sat next to Elizabeth, was a man indolent que only cared about eating, drinking, y playing cards. When he saw que she liked la food plain instead of dishes fancy, he had nothing to say to her. When dinner was finished, ella went straight back to Jane, y Señorita Bingley started saying mean things about ella as soon as ella left la room. Ella said her manners were very bad, a mix of thinking too highly of herself y being rude. Ella said ella could not talk well, had no style, no good taste, y was not pretty. La señora Hurst agreed y said, ella has nothing good in ella at all, except que ella is good at walking. I will never forget how ella looked this morning. Ella really looked almost like a wild person. Ella did, Luisa. I could hardly keep from laughing. It was so silly for ella to come at all. Why did ella have to run around the countryside just because her sister had a cold? Her hair was so messy and wild.
Yes, y her underskirt too. I hope you saw her underskirt, covered 6 inches deep in mud, I am sure de ello. Y her dress had been pulled down to hide-lo, but it did not work. You might be right about lo que you saw, Luisa, said Bingley, but I did not notice any de that. I thought Señorita Elizabeth Bennet looked very nice when ella came in la room this morning. Her dirty underskirt did not catch my eye at all. You solo, Señor Darcy, I am sure, said Señorita Bingley. Y I think you would not want to see your sister make such a show of herself. Of course not. To walk 3 miles or 4 miles or 5 miles, or lo far it was, with mud up to her ankles, y all by herself. ¿En qué could she have been thinking? It seems to me que ella thinks too much de herself y does not care at all about acting like a proper lady. It shows que ella loves her sister very much, y that is nice, said Bingley. I am worried, Señor Darcy, said Señorita Bingley quietly, que this whole thing has made you think less in her pretty eyes. Not at all, él said. La walk made them shine even brighter. No one spoke for a moment after él said this, y then Señora Hurst started talking again. I really like Jane Bennet very much. Ella is a very sweet girl. I wish with all my heart que ella could find a good husband, but with a father and mother like hers, in such low-class family, I am afraid it will never happen. I think I heard you say que their uncle works as a lawyer in Meryton. Yes, y ellas have another uncle que lives somewhere near Cheapside. ¡Qué perfect!, said her sister, and they both laughed hard. Even if ellas have enough uncles to fill all of Cheapside, said Bingley, it would not make them any less wonderful.
But it would make it much harder for ellas to marry any man que matters in this world, said Darcy. Bingley did not answer this, but his sisters agreed completely y spent a long time laughing at their dear friend's rude family members. But then ellas felt sorry for ella again, so when ellas left el dining room, ellas went to her bedroom y sat with ella until someone called las for coffee. Jane was still very sick, y Elizabeth would not leave her side at all until late that evening, when ella felt better seeing Jane fall asleep, y when ella thought it was the right thing to do to go downstairs herself. When ella walked in el sitting room, ella found everyone playing a card game called Loo, y ellos asked her to play right away, but ella thought ellos were playing for too much money, so ella said no y used her sister as an excuse, saying ella would read a book for el short time ella could stay downstairs. El señor Hurst looked at ella like él could not believe lo que él was seeing. "Do le like reading more que playing cards?" él said. "That is very strange." "Señorita Eliza Bennet," said Señorita Bingley, "thinks cards are stupid. Ella reads all the time y does not like doing anything else." "I do not deserve to be praised like that or blamed like that," said Elizabeth. "I do not read all the time y I like doing many different things." "I am sure you like taking care of your sister," said Bingley, "y I hope you will be even happier soon when you see la completely well." Elizabeth thanked Le with all her heart y then walked over to a table where some books were sitting. Right away, él said que could get Le more books de anywhere de his library. "Y I wish I had more books for you to choose from, y to make myself look good. But I am lazy. Even though I do not have many books, I have more de los que I have ever actually read." Elizabeth told him que los books en la room would be perfect for ella. "I am surprised," said Señorita Bingley, "que my father left us so few books. Que a wonderful library you have in Pemberley, Señor Darcy." "It should be good," él said. "Many people in my family have been adding to él for a very long time. Y then you have added so many books yourself, you are always buying new ones. I cannot understand how a family could let their library get so small in times like these. Let que get small, I am sure you take care of everything que makes that wonderful place even more beautiful. Charles, when you build your house, I hope it will be half as lovely as Pemberley." "I hope so too, but I really think you should buy your house in that area y use Pemberley as something to copy. There is no better county in all Inglaterra que Derbyshire." "I would be happy to do that. I will buy Pemberley itself if Darcy will sell it to me. I am talking about things que might happen, Charles. Really, Caroline, I think it would be easier to get Pemberley by buying it que by trying to copy it." Elizabeth was so interested in lo que ellos were saying que ella could not pay attention to her book anymore. Soon ella put it down completely y walked over to the card table. Ella stood between Señor Bingley y his oldest sister to watch los play. "Has Señorita Darcy grown much taller since spring?" asked Señorita Bingley. "Will she be as tall as I am?" "I think ella will be. Right now ella is about as tall as Señorita Elizabeth Bennet, or maybe a little taller. I cannot wait to see la again." "I have never met anyone que made me so happy. Ella has such a lovely face y such good manners, y ella can do so many things well for someone her age. Ella plays el piano beautifully." "It surprises me," said Bingley, "how young ladies can work so hard to learn to do so many things well." "All young ladies can do many things well. My dear Charles, ¿qué do you mean by that?" "Yes, all ellas, I think. Ellas all paint pictures in tables, put pretty covers and screens, y make little bags with string. I hardly know anyone cannot do all these things. Every time I hear about a young lady for the first time, someone always tells me que ella can do many special things." Your list de things que most people can do has a lot of truth in ella, said Darcy. People use that word for many women que only deserve it because ellas can make a bag with string or put a cover in a screen. But I do not agree with you about ladies in general. I can only think in 6 women que know que can really do all these special things well. I agree, said Señorita Bingley. Then, said Elizabeth, you must think a woman needs to know a great deal to be truly special. Yes, I do think ella needs to know a great deal. Oh yes, cried his helpful friend. No one can be thought truly special unless ella is much better que lo que you usually see. A woman must know all about music, singing, drawing, dancing y other languages to deserve la word. Y besides all this, ella must have something special en la way ella moves y walks, el sound of her voice y la way ella talks, or la word means only half as much. Ella must have all this, added Darcy, y ella must also make her mind stronger by reading many books. I am not surprised anymore de que you only know 6 special women. I am more surprised de que you know any at all. Are you so hard on your own kind que you think it is impossible que all this to be true? I never saw such a woman. I never saw anyone with all las skills, good taste, hard work y grace de las que you talk about, all in one person. Señora Hurst y Señorita Bingley both said loudly que ella was being unfair to doubt this, y both said ellas knew many women like this, when Señor Hurst told Les to be quiet because ellas were not paying attention to lo que was happening. Since all talking stopped, Elizabeth left la room soon after. Eliza Bennet, said Señorita Bingley, when la door was closed, is one de those young ladies que try to make men like de ellas by saying bad things about other women. I think it works with many men, but I think it is a cheap trick y a mean way to act. Yes, replied Darcy, who knew ella was talking to Elle, there is something mean in all las tricks que ladies sometimes use to make people like de ellas. Anything que is like being sneaky and tricky is bad. Señorita Bingley did not like this answer enough to keep talking about it. Elizabeth came back to ellos only to say que her sister was getting worse y que ella could not leave her. Bingley wanted que ellos to send for Señor Jones right away, but his sisters thought no doctor del country could help, so ellas wanted to send someone fast to town to get one of las best doctors there. Elizabeth would not let que ellos do this, but ella was willing to do lo que their brother wanted, so ellas decided que Señor Jones should be sent for early in the morning if Señorita Bennet was not much better. Bingley felt very worried, and his sister said ellas felt terrible too. But after dinner, las sisters made themselves feel better by singing songs together, while Elle could only feel better by telling his housekeeper to take el best care possible of la sick lady y her sister. Elizabeth spent most of the night in el room de her sister, y in the morning she felt happy to be able to send a response good enough to las questions que arrived very early from Mr. Bingley via a maid, y later de las 2 ladies elegant que worked for their sisters. Even though Jane was getting a little better, Elizabeth asked Les to send a note to Longbourn, asking her mother to come visit Jane y see for herself how Jane was doing. La note was sent immediately, y lo que it requested was done just as quickly. Señora Bennet came to Netherfield with her 2 youngest daughters soon after la family had finished breakfast. If Señora Bennet had found Jane in real danger, ella would have been very upset, but when ella saw que Jane's sickness was not too scary, ella did not want Jane to get well right away, because getting better would probably mean Jane would have to leave Netherfield. so ella would not listen when her daughter wanted to be taken home, y el medicine man que came at the same time did not think it was a good idea either. After sitting with Jane for a little while, Señorita Bingley came and asked Les to join ella, so la mother y 3 daughters all went with ella to el breakfast room. Bingley received them and hoped que la Mrs. Bennet had not found la Miss Bennet worse de lo que he thought que she would be. "I have found la worse, sir," ella answered. "Ella is much too sick to be moved. Señor Jones says we must not even think en movingla. We must stay here a little longer and keep being kind to us." "Taken away!" cried Bingley. "We must not think en ello."
My sister will not let que ella be taken away, I am sure. You can be sure, madam, said Señorita Bingley, speaking politely but coldly, que Señorita Bennet will get all el care we can give her while ella stays with us. Señora Bennet said thank you many times. I am sure, ella added, if it was not for such good friends, I do not know qué would happen a ella, for ella is very sick and hurts a great deal, though ella never complains, which is just like ella, for ella has el kindest heart I have ever known. I often tell my other daughters, ellas are nothing compared to ella. You have a lovely room here, Señor Bingley, and such a nice view de that stone path. I do not know any place in el whole country que is as good as Netherfield. You will not think en leaving lo quickly, I hope, even though you only rent lo for a short time. Whatever I do quickly, Elle said back. So if I decide to leave Netherfield, I would probably be gone in 5 minutes. Right now, though, I think of myself as staying here. That is exactly lo que I thought you would say, said Elizabeth. You are starting to understand me, are you? Elle cried, turning toward ella. Oh, yes, I understand you very well. I wish I could think you meant that as something nice, but to be so easy to figure out is sad, I think. That depends. A person que is hard to understand is not always better or worse que someone like you. Lizzie, cried her mother, remember where you are, and do not talk that wild way que we let you do at home. I did not know before, Bingley said right away, que you like to study what people are like. It must be fun to study. Yes, but people que are hard to understand are las most fun. At least ellos have that good thing about them. El country, said Darcy, does not have very many people like that to study. When you live in el country, you only see el same small group de people all el time. But people change so much que there is always something new que see en ellas. Yes, that's right, said Señora Bennet, angry at la way Elle talked about country places. I promise you, there is just as much happening in el country as there is in la city. Everyone was surprised, y Darcy looked a ella for a moment, then turned away without saying anything. Señora Bennet thought ella had won against Elle completely, so ella kept going. I cannot see que Londres is better que el country, except for las shops y places where la people go. El country is much nicer, don't you think, Señor Bingley? When I am in el country, Elle said, I never want to leave lo, y when I am in la city, I feel pretty much de la same way. Both places have good things about ellos, y I can be just as happy in either one. Yes, that is because you think about things de la right way, but that man, looking at Darcy, seemed to think el country was worth nothing at all. Really, Mamma, you are wrong, said Elizabeth, her face turning red because ella was embarrassed by her mother. You did not understand lo que Señor Darcy meant. Él only meant que there are not as many different kinds de people to meet in el country as there are in la city, which you have to agree is true,
Of course, my dear, nobody said there were, but when you say we do not meet many people around here, I think there are few places with more people que this one. I know we eat dinner with 24 different families. Only his worry about Elizabeth helped Bingley keep a straight face. His sister was not as careful, y ella looked right at Señor Darcy with a big smile que said a lot. Elizabeth quería hacer a su madre pensar en otra cosa, so ella preguntó si Charlotte Lucas había visitado Longbourn since ella le fue. Sí, ella vino ayer con su padre. ¿Qué un hombre tan agradable es señor William, señor Bingley, no cree? Él se viste tan bien y actúa como un verdadero caballero. Él es tan educado y amigable. Él siempre tiene algo que decir a todos. Eso es lo que yo pienso que buenos modales deberían ser, y las personas que piensan que ellos son muy importantes y nunca hablan con nadie, están completamente equivocados. Did Charlotte eat dinner with you? No, ella quería irse a casa. I think ella was needed to help make las little pies with meat. As for me, Señor Bingley, I always keep servants que can do their jobs well, y my daughters learn to be different. But everyone has to decide for themselves, y las Lucas girls are very good girls, I promisely. It is too bad ellas are not pretty. Not que I think Charlotte is so very plain looking, but ella is our special friend. Ella seems like a very nice young woman, said Bingley. Oh yes, but you have to agree que ella is very plain looking. Lady Lucas herself has said so many times, y ella has wished que her daughter was as beautiful as my Jane. I do not like to say too many good things about my own child, but really, Jane, you do not often see anyone que looks better que ella does. Everyone says so. I do not want to think ella is better just because ella is mine. When ella was only 15, there was a man in my brother Gardiner's house in town who loved La so much que my sister-in-law was sure Elle would ask her to marry him before we left. But Elle did not ask her. Maybe Elle thought ella was too young, but Elle did write some poems about her, and ellos were very pretty. Y that was el end de his love, said Elizabeth, feeling annoyed.
I think many men have been beaten the same way. I wonder who first found out que poems are so good at making love go away. I always thought poems were like food for love, said Darcy. For a big, strong, healthy love, maybe ellos are. Everything makes stronger lo que is already strong, but if ello is only a small, weak kind of liking, I am sure que one good poem will make it die completely. Darcy only smiled, and when everyone stopped talking, Elizabeth was afraid her mother might say something foolish again. Ella wanted to speak, but could not think of anything to say. Y after a short, quiet time, Señora Bennet started saying thank you a Señor Bingley again for being kind to Jane, y ella said sorry for bothering Lo with Lizzie too. Señor Bingley was truly polite when él answered, y él made his younger sister be polite too y say las right things. Ella did lo que ella was supposed to do, but not very nicely. But Señora Bennet was happy y soon asked for her carriage. When this happened, la youngest de her daughters stepped forward. Las two girls had been whispering to each other during la visit, y ellas decided que la youngest one should ask Señor Bingley about his promise to give a dance in Netherfield when él first came to the country.
Lydia was a strong, healthy girl de 15 with pretty skin y a cheerful face. Her mother loved la best de all her daughters, y because of this love had let que ella go to grown-up parties when ella was still very young. Ella was full de energy y thought very well de herself, y when los soldiers paid attention a ella because of los uncles' good dinners y her friendly ways, this made la even more sure de herself.
So ella felt brave enough to talk to Señor Bingley about el dance, y ella suddenly remindedle que él had promised to give one. Ella added que it would be la most terrible thing in el world if él did not keep his promise. Lo que él said back at this sudden attack made her mother very happy to hear. I am completely ready, I promise you, to keep my word, and when your sister is better, you can, if you want, pick el exact day for el dance. But you would not want to be dancing while ella is sick. Lydia said ella was happy with this answer. Oh yes, it would be much better to wait until Jane was well, and by that time, most likely, Capitan Carter would be back in Meryton again. And when you have given your dance, ella added, I will make que ellos give one too. I will tell Colonel Forster que it will be quite wrong if él does not. Señora Bennet and her daughters then left, and Elizabeth went right back to Jane, leaving la way ella and her family had acted for las two ladies y Señor Darcy to talk about. But Señor Darcy would not agree to say bad things about ella, even though Señorita Bingley kept making jokes about beautiful eyes. Chapter 10. El day went much the same que el day before had gone. Señora Hurst y Señorita Bingley had spent some hours de la morning with la sick person who was still getting better, though slowly, and in the evening Elizabeth came to join their group in el sitting room, but la card table did not come out. Señor Darcy was writing, and Señorita Bingley, sitting nearly, was watching Lo write his letter, and kept trying to get his attention by asking him to send messages a his sister. El Señor Hurst y el Señor Bingley were playing cards, and la Señora Hurst was watching their game. Elizabeth picked up some sewing y found lo funny enough to listen to lo que was happening between Darcy y la woman sitting with él. La lady kept saying nice things about his handwriting, how straight his lines were, y how long his letter was, but él did not seem to care at all about her kind words. This strange back-and-forth talk showed exactly what each de ellos was really like. Qué happy Señorita Darcy will be to get such a letter. Él said nothing back. You write very fast. You are wrong. I write pretty slowly. You must have to write so many letters during el year. Work letters too. I would hate writing those. It is good then que I have to write-las instead of you. Please tell your sister que I want to see-la very much. I already told her that once, because you asked me to. I think you do not like your pen. Let me fix-la for you. I am very good in fixing pens. Thank you, but I always fix my own. How do you make your writing look so neat? Él did not say anything. Tell your sister I am so happy to hear que ella is getting better at playing el harp, y please let her know que I love her pretty little drawing for a table, y I think él is much better que Señorita Grantley. Can I wait to tell a ella how much you love lo until I write to ella again? Right now, I do not have enough space in this paper to say it de la right way. Oh, it does not matter. I will see-la in January. But do you always write such nice long letters a ella, Señor Darcy? Ellas are usually long,
but I cannot say if ellas are always nice. I have a rule de que a person que can write a long letter easily cannot write badly. That will not work as a nice thing to say about Darcy, Caroline, said her brother, because él does not write easily. Él thinks too hard and big words. Do you not, Darcy?
La way I write is very different de yours. Oh, said Señorita Bingley, Charles writes de la most messy way you can think of. Él leaves out half his words y makes ink spots en el rest. My thoughts come so fast que I do not have time to write los down, so sometimes my letters make no sense at all to las people que readlas. The way en que you humbled yourself, Señor Bingley, said Elizabeth, must make it difficult que anyone to say bad things about you. Nothing tricks people more, said Darcy, que someone que acts like ellos are not very good. Most of the time it just means ellos do not care lo que people think, y sometimes ellos are really showing off. Y which de those two things do you think my little act de being modest was? El showing off kind, because you are really proud de que badly you write, since you think it comes de thinking fast y not caring about doing it right, which you think makes you sound interesting, even if it is not really good. Being able to do anything quickly always makes la person que can do it feel special, y ellos often do not care if lo do it badly. When you told Señora Bennet this morning que if you ever decided to leave Netherfield you would be gone in 5 minutes, you meant lo as a way to say something good about yourself. But ¿qué is so great about being in such a hurry que you leave important things undone y do not really help yourself or anyone else? No, said Bingley, this is too much. To remember at night all las silly things that were said in la morning. But I promise you que I believed lo que I said about myself was true, y I still believe it now. So at least I did not act too fast just to look good in front of las ladies. I think you believed lo que you said, but I do not think you really would have left so quickly. Lo que you do depende de la luck, just like any other man I know. If you were getting on your horse, y a friend said, Bingley, you should stay until next week, you would probably do it. You would probably not go. Y if él said one more thing, you might stay a whole month. You have only proved by this, said Elizabeth, que Señor Bingley did not show how good his heart really is. You have shown que él to be much better de lo que él showed himself. I am very happy, said Bingley, de que you are turning lo que my friend says in something nice about lo kind I am, but I think you are making it sound better de lo que él meant it to be. Él would think better of me if I said no right away y rode off as fast as I could. Would Señor Darcy think que being too quick to make your first plan was made up for by being stubborn about sticking to it? I really cannot explain this well. Darcy must speak for himself. You want me to explain ideas que you say are mine, but que I never said que believed. But let us say things are the way you describe-las, Señorita Bennet. You must remember que el friend que wants que él to come back a la house y wait longer has only asked for this. Él asked without giving any good reasons why it would be right to do. To give in quickly y easily when a friend tries to talk you into something is not something you think is good. To give in without being sure it is right is not respectful to either person's ability to think. It seems to me, Señor Darcy, que you think friendship y caring about people should not matter at all. Caring about la person que asks would often make someone say yes a lo que ellos want, without waiting for reasons to convince a ellos. I am not talking about la exact situation you made up about Señor Bingley. We might as well wait until something like this really happens before we talk about whether él would do lo right thing. But in normal everyday cases between friend y friend, where one de ellos wants the other to change their mind about something que is not very important, would you think badly de that person for doing lo que their friend wants without waiting to be talked into it? Before we keep talking about this, should we decide more clearly how important this request is supposed to be, y how close los friends are supposed to be? Yes, said Bingley, let us hear all los details, y do not forget how tall ellos are, y how big ellos are, because that will matter more in this argument de lo que you might think, señorita Bennet. I promise you que if Darcy were not such a big, tall man compared to me, I would not show him nearly as much respect. I say que I do not know anything more scary que Darcy in certain times y in certain places, especially in his own house on a Sunday evening when él has nothing to do. Mr. Darcy smiled, but Elizabeth thought ella could see que él was hurt by lo que was said, so ella stopped herself from laughing. Señorita Bingley was very angry about la rude way él had been treated, y ella scolded her brother for saying such foolish things. I see lo que you were trying to do, Bingley, said his friend. You do not like fighting with words, y you want to make this stop. Maybe I do. Fighting with words is too much like real fighting. If you y Señorita Bennet will wait to finish your argument until I leave la room, I will be very glad, y then you can say whatever you want about me. Lo que you are asking, said Elizabeth, is easy for me to do, y Mr. Darcy should really finish writing his letter. El Mr. Darcy did lo que ella said y finished his letter. When él was done with that, él asked Señorita Bingley y Elizabeth si ellas would please play some music. Señorita Bingley quickly went to the piano, y after ella politely asked Elizabeth to go first, which Elizabeth politely but firmly said no to, ella sat down to play. Señora Hurst sang along with her sister, y while ellas were doing this, Elizabeth could not help noticing, as ella looked through some music books que were on the piano, how often Señor Darcy was looking a ella. Ella could hardly believe que such an important man would think ella was wonderful, but it would be even stranger if él kept looking a ella because él did not like ella. She only could think, in the end, que él was watching her because there was something about ella que was more wrong y was worse, in his way of thinking, que any other person in el room. This idea did not hurt her feelings. Ella liked lo too little to care lo que él thought de ella. After playing some Italian songs, Señorita Bingley changed things up by playing a lively Scottish tune, y soon after that, Señor Darcy came over a Elizabeth and said a ella, "Do you not feel que you really want to take this chance to dance a reel, Señorita Bennet?" Ella smiled, but ella did not say anything back. Él asked the question again, surprised de que ella had not answered. "Oh," ella said, "I heard you la first time, but I could not decide right away qué I should say back to you. You wanted me to say yes, lo no, so that you could have fun thinking my taste was terrible. But I always love to ruin those kinds of tricks and stop a person from looking down on me the way ellos planned to. So I have decided to tell you que I do not want to dance a reel at all, and now you can think badly de me if you dare. I really do not dare.
Elizabeth had thought él would be upset con ella, so ella was surprised de que él was being so nice. But there was something sweet y playful in the way ella acted que made it hard for anyone to be upset con ella. And Darcy had never been so charmed by any woman as él was by ella. Él really believed que if her family had not been so much lower que his, él might be in real trouble. Señorita Bingley saw enough, or thought ella saw enough, to be jealous, and her great worry about her dear friend Jane getting better was helped along by her wish to get rid of Elizabeth. Ella often tried to make Darcy dislike Elizabeth by talking about how ellos would probably get married and making plans for qué happy él would be with such a wife. I hope, ella said as ellos walked together in el garden the next day, you will give your mother-in-law a few hints when this wonderful thing happens about el good de keeping her mouth shut, and if you can manage it, stop a las younger girls de chasing after los soldiers. And, if I can talk about something so difficult to mention, try to fix that little something ella has que is almost like thinking too well of herself and being rude. Do you have anything else que want me to do to make my home life happy? Oh yes, make sure los pictures de your uncle and aunt Phillips get hung in el big room in Pemberley where all las paintings are. Put los right next to your great uncle el judge. Ellos do el same kind of work, you know, just in different ways. As for a picture de ellas Elizabeth, you must not try to have one painted, because qué painter could show how beautiful those eyes really are.
It would not be easy to catch la way ellos look when ella is thinking or feeling something, but their color y shape y those eyelashes que are so very pretty could be copied. Just then, Mrs. Hurst y Elizabeth came walking toward them from another path. "I did not know que you wanted to take a walk," said Señorita Bingley, worried de que someone might have heard los talking. "You treated us very badly," said Señora Hurst, running away without telling us que we're going outside. Then ella took Señor Darcy's free arm y left Elizabeth to walk alone. El path was only wide enough for 3 people. El Mr. Darcy saw how rude que they were being y immediately said, "This path is not wide enough for all of us. We should go to the wider road." But Elizabeth did not want to stay with ellos at all, so ella laughed y said, "No, no, stay right where you are. You look very nice together, y you make a pretty picture. Adding a 4th person would ruin lo nice it looks. Good-bye." Then ella ran off happily, glad to be walking around by herself y hoping ella could go home in a day or 2. Jane was feeling so much better que ella planned to leave her room for a few hours that evening. Chapter 11. When las ladies left la dinner table, Elizabeth ran upstairs to her sister, y after making sure Jane was warm enough, ella helpedla go a la sitting room, where Jane's 2 friends welcomed a ella y said how happy ellas were to see-la. Elizabeth had never seen las act so nice as ellas did during la hour before los men came in. Ellos were very good in talking. Ellos could tell about a party y make it sound exactly right, tell a funny story que made people laugh, y make fun of people que knew de a clever way. Pero cuando los men llegan a la room, Jane no era longer la most importante persona. Señorita Bingley looked right at Darcy y had something to say a él before él had taken more than a few steps. Él spoke directly a Señorita Bennet y politely said él was glad ella was feeling better. Señor Hurst also bowed a little and said él was very glad. But Bingley greeted a ella with much more warmth and many more words. Él was happy and paid close attention a ella. The first half hour was spent making el fire bigger, so ella would not get cold en la new room. Él asked a ella to move a el other side of the fireplace, so ella would be farther away de la door. Then él sat down next to ella and talked to almost no one else. Elizabeth was working in el corner across from ellos and saw everything. Ella was very happy about it. When ellos finished drinking tea, Señor Hurst told his sister-in-law ellos should play cards, but ella said no. Ella had discovered que el señor Darcy did not want to play cards. So even when el señor Hurst asked again, ella still said no. Ella toldle que no one wanted to play. Everyone else stayed quiet about it, lo que seemed to show ella was right. So el señor Hurst had nothing to do. He lay down in one of los sofas and fell asleep. Darcy picked up a book. Señorita Bingley did lo same thing. Señora Hurst spent most of her time playing with her bracelets and rings, but sometimes ella joined her brother when he talked a Señorita Bennet. Señorita Bingley watched Señor Darcy read his book just as much as ella read her own book. Ella kept asking him questions or looking at his page, but ella could not get que él to talk to ella. Él only answered her questions and kept reading. Finally, ella got very tired de trying to enjoy her own book. Ella had only picked lo because it was la second part del book él was reading. Ella yawned loudly y said, "Qué nice it is to spend an evening like this. I think there is no fun like reading. You get tired de everything else much faster que you get tired de a book. When I have my own house, I will be very sad if I do not have a wonderful library." No one said anything back a ella. Then ella yawned again y threw her book to the side. Ella looked around la room to find something fun to do. When ella heard her brother talking to Señorita Bennet about a dance, ella turned quickly toward él y said, "Oh, Charles, do you really want to have a dance in Netherfield? Before you decide, you should ask que everyone here wants. I think some of the us would feel like a dance is something bad que have to do, not something fun." "If you mean Darcy," her brother said loudly, "él can go to sleep before the party starts if él wants to, but we are definitely having el ball, and as soon as Nichols makes enough white soup, I will send out las invitations." "I would like balls so much better," ella said back, "if people did los de a different way, but there is something so boring about la usual way these parties go. It would make much more sense if people talked to each other instead of dancing all night." "Much more sense, my dear Caroline, I am sure, but then it would not be like a ball at all." La Miss Bingley did not answer anything, y soon she got up and started to walk around la room. She looked elegant and walked well, but Darcy, whom ella was trying to make que notice her, continued reading his book y did not look up. Ella felt so upset que ella decided to try one more thing, y turning to Elizabeth, ella said,
Señorita Eliza Bennet, let me talk you into doing lo que I am doing y walking around la room with me. I promise you it feels very good after sitting in el same spot for so long. Elizabeth was surprised, but said yes right away. Señorita Bingley got exactly lo que ella really wanted from being polite. Señor Darcy looked up. Él noticed this new thing happening just as much as Elizabeth did, y without thinking en ello, él closed his book. Ellos asked him right away to join ellos, but él said no, saying que él could only think of 2 reasons why ellas would choose to walk back and forth across la room together. If él joined ellas, it would ruin either reason. ¿Qué could él mean by that? Ella really wanted to know lo que él meant y asked Elizabeth y ella understood lo at all. Not at all, Elizabeth answered, but you can be sure él is trying to make fun of us, y la best way to upset his plan is to not ask him anything about ello. But Señorita Bingley could never disappoint Señor Darcy in anything, so ella kept asking him to explain what his 2 reasons were. I do not mind explaining-las at all, él said, as soon as ella let lo talk. You either choose to spend la evening this way because you trust each other and have secrets to talk about, or because you know you look your best when you are walking around. If it is la first reason, I would be completely in your way. If it is la second reason, I can look at you much better while I sit here by the fire. Oh, qué terrible! Señorita Bingley cried out. I never heard anything so terrible. How should we punish Lo for saying such a thing? That's easy if you really want to, said Elizabeth. We can all bother each other y make each other sorry. Molestadlo, reíos de él. You know lo so well, so you must know how to do it. But I promise you que I do not know it. I tell you que knowing lo well has not taught me that yet. Make fun of someone que stays calm y thinks clearly? No. I think él is too strong for us there. Y when it comes to laughing, we will not make ourselves look foolish by trying to laugh when there is nothing funny. Señor Darcy can feel happy about himself. El Señor Darcy cannot be an object of laughter, cried Elizabeth. That is something special about él, y I hope it stays that way, because it would be sad for me to know many people like that. I really love to laugh. La señorita Bingley, said él, thinks que I am better de lo que actually I am. Even los smartes the best men, y even las smartes the best things ellos do, can be made to look silly by someone que only cares about making jokes. Yes, replied Elizabeth. There are people like that, but I hope I am not one de ellas. I hope I never make fun of things they are smart or good. But silly things y crazy ideas y strange habits do make me happy, I admit, y I laugh de ellos when I can. But these, I think, are exactly las things you do not have. Maybe that is not possible for anyone, but I have spent my whole life trying to stay away de los bad habits que make smart people look foolish. Like thinking too much in yourself and being too proud. Yes, thinking too much in yourself is a bad thing, but being proud, when you really are better at thinking que other people, that kind of pride will always be kept under control. Elizabeth turned away to hide her smile. You are done asking Señor Darcy questions, I think, said Señorita Bingley. So, ¿qué did you find out? I am sure de que el Señor Darcy does not have anything bad. Él says so himself, right out in the open. No,
said Darcy. "I never said que was perfect."
I have plenty de things wrong in me, but I hope ellas are not problems with que well I think. I cannot promise anything about my temper. I think Elle does not bend enough, not enough to make things easy for other people. I cannot forget las foolish y bad things other people do as quickly as I should, y I cannot forget when ellos hurt me. My feelings do not get pushed around every time someone tries to change laws. People would probably say I hold grudges. Once I stop thinking well de someone, I never think well de ellos again. That really is something wrong in you, said Elizabeth. Never forgiving people is a dark spot in someone's heart. But you picked a good mistake to make. I really cannot laugh de ello. You are safe de mí. I think every person has something wrong in ellos que ellos were born with, something bad que even la best teaching cannot fix. Y your bad thing is que you want to hate everyone. Y yours, Elle said with a smile, is que you choose not to understand people on purpose. Please let que have some music, said Señorita Bingley, who was tired de a talk where ella had nothing to say. Louisa, you will not mind if I wake up Señor Hurst. Her sister did not say no, y ellas opened el piano, y after thinking for a moment, Darcy was glad lo did. Elle started to see que paying too much attention a Elizabeth could get him in trouble. Chapter 12. Las sisters had made a plan, so Elizabeth wrote a her mother la next morning to ask if they could send el carriage to pick las up that day. But Señora Bennet had planned que her daughters to stay in Netherfield until Tuesday, which would be exactly 1 week for Jane, so ella did not want que ellas to come home before then. Her answer was not good news, at least not for Elizabeth, who wanted very much to go home.
Señora Bennet les dijo que ellas no podían tener el carraje before Tuesday y ella añadió que if Señor Bingley y his sister wanted que ellas to stay longer, that would be fine with her. Pero Elizabeth had decided que they would not stay more time y did not think that they would be asked to stay anyway y was worried de que la people might think que they were staying too long when nobody wanted them there. So she told Jane que they should borrow el carraje of Mr. Bingley immediately, y finally they decided que they would tell everyone que they had planned to leave that morning y would ask for help to get home. When ellos told everyone this, people said ellos were worried about them leaving y said enough about wanting que ellos to stay at least one more day que it worked on Jane, so ellos put off leaving until el next day. Señorita Bingley was sorry ella had said ellos should wait because ella was jealous de one sister y did not like ella much more que ella loved a la other. Señor Bingley was truly sad to hear ellas were leaving so soon y él kept trying to tell Jane que it would not sería safe for ella to go y que ella was not well enough yet. Pero Jane would not change her mind when ella knew ella was right. Señor Darcy was happy to hear this news because Elizabeth had been in Netherfield long enough. Ella made que le like ella more de lo que él wanted to, y Señorita Bingley fue mean to ella y bothered a él more de lo usual. Él decided ser very careful que él would not show que liked ella at all. Nothing que might make ella think que could change how él felt about things, because él knew que if ella had gotten such an idea, the way él had acted yesterday would either make que ella believe it more or crush that hope completely. Él stuck a his plan y barely said 10 words a ella all day sábado, and even when ellos were left alone together for half an hour, él kept his nose in his book and would not even look a ella. El domingo, after church in la morning, ellos all said goodbye, which made almost everyone happy. Señorita Bingley became much nicer to Elizabeth very quickly, and also showed more love for Jane. Y cuando ellas se fueron, after telling Jane how happy la always make her to see la in Longbourn or Netherfield, and hugging la very warmly, ella even shook hands de Elizabeth. Elizabeth said goodbye to everyone, feeling very happy and cheerful. Their mother did not welcome les home de a very warm way. Señora Bennet was surprised ellas came back and thought ellas were very wrong to cause so much trouble, and was sure Jane would catch cold again. But their father, even though él did not say much about being happy, was really glad to see-los. Él had felt how important ellas eran to the family. When ellos all sat together that evening to talk, la conversation was much less lively and interesting without Jane and Elizabeth there. Ellas found Mary, as always, studying music and trying to understand people, and ella had some new pieces to showles, and some old, worn-out lessons about right and wrong for them to listen to. Catherine and Lydia had different kinds of news to tell les. Many things had happened, and many things had been said among los soldiers since last Wednesday. Several of los officers had eaten dinner with their uncle. One soldier had been whipped as punishment, and people were even saying that Coronel Foster might get married.
I hope, my dear, said el señor Bennet a his wife as ellos ate breakfast la next morning, que you have asked the cook to make a good dinner today, because I think we will have one more person eating with us. Who do you mean, my dear? I do not know anyone que is coming, unless Charlotte Lucas might stop by to visit, y I hope my dinners son good enough for ella. I do not think ella gets such good food in her own house. La person de la que I am talking about is a gentleman, is someone que we do not know. Los eyes de la Mrs. Bennet lit up with excitement. A gentleman we do not know is Mr. Bingley, I am sure. Why, Jane, you never said a word about this, you sneaky girl. Well, I am sure I will be very happy to see el señor Bingley. But oh no, qué terrible, there is no fish to buy today. Lydia, my love, ring la bell. I must talk to Hill right now. Is not el señor Bingley, said her husband, is a person I have never seen in my whole life. This surprised everyone, and his wife and 5 daughters all started asking him questions at the same time. After having fun with lo curious ellas eran, él toldles lo que was happening. About a month ago I got this letter, y about 2 weeks ago I wrote back, because I thought it era something I needed to handle carefully y quickly. Es de my cousin, el señor Collins, who can make you all leave this house whenever él wants to after I die. Oh, my dear, cried his wife, I cannot stand to hear you talk about that. Please do not talk about that awful man. I think it's the worst thing in the world que your house and land should go a someone else instead of your own children. If I fuera you, I would have tried to do something about it a long time ago. Jane y Elizabeth tried to explain a ella how this kind of rule worked.
Ellas had tried to explain lo many times before, but this era something Señora Bennet could never understand or accept. Ella kept complaining angrily about lo cruel que era to take a house, a family with 5 daughters, y give it to a man que nobody cared about. Señor Bennet said, "It really is a very unfair thing. Nothing can make Señor Collins look good for taking Longbourn a us, but if you listen to his letter, you might feel a little better about la way él says things." No, I am sure I will not feel better. I think it fue very rude of him to write to you at all, y él is being fake. I hate people que pretend ser friends. Why could él not just keep fighting with you like his father did? Well, it seems que él did worry about lo que his father would think, as you will hear. Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent, 15 of October. Dear Sir, La fight between you and my father always made me very worried. Since Elle died, I have wanted many times to fix things between us, but for a while I held back because I was not sure if it sería wrong to his memory for me ser friends de someone Elle always chose to fight with. There, Señora Bennet. But now I have made up my mind. I became a church minister in Easter, and I have been lucky enough to have la great Lady Catherine de Bourgh choose me to helpla. Ella is la widow de Sir Louis de Bourgh, y because ella fue so kind y good to me, I now run la church in this town. I will always try my best to showle el respect ella deserves y do all el church work que la Church de Inglaterra requires. As a church minister, I also feel es my job to bring peace a all las families I can help. For these reasons, I think my offer de ser friends again is a very good thing. I hope you will not mind que I soy el one who will get Longbourn when el time comes, y que you will not say no a my offer de friendship because of ello. I am very sorry de que I will end up hurting your wonderful daughters, y I want to say I am sorry for ello. I also want you to know que I am ready to make up for lo de every way I can, but I will talk more about that later. If you do not mind having me in your house, I would like to visit you y your family el Monday, November 18th, a las 4 o'clock. I will probably stay until el Saturday after that, which I can do easily because Lady Catherine does not mind if I am fuera on a Sunday, as long as another minister does el church work that day. I remain, dear sir, with kind words to your wife and daughters, your friend que wishes le well, William Collins. So, a las 4 o'clock, we can expect this man que wants to make peace, said Señor Bennet as él follow up la letter. Él seems ser a very careful y polite young man, I must say. I am sure él será a good person to know, especially if Lady Catherine is kind enough to let que él visit us again. Lo que él says about las girls makes some sense, y if él wants to make things right with ellas, I will not try to stoplo. It is hard to guess how él plans to make up for lo que él thinks él owes us, said Jane, but wanting to do it is good of él. Elizabeth was most surprised by how much Elle respected Lady Catherine and how Elle wanted to baptize babies, marry couples, and bury dead people in his church whenever ellos neededlo. Elle must be a strange man, I think, said ella. I cannot figure lo out. Elle writes their very fancy way. ¿Y qué does Elle mean by saying sorry for ser el que who will get our house? We do not think Elle would change lo if Elle could. Do you think Elle is a smart man, sir? No, my dear, I think not. I really hope to find though quite lo opposite. His letter shows Elle acts like a servant, but thinks Elle is very important, which should be fun to watch. I cannot wait to meet a Elle. La way Elle writes, said Mary, his letter seems well done. La idea of making peace is not new, but I think Elle says lo well. Catherine y Lydia did not care about la letter or el man que wrote la. There was almost no chance their cousin would come wearing a red soldier's coat, yet it had been weeks since ellas had fun talking to any man que was not a soldier. As for their mother, Señor Collins' letter had made la much less angry, y ella was getting ready to meet lo calmly, which surprised her husband y daughters. El Señor Collins arrived right on time, y all la family fue very polite to él. Señor Bennet did not say much, but las ladies were ready at talk, y Señor Collins did not need anyone to help lo speak, y did not want to be quiet. Él era a tall, heavy man que was 25 years old. Él looked very serious y acted like él fuera very important, y él era very polite de a stiff way. él had not been sitting there very long when él told Señora Bennet que ella had such a wonderful family of daughters, y said él had heard ellas eran all very pretty, but now que él saw a ellas, people had not said enough good things about lo beautiful ellas really eran, y él added que él was sure ella would see all de ellas married to good men before too long. Some de los people listening did not like this fancy talk very much, but Señora Bennet, who never said no a nice words about her family, answered their way.
You is very kind, sir, I am sure, y I hope with all my heart que you are right, because if not, ellos will have nothing at all. La way things work is so strange. You are talking about how this house y land will be passed down, I think. Oh yes, sir, I am. It's a terrible thing for my poor girls, you must agree. Not que I am trying to say you did anything wrong, because I know these things just happen in this world. No one can tell qué will happen a houses y land once las rules say who gets them. I understand very well, madam, how hard this is for my pretty cousins, y I could say a lot about ello, but I do not want to seem too bold or like I am moving too fast. But I can promise a las young ladies que I came here ready to think wonderful things about ellas. Right now, I will not say more, but maybe when we know each other better. Someone called a ellos to come eat dinner, y this stopped a él from talking, y las girls smiled at each other. Las girls were not las only things que el Mr. Collins thought que eran incredible. Él looked at la big room, el dining room, y all las chairs y tables, y said nice things about everything, y all his kind words would have made Señora Bennet very happy, except que ella felt terrible thinking que él was looking at lo all like it sería his some day. Él also said many wonderful things about la dinner, y él asked which de his pretty cousins had cooked so well, but Señora Bennet toldle él was wrong, y ella sounded a little angry when ella said que ellas were able to pay for a good cook, y que her daughters did not work in la kitchen. Él said él was sorry for making la upset. Ella spoke in a gentle voice y said ella was not upset at all, but él kept saying él was sorry for about 15 minutes.
Durante la cena, Señor Bennet hardly said anything at all, but when los servants left la room, él thought it was time to talk with his guest, so él brought up something él thought Señor Collins sería good at talking about, by saying que Señor Collins seemed very lucky to have such a good patroness. Lady Catherine de Bourgh seemed to care a lot about lo que él wanted y to make sure that he was comfortable. Señor Bennet could not have picked a better topic. Señor Collins spoke about ella with great praise. El topic made him speak de an even more serious way que usual, y with a very important look in his face, él said que él had never in his whole life seen such behavior de someone so high up in society, such kindness y willingness to treat lo as an equal, just like Lady Catherine had done for él. Ella had been kind enough to say ella liked both los church talks él had already had the honor de giving in front of ella. Ella had also asked le twice to eat dinner en Rosings, and had called for él just el Saturday before to help fill out her card game group in la evening. Lady Catherine was thought ser proud by many people, él knew, but él had never seen anything de ella except kindness. Ella had always talked to él de la same way ella would talk to any other gentleman. Ella never said él could not join in las other people que live nearby, y ella did not mind when él left his church work for a week or two to visit his family. Ella had even sido kind enough to tell él should get married as soon as él could, as long as él chose wisely, and had once come to visitlo en his simple little church house, where ella said ella liked all los changes él had been making, and had even sido good enough to giveles some ideas de her own, like putting some shelves en los closets upstairs.
That is all very proper y polite, I am sure, said Señora Bennet, y I think ella must ser a very nice woman. Es too bad que important ladies son not usually more like ella. Does ella live near you, sir? El garden where my simple little house stands is separated only by a small road de Rosings Park, where her señoría lives. I think you said ella era a widow, sir. Does ella have any family? Ella has only one daughter, who will get Rosings y a lot of other property when Lady Catherine dies. Ah, said Señora Bennet, shaking her head. Then ella has more money que many girls. ¿Y qué kind de young lady es ella? ¿Es pretty? Ella es a very lovely young lady. Lady Catherine herself says que Señorita de Bourgh is much more beautiful que any other woman, because se can see in her face que ella comes de an important family. Ella gets sick a lot, which has stopped le from learning many things que ella would have learned if ella had been healthy, as I heard de la lady que taught a ella y still lives with ellos. But ella is very kind, y ella often drives by my little house in her small carriage with her ponies. Has ella been brought to meet the king y queen? I do not remember her name when people talk about las ladies at the palace. Her poor health sadly keeps le from going a la big city, y because of that, as I told Lady Catherine myself one day, el king's palace has lost its most beautiful jewel. Her ladyship seemed happy with lo que I said, y you can guess que I am glad whenever I can say these nice things que ladies always like to hear. I have told Lady Catherine more than once que her wonderful daughter seems like ella was born to be a duchess, y que even el highest place in la land would be made more beautiful by having her there. These son las kinds de little things que make her ladyship happy, y I think it is something I should do. You think very well, said Señor Bennet, y you es lucky de que you know how to say nice things de la de right way. May I ask if these nice things you say come a you right away, or do you think en ellas ahead of time? Ellas come mostly de lo que is happening right then, y though I sometimes have fun thinking up these pretty compliments for everyday times, I always want que to sound like I just thought of them. El señor Bennet got exactly lo que he expected. His cousin era as silly as él had wanted him fuera, y él listened a él with great joy, keeping his face completely calm del time y only sometimes looking a Elizabeth, not needing anyone else to share his fun. By el time ellos had tea, though, él had heard enough, y el señor Bennet was happy to take his guest back to the sitting room, y when tea was finished, happy to ask him que read out loud a las ladies. El señor Collins quickly said yes, y someone brought a book, but when él looked at it, y saw que it came de a library where people borrowed books, él jumped back y said él was lo, but él never read storybooks. Kitty looked at him with los wide eyes, y Lydia shouted out loud. Él brought out other books, y after thinking en ello for a while, él picked one called Fordyce's Sermons. Lydia's mouth fell open as él opened el book. Before él had read 3 pages in his slow, boring voice, ella stopped lo by saying, "You know, Mamá, que el tío Phillips is thinking about firing Richard. If he does so, el Coronel Forster will give him a job. My aunt told me this herself el Saturday. I will walk a Meryton tomorrow to find out more about ello, y to ask when Señor Denny comes back de la town." Lydia's 2 older sisters told Led to be quiet, but Señor Collins felt very hurt, so él put his book down y said,
I have often seen que little young ladies care about serious books, even though these books are written just to help us. This surprises me very much. There is nothing better for ellas que learning good things, but I will not bother my young cousin anymore. Then él turned a Señor Bennet y asked if él wanted to play backgammon with él. Señor Bennet said yes to the game. Él said que Señor Collins era very smart to leave a las girls to their silly fun. Señora Bennet and her daughters said que were very sorry de que Lydia had interrupted. Ellas promised it would not happen again if él would keep reading his book. But Señor Collins told a ellas que él was not angry with his young cousin and would never think badly de lo que ella did. Then él sat down in another table with Señor Bennet and got ready to play backgammon. Chapter 15. Señor Collins was not a smart man. Él had not been born smart, y school y la people around él had not made him any smarter. Él had spent most of his life with his father, who could not read well y did not like to spend money. Even though él had gone to uno de las big schools, él had only done lo que él had to do and had not made any good friends there. His father had always made him feel small and unimportant. This had made him very humble at first, but now él thought too well de himself because él era not very smart, lived alone, and had gotten lucky y rich when él did not expectlo. Él had been lucky when Lady Catherine de Bourgh chose Law to be el minister in Hunsford. Él felt great respect for ella because ella era importante, y él looked up to a ella because ella had given Le his job. But él also thought very well de himself, his power as el minister, y his rights as el head de la church. All de this made him both proud and eager to please, both thinking él era importante and acting humble. Now que él had a good house y enough money, él wanted to get married. When él came to make peace with la Longbourn family, él was looking for a wife. Él planned to choose one de las daughters, if él found las as pretty y nice as people said ellas eran. This era his plan to make up for taking la father's house y land when Señor Bennet died. Él thought que era a wonderful plan que made perfect sense y era very kind and unselfish of him. Él did not change his plan when él solos. Señorita Bennet's pretty face made Law sure él was right and proved que la oldest daughter should ser chosen first, y for la first evening ella fue la one él picked. La next morning, however, things changed, for in 15 minutes alone with Señora Bennet before breakfast, una talk que started with his house y led a él saying él hoped to find una wife in Longbourn, got de ella, with many smiles and kind words, una warning against la very Jane él had chosen. As for her younger daughters, ella could not say for sure. She could not give una clear answer, but ella did not know if any de ellas liked someone already. Her oldest daughter, ella must just mention, she felt ella had to say, sería probably be getting married very soon. Señor Collins only had to change the Jane to Elizabeth, y it was done quickly, done while Señora Bennet was poking el fire. Elizabeth, who era next after Jane in age y beauty, took her place of course. Señora Bennet remembered la hint y hoped que ella might soon have 2 daughters married, y el man whom ella could not stand to talk about el day before era now uno de her favorite people. Lydia planned to walk a Meryton was not forgotten. Every sister except Mary agreed to go with ella. y Señor Collins was to go with ellas, because Señor Bennet asked le too, since Señor Bennet really wanted to get rid of él and have his library to himself. For Señor Collins had followed Lo there after breakfast, y there él would stay, pretending to read uno de los biggest books en la collection, but really talking to Señor Bennet, almost without stopping, about his house y garden en Hunsford. Such behavior upset Señor Bennet very much. In his library, él had always been sure de quiet time y peace, and though él was ready, as él told Elizabeth, a meet with foolishness and showing off in every other room in la house, él was used to being free de ellas there. So él fue very quick and invite Señor Collins a join his daughters in their walk, y Señor Collins, who era really much better at walking que reading, was very happy de close his big book and go. With fancy talk que meant nothing de his side y polite agreement de his cousins, their time passed until ellas got a Meriton. Las younger ones then stopped paying attention a él. Their eyes were right away looking up la street for los soldiers, and nothing less que un very pretty hat or un really new dress en un shop window could make los look back. But every lady's attention fue soon caught by un young man whom ellas had never seen before, who looked very much like un gentleman, walking with un soldier on the other side of the street. El soldier era the very same Señor Denny por whom Lydia había come to inquire when she returned de Londres. He bowed as they passed. All were amazed by la stranger's way de carrying himself. All wondered who él could ser, y Kitty y Lydia, wanting to find out if ellas could, led el way across la street, pretending que wanted something en una shop en el other side, and luckily had just reached la sidewalk when los two gentlemen, turning back, had come a el same spot. Señor Denny spoke to ellas right away and asked if él could introduce his friend, Señor Wickham, who had come back with él el day before de la town, y él was happy to say had taken un job as un soldier in their group. This era exactly as it should be, for el young man only needed un uniform to make-lo completely wonderful. His looks era very much a his favor. Él had all las best parts de ser handsome, una fine face, un good body, y una very pleasant way of talking. After ser introduced, él showed una happy willingness to talk, una willingness que era at the same time perfectly proper and not showing off, y the whole group were still standing y talking together very pleasantly when el sound de horses made que notice y Darcy y Bingley were seen riding down la street. When los two men saw a las ladies en el group, ellos came straight over to ellas and said hello de la polite way people do. Bingley did the most part de la conversación and looked a la señorita Bennet more que anyone else. Él said él was in his way a Longbourn just to ask how ella was doing. Señor Darcy nodded to show this era true, y él was trying not to look a Elizabeth when suddenly él saw the stranger and could not look away. Elizabeth saw both their faces when ellos looked at each other, y ella was shocked by lo que happened. Both men's faces changed color. Una turned white y la other turned red. After unos few moments, Señor Wickham touched his hat to say hello, y Señor Darcy barely touched his hat back. ¿Qué could this mean? Ella could not guess qué it era, but ella really wanted to know. Un minute later, Señor Bingley acted like él had not seen anything happen, said goodbye, y rode away with his friend. Señor Denny y Señor Wickham walked with las young ladies to Señor Philip's house, then said goodbye politely, even though Señorita Lydia begged Les to come inside, and even though Señora Phillips opened la window and loudly asked Les to come in too. Señora Phillips was always happy to see her nieces, y las two oldest girls eran extra welcome because ellas had been fuera, and ella was excited to tell Les lo surprised ella was de que ellas came home so suddenly. Ella would not have known de ello since their own carriage had not come to getlas, except that ella happened to see Señor Jones' shop boy en la street, who told Le ellos were not sending any more medicine a Netherfield because las señortas Bennet had left. But then Jane brought Señor Collins over to meetla. Ella fue very polite to él, y él fue even more polite back, saying él was sorry for botheringla when ellos had never met before, but él hoped it fuera okay because él was related to las young ladies who brought lo to meetla. Señora Phillips was amazed by lo polite él era, but ella stopped thinking en él when everyone started asking questions about el other stranger, though all ella could tell her nieces era lo que ellas already knew, que Señor Denny had brought lo de Londres and que él was going to be un lieutenant in the army. Ella said ella had been watching-lo for la last hour as él walked up and down la street, y if Señor Wickham had come by, Kitty y Lydia would have kept watching too, but sadly no one walked past las windows now except unos few soldiers que seemed like boring, unpleasant men compared to el stranger. Some de los soldiers were going to eat dinner with los Phillips el next day, y their aunt promised to make her husband invite Señor Wickham too, if la family de Longbourn would come in la evening. Ellos all agreed to this, y Señora Phillips said ellos would have una fun, loud game with lottery tickets y some hot food afterward. La idea de such good times made everyone happy, y ellos said goodbye in good spirits. Señor Collins said él was sorry again as él left la room, y Señora Phillips politely told him él did not need to be sorry at all. As ellas walked home, Elizabeth told Jane lo que ella had seen happen between los two men, but even though Jane would have stood up for either uno de ellos if ellos seemed to be doing something wrong, ella could not explain lo que ellos had done any better que her sister could. When Señor Collins came back, él made Señora Bennet very happy by saying nice things about how polite y well-mannered Señora Phillips era. Él said que except for Lady Catherine and her daughter, él had never seen a una woman que looked so fine y proper. Ella had been very kind to él y had even asked him to come back la next evening, even though ella had never met lo before. Él thought maybe it era because él knew a la Bennet family, but still, no one had ever been so nice to él in his whole life.
Nadie dijo que los young people could not go visit their aunt, y el señor Collins had worried about leaving el señor y señora Bennet alone for even una evening, but everyone told him not to worry about it. So, el coach took a él y his 5 cousins a Meryton a la right time. When las girls walked in el sitting room, ellas were happy to hear que el señor Wickham had said yes a la uncle's invitation y was there in la house. When they heard this news y everyone sat down, el Mr. Collins had time to look around y see how nice everything was. La room era so large y had furniture so beautiful que él said que era almost like el small breakfast room in Rosings.
At first, this did not make feel very good la Mrs. Phillips, but when she found out qué era Rosings y who owned it, y when she heard about only una de las rooms de Lady Catherine y discovered que only la fireplace had cost £800, she felt very proud de la comparison y she would not have minded being compared even to el room of the housekeeper. Él told Leigh all about how grand Lady Catherine y her house eran, y sometimes él talked about his own little home y how él was making la better. Él was very happy doing this until los men came to join ellos. La señora Phillips listened very carefully, y the more ella heard, the more important ella thought él era. Ella was planning to tell all her neighbors everything as soon as ella could. Las girls could not listen a their cousin y had nothing to do but wish for un piano y look at their own not very good copies de china dishes en el shelf above la fireplace. El time de waiting seemed very long to ellas, but finally it's over.
Los men did come over, y when Señor Wickham walked in la room, Elizabeth felt que ella had not been looking a él before or thinking en él since, with any foolish feelings de liking él too much. Los soldiers eran generally un very good and proper group de men, y los best de ellos were in this party. But Señor Wickham era so much better que all de ellos in how he looked, his face, la way él carried himself, y how he walked, just as much as ellos eran all better que el fat-faced stuffy Uncle Phillips, who smelled a wine and followed a ellos a la room. Señor Wickham era el lucky man que almost every woman was looking at, and Elizabeth era la lucky woman él finally sat down next to. Él started talking to ella right away de such a nice way, even though it era only about how it era una wet night and whether it might rain a lot this season, que ella felt even el most ordinary and boring topic could be made interesting by someone que knew how to talk well. With men like Señor Wickham y los soldiers there for las ladies to notice, Señor Collins seemed to become unimportant. To las young ladies él era certainly nothing, but Señora Phillips still listened a él sometimes and made sure él had plenty de coffee and muffins. When ellos set up las card tables, él had una chance de ser nice to ella in return by sitting down to play whist. I do not know much about el game right now, él said, but I will be happy to get better en él because in my place de life, Señora Phillips was very thankful de que él agreed to play, but ella could not wait to hear his reason. Señor Wickham did not play whist, and everyone was very happy to have lo sit en la other table between Elizabeth y Lydia.
At first, it seemed que Lydia might take up all his attention because ella loved to talk y would not stop. But ella also loved lottery tickets very much, so ella soon became too interested in el game y too busy making bets y shouting about prizes to pay attention a anyone en particular. Since el game did not need much attention, Señor Wickham was free to talk to Elizabeth y ella was very happy to listen a él. But lo que ella most wanted to hear about, ella knew ella could not hope to be told, la story de how él knew Señor Darcy. Ella did not dare a even say that man's name, but her curiosity fue helped de una way ella did not expect. Señor Wickham started talking de ello first. He asked how far was Netherfield de Meryton, y after ella told him, he asked cautiously how long had been el Mr. Darcy staying there.
About un month, said Elizabeth, y then, because ella did not want to stop talking de ello, ella added, I hear él owns a lot of land in Derbyshire. Yes, said Wickham, his land there is very grand. Él makes £10,000 every year. You could not have met anyone que knows more about this que I do, because I have been close to his family since I era un little boy. Elizabeth could not help looking surprised. You might well be surprised, Señorita Bennet, when I say this, especially after you saw qué cold we were to each other yesterday. Do you know Señor Darcy well? As well as I ever want to, said Elizabeth with feeling. I have spent 4 days in la same house with él, y I think él es very unpleasant. I have no right to say whether él es pleasant or not, said Wickham. I soy not the right person to decide. I have known lo too long y too well to judge lo fairly. I cannot look at él without taking sides.
But I think your opinion de él would shock most people, y you might not say lo so strongly anywhere else. Here you are with your own family. I promise you que say no more here de lo que I would say in any house around here, except Netherfield. No one in Hertfordshire likes él at all. Everyone is sick de lo proud que él es. You will not find anyone else que says good things about él. I cannot pretend to be sorry, said Wickham, after una short pause, de que él or any man should not be thought better of de lo que ellos really son, but with él I think it does not happen very often. El world cannot see past his money y his important family, or ellos are scared de his proud y serious ways, so ellos only see lo que él wants que ellos to see. Even though I do not know él well, I would say él es un man with un bad temper. Wickham only shook his head. I wonder, él said, when él could speak again, if él will stay in this part of the country much longer. I do not know at all, but I heard nothing about él leaving when I was in Netherfield. I hope your plans for los soldiers will not be changed because él is living nearby. Oh no, I will not let Señor Darcy drive me away. If él wants to avoid seeing me, él must be el one to go. We somos not friends, y it always hurts me to see él, but I have no reason to stay away de él except lo que I could tell everyone. Él treated me very badly, y it makes me sad que él turned out to be el kind de person él es. His father, señorita Bennet, el old señor Darcy, fue uno de los best men que ever lived y el truest friend I ever had. I can never be around this señor Darcy without feeling sad in my heart because of 1,000 sweet memories.
La way él has acted toward me has been terrible. But I truly believe I could forgive-le anything y everything rather than la way él let down las father's hopes y brought shame a la father's memory. Elizabeth found la story more and more interesting y listened with all her heart, but it era such un personal matter que ella could not ask more questions. Señor Wickham began to talk about other things, Meryton, la area around ella, la people que lived there. Él seemed very happy with everything él had seen so far, and when él talked about la people especially, él spoke de una way que era gentle but clearly meant to charmla. It fue la chance de always having company y good company, él added, lo que made me want to join los soldiers most of all. I know is un group que people respect and like very much, y my friend Denny made me want to come even more by telling me about where ellos are staying now y qué kind las people de Meryton have been to ellos y how many good friends ellos have made. Company, I must say, is something que need. I soy un man que has been let down, and my feelings cannot stand being alone. I must have work to do y people around me.
ser un soldier is not lo que I was meant to do, but things have happened que makelo una good choice now. I was supposed to become un church minister. My family raised me to work en la church, and by now I should have had un very good church job if el man we were just talking about had been fair to me. Really? Yes, when old Señor Darcy died, él left me el right to get el best church job él could give away. Él era like un father to me, y él loved me very much. I cannot tell you how kind él era to me. Él wanted to make sure I would always have enough money, y él thought él had done that. But when el church job became open, ellos gave lo a someone else. "Oh my goodness," said Elizabeth, "but how could that happen? How could ellos ignore lo que él wrote in his will? Why did you not go to court to fight for ello?" La way él wrote lo in his will era not clear enough for la law to help me. Un good man would have known lo que él meant, but Señor Darcy decided to say él was not sure de lo que his father meant, or que his father only meant maybe I could have lo, y que I had lost el right a ello by spending too much money y making bad choices, or really for any reason at all. Lo que I know for sure es que el church job became open 2 years ago, right when I era old enough to do it, y ellos gave-lo a another man. Y I also know for sure que I did not really do anything bad enough to lose it. I get angry easily y do not always watch lo que I say, y maybe sometimes I said lo que I thought about él too freely, both to other people and to his face. I cannot remember doing anything worse que that, but la truth is we somos very different kinds de men, y él hates me. This is terrible. Él should be shamed in front of everyone. Someday él lo será, but I will not be el que to do it. Until I can forget lo good his father fue to me, I can never fight against él or tell everyone las bad things él has done. Elizabeth liked Lo even more for having such feelings y thought él looked better que ever when él said these things. But lo que, ella said after waiting un moment, made que él want to do this? ¿Qué could have made que él act so mean? Él really I do not like, y I think que part of the reason is que he was jealous of me.
If el old Señor Darcy had not liked me so much, his son might have been nicer to me. But I think his father caring about me so much made him angry, even when él era very young. Él era not el kind de person que could stand having someone else around que got more attention que él did. I did not think que el señor Darcy fuera so bad. Nunca I liked him, but I did not think que fuera so terrible. Pensé que él only looked down on everyone, but never I thought que él sería so bad and unjust and cruel. After thinking for unos few minutes, ella went on. I do remember que él bragging un day in Netherfield about how él never forgives anyone and how él stays angry forever. Él must be un awful person. I will not let myself talk too much about this, Wickham said. I can hardly ser fair to él. Elizabeth thought hard again, y after a while ella said, to treat someone de this, someone que era like un son to his father's friend, his father's favorite. Ella could have said, un young man like you, whose face shows que you es una good person, but instead ella said, y someone que era probably his friend since ellos eran children, growing up together the way you said. We were born in el same town, in el same big piece de land. We spent most of our young years together, living in la same house, playing los same games, taken care of by la same people. My father started out doing el same kind of work que your uncle, Señor Phillips, does so well, but él gave up everything to help the old Señor Darcy and spent all his time taking care of la Pemberley land and house. El Señor Darcy thought very highly of él and trusted él completely.
El Señor Darcy often said que owed so much to my father for all his hard work. Y when my father was about to die, el Señor Darcy promised to take care of me. I am sure de que he felt que he owed it to my father, y also que he cared for me. ¡Qué strange!, Elizabeth said. ¡Qué terrible! I am surprised que el Señor Darcy's pride has not made him do right by you, y for no other reason, él should not have been too proud to lie y cheat, because I have to call lo lying y cheating. It's amazing, said Wickham, because you can see his pride behind almost everything él does, and his pride has often helped lo a ser una better person. His pride has made him want to do good things more que any other feeling él has. But none of us always act de la same way, y when él treated me badly, there were feelings in él que eran even stronger que his pride. Can such terrible pride as his ever really help lo? Yes, it has often made him give away money freely and see a kind to guests, help la people que rent land de él, and give money a poor people. Él ser proud de his family y él ser proud de his father because él thinks very highly de lo que his father era has made him do these things. Él does not want to bring shame a his family or ser worse que la good people que came before él, or let la Pemberley house lose el respect people have por ella. This pushes lo to act well. Él also has pride de ser un brother, y along with really caring about his sister, this makes que él watch over a ella very carefully and kindly, and you will usually hear people say, él es el most caring and best brother anyone could have. ¿Qué kind de girl es la Miss Darcy? Él shook la head. I wish I could say que ella es sweet and kind. It hurts me to say bad things about anyone in la Darcy family, but ella is too much like her brother. Very, very proud. When ella era little, ella era loving y nice, y ella liked me very much, y I spent many, many hours playing with ella y making la happy. But ella means nothing to me now. Es una girl pretty, de unos 15 or 16 years old, y from what I hear, is very good in many things such as music y drawing. Since her father died, ella has lived in Londres, where una lady lives with ella y teaches a ella. After stopping many times y trying to talk about other things, Elizabeth could not help going back a lo que ellos had been talking about before. Y ella said, I am surprised de que él sea such close friends de Señor Bingley. How can Señor Bingley, who seems ser happiness itself, y who I really think is truly kind, ser friends de un man like that? How can ellos ser good friends? Do you know Señor Bingley? Not at all. Él es un kind, friendly, wonderful man. Él doesn't know what he is really like, el Mr. Darcy. Maybe not, but Señor Darcy can be nice when él wants to be. Él es smart enough. Él can talk well with people if él thinks it is worth his time. When él is with people que have as much money and power as él does, él acts very different de lo que él does with people que have less. Él is always proud, but with rich people él is fair, honest, kind y good to be around, if you remember que having money and looking good matters a él. El card game ended soon after that, y los players came over a la other table where Señor Collins sat down between his cousin Elizabeth y Señora Phillips. Señora Phillips asked le qué well él had done en el game.
Elle had not done well at all. He had lost every hand. But when Señora Phillips started to say ella was sorry about that, él told a ella very seriously que it did not matter at all, que el money meant nothing to él, y ella should not worry about ello. I know very well, madam, él said, que when people sit down a play cards, ellos have to take their chances with winning y losing, y I soy lucky que losing 5 shillings does not hurt me at all. There are many people que could not say lo same thing, but thanks a Lady Catherine de Bourgh, I do not have to worry about small amounts de money. El señor Wickham heard this y watched Señor Collins for a few moments, then asked Elizabeth in a low voice if her family knew well la famille de Bourgh. Lady Catherine de Bourgh, she said, has just given him un job en una church. I do not really know how Señor Collins first met a ella, but él has not known a ella for very long. You know que Lady Catherine de Bourgh y Lady Anne Darcy eran sisters, so ella is the aunt of the Señor Darcy. No, I did not know that. I did not know anything about Lady Catherine or who ella knew. I never heard de ella until el day before yesterday. Her daughter, Señorita de Bourgh, will get a lot of money when ella grows up, y people think ella y her cousin will marry y put their 2 big houses together. This news made Elizabeth smile because ella thought in poor Señorita Bingley. All the nice things Señorita Bingley did for él serían for nothing, y her love for his sister y all her kind words about él would not matter at all if él was already planning to marry someone else. Señor Collins dice cosas muy buenas sobre both Lady Catherine y su hija, pero from some de las historias él has told me about ella, I think él is too grateful to see clearly, y que even though ella helpslo, ella es una proud woman que piensa ella is better que everyone else. I think ella is both de those things, said Wickham. I have not seen la for many years, pero I remember very well que I never liked ella, y que ella acted like ella fuera la voz de everyone, y era rude to people. People say ella is very smart y clever, pero I think parte de lo que makes que ella seem that way comes de having lots de money y un big name. Part comes de la way ella tells everyone qué to do, y el rest comes de que her nephew is proud y wanting everyone around él to seem very smart too. Elizabeth agreed que él had explained lo very well, y ellos kept talking happily together until fue time de la dinner, which ended los card games y let las other ladies have their turn talking with Señor Wickham. No one could really talk much during Señora Phillips' loud dinner party, but everyone liked the way Señor Wickham acted. Everything él said sounded good, y everything él did looked nice. Elizabeth se fue with la head full de thoughts about él. She could not think of anything else que en el señor Wickham y lo que él had told her during all el way home, but there was no time for ella even to say his name during el journey, because Lydia y el señor Collins never stopped talking. Lydia habla y habla sobre lottery tickets, about los fish ella had lost y los fish ella had won, y señor Collins kept talking about lo nice señor y señora Phillips had been to él, saying él did not care at all about losing money a las cards, listing every dish ellos had eaten en la dinner y saying over and over que él hoped él was not taking up too much room y él had more que say de lo que él could finish before el carriage stopped en Longbourn House. Chapter 17. The next day, Elizabeth told Jane everything lo que had happened between Señor Wickham and herself. Jane listened with surprise y worry. Ella did not know how to believe que Señor Darcy could be so bad when Señor Bingley liked Lo so much, but ella also could not think que un young man que seemed as nice as Wickham would lie. Just la chance de que él might have really been hurt so badly era enough to make la feel sorry for él, so la only thing left to do era to think good things about both men, to say que each uno had good reasons for lo que él did, y to blame any problems a accidents or mistakes. Ellos have both been fooled somehow, ella said, de some way que we cannot understand. People que wanted something for themselves have probably told lies about each man to the other. In short, we cannot guess qué happened to make que a ellos not like each other anymore, and it might not ser anyone's fault. That is very true. Now, my dear Jane, ¿qué do you have to say about la people que might have been part of this whole thing? You should say something good about ellos too, or we will have to think badly de someone. You can laugh all you want, but you will not make me change my mind.
My dearest Lizzie, just think en qué bad this makes Señor Darcy look, treating his father's favorite person so badly, someone his father had promised to take care of. Ello cannot ser true. No man que cares about other people, no man que cares about ser good, could do such a thing. Could his closest friends be so wrong about qué kind de person él es? Oh no, I can much more easily believe que someone tricked Señor Bingley que believe que Señor Wickham would make up such una story about himself like él told me last night. All those names y facts, everything said so clearly. If it is not true, then let Señor Darcy say so. Besides, you could see la truth in his face. It's hard to know qué happened. It makes me feel bad. Una person does not know qué to think. Lo sorry, but I know exactly qué to think. But Jane could only be sure de una thing, que if someone had tricked Señor Bingley, él would feel very bad when everyone found out de ello. Someone called a las two young ladies back de el garden where ellas had been talking, because some de las very people de las que had been talking about had come to visit. Señor Bingley y his sisters came to asklas in person a el big dance in Netherfield que everyone had been waiting for, which would happen next Tuesday. Las two ladies were very happy to see their dear friend again, said it felt like forever since ellas had seen la, y kept asking qué ella had been doing since ellas were apart. Ellas did not pay much attention a el reste de la family. Ellas stayed away de Señora Bennet as much as ellas could, did not say much a Elizabeth, y said nothing at all a los others. Ellas se fueron again very soon, getting up de their chairs so quickly que it surprised their brother, y hurrying away as if ellas wanted to get away de Señora Bennet polite talk.
Every girl de la familia was very excited about el bal en Netherfield. Señora Bennet decided que Señor Bingley was giving el bal to honor her oldest daughter, y ella felt very proud de que Señor Bingley had asked ellos himself instead of just sending una fancy invitation card. Jane imagined having una wonderful evening with her two friends y getting attention de their brother, y Elizabeth was happy thinking and dancing many times with Señor Wickham and watching to see if Señor Darcy would act de la way ella expected. Catherine y Lydia were excited too, but not because of any one thing or person, because even though ellas both wanted to dance half la night with Señor Wickham like Elizabeth did, él era not el only boy ellas wanted to dance with, y un bal era always fun no matter what. Even Mary told her family que ella wanted to go, y ella said, "As long as I can have my mornings to myself, that is enough for me." Ella said, "I do not think it hurts anything to join in evening parties sometimes." Ella said, "We all have to ser part of the world around us, and I think everyone should have time to have fun and enjoy themselves." Elizabeth was so happy and excited que even though ella did not usually talk to Señor Collins unless ella had to, ella could not help asking him if él was going to accept Señor Bingley's invitation, and if él did go, whether él thought it era right to join in el dancing, and ella was surprised to find que él had no worries about it at all, and was not afraid que el arzobispo or Lady Catherine de Bourgh would be angry at él for dancing.
Él said, "I promise you, I do not think que un ball like this one, given by a good young man for nice people, can ser bad de any way, y I am so happy to dance myself que I hope to have el honor de dancing with all my lovely cousins during la evening. Y I want to ask you right now, Señorita Elizabeth, if you will dance los first 2 dances with me. Y I hope my cousin Jane will understand que I ask you first because you eres la guest, not because I do not respect a ella." Elizabeth felt like ella had been tricked. Ella had planned to dance those exact dances with Wickham, and now ella had to dance with Señor Collins instead, and her excitement had gotten her in trouble. But there was nothing ella could do about it now. Señor Wickham's happiness y her own would have to wait a little longer, and ella accepted Señor Collins' request as nicely as ella could. Ella did not like his fancy manners any better cuando ella thought en lo que ellos might mean. For la first time ella realized que él had chosen a ella from among her sisters because él thought ella sería good enough to be la wife of the minister in Hunsford y to help make up card game tables and rosings when there were no better visitors around. Ella became more and more sure of this as ella watched lo ser nicer and nicer to ella, and heard lo try to say nice things about qué clever and lively ella era. And though ella was more surprised que happy about el effect ella was having en él, it fue not long before her mother made it clear que ella would be very pleased if Elizabeth married él. But Elizabeth chose not to pay attention a la hint, because ella knew que if ella said anything back, it would start a big fight. Señor Collins might never actually ask her to marry él, and until él did, there was no point in fighting about ello. If there had not been el Netherfield ball de get ready for y talk de las younger señorita Bennets, would have been very sad during this time because from el day ellas got la invitation until el day del ball, it rained so much que ellas could not walk a Meriton even once. Ellos could not look for any aunt or officers or news. Even las special ribbons for their shoes for la Netherfield party had to be bought by someone else. Even Elizabeth might have grown tired of the weather que stopped her completely from getting to know better Señor Wickham. Y nothing less than un ball el Tuesday could have made que Kitty y Lydia go through un Friday, Saturday, Sunday y Monday so long.
When Elizabeth entered the main room in Netherfield y looked around looking for Señor Wickham among all los soldiers in the red coats, never had she thought que él might not be there. Ella had been so sure ella would sílo que ella had not worried about anything que might have made her nervous. Ella had dressed with extra care y felt very excited about winning over whatever part de his heart ella had not already won, thinking ella could do-lo before la evening was over. But right away, ella had el terrible thought de que él had been left out on purpose to make Señor Darcy happy when los Bingley invited los officers. Though this was not exactly lo que happened, his friend Señor Denny told Les for sure que Wickham was not there. Lydia quickly asked Denny about it y él said que Wickham had to go a la town on business el day before y had not come back yet. Then él added with una knowing smile, I do not think his business would have made que él leave right now if él had not wanted to stay away de un certain man here. Lydia did not hear this part, but Elizabeth did. It made la sure de que Darcy era just as much to blame de que Wickham being gone as if her first guess had been right. Ella felt so angry and disappointed que ella could barely ser polite when Darcy came over to talk to ella right after. Ser nice to Darcy, ser patient with él, era like hurting Wickham. Ella decided ella would not talk to Darcy at all y ella turned away feeling so cross que ella could not ser completely nice even when talking to Mr. Bingley, whose blind love for his friend made la angry. But Elizabeth was not el kind of person to stay cross for long. Even though her whole evening fue ruined, ella could not feel bad for very long. After ella told all her troubles a Charlotte Lucas, whom ella had not seen for una week, ella was soon able to start talking about las strange things her cousin did, y ella pointed lo out for Charlotte to watch. Los first 2 dances, though, brought back all her bad feelings. Ellos fueron dances que made her feel terrible. Mr. Collins era clumsy and too serious. Él said sorry instead of paying attention y él often moved the wrong way without knowinglo. Él gavele all la shame and misery que un bad dancing partner can give. El moment en que she got free from él felt wonderful. Ella danced next with un soldier, and it felt good to talk about Wickham and to hear que everyone liked a él. When those dances were over, ella went back to Charlotte Lucas and was talking with ella when Mr. Darcy suddenly came up to ella. Él surprised-la so much by asking her to dance que ella said yes without thinking en lo que ella was doing. Él walked away right after that, and ella was left to worry about how ella had not been thinking clearly. Charlotte tried to make la feel better.
I think you will find lo very nice. I hope not. That sería lo worst thing que could happen, to like un man when you have decided to hate lo. Do not wish such una terrible thing on me. When el dancing started again, Darcy came over to ask Elizabeth to dance with él. Charlotte whispered a el friend not to be silly y let her feelings for Wickham make que ella act mean to un man que era much more important que Wickham. Elizabeth said nothing y fue a el place for el dance. Ella was amazed de que ella era important enough to dance across from Señor Darcy. Ella could see que la people around ellos were just as surprised to see it happen. Ellos stood there for a long time without saying anything. Ella started to think ellos would stay quiet through both dances. At first, ella decided not to say anything, but then ella thought it sería worse for él if ella made him talk, so ella said something small about el dancing. Él answeredle y then was quiet again. After waiting for unos few minutes, ella spoke to él again. It's your turn to say something now, Señor Darcy. I talked about el dance, so you should say something about qué big el room is or how many people are dancing. Él smiled y told a ella que él would say lo que sea que ella wanted que él to say. Very well, that answer is good enough for now. Maybe later I will say que small parties son more fun que big ones, but for now we can be quiet. Do you follow rules about qué to say when you are dancing? Sometimes. You have to talk a little, you know. It would look strange to say nothing for 30 minutes. But for some people, sería better if ellos could talk de una way que lets les say lo little as possible. Are you thinking en lo que you want right now, or do you think you are making me happy?
Both, said Elizabeth con una playful smile. I have always noticed que we think de very similar ways. We somos both el kind de people que do not like to talk to others y stay quiet unless we think we can say something so amazing que everyone in la room will rememberlo forever, like un famous saying. I am sure this does not look like you at all, él said. I cannot say que much it might look like me. You think it shows a la real person, I so sure. I cannot judge my own work. Él said nothing back, y ellos were quiet again until ellos finished dancing, when él asked a ella if ella y her sisters walked a marathon very often. Ella said yes, y could not stop herself from adding, When you saw us there el other day, we had just met someone new. Right away, something changed in his face. Él looked even more proud y cold, but él did not say anything, y Elizabeth felt bad about lo que ella had said, but could not keep talking. Finally, Darcy spoke, but his voice sounded tight y careful. S.A.R. Wickham is good in making people like him right away, but whether él can keep friends for a long time is not so sure. Él fue unlucky enough to lose your friendship, Elizabeth said, making her words very clear, y en una way que will probably hurtlo for el rest of his life. Darcy did not answer, y seemed to want to talk about something else. Just then, Sir William Lucas came close to ellos, trying to walk through those dancers to get a el other side of the room, but when él saw Sir Darcy, él stopped y bowed very politely to say nice things about his dancing y his partner. I have been so happy to watch, my dear sir. Such wonderful dancing is not seen very often. It's clear que you come de las best families. Let me say, though, que your lovely partner does you proud, y I hope to see this happen many more times, especially when un certain happy event, my dear señorita Eliza, looking at her sister in Bingley, takes place. Qué happy words people will say then! I ask Señor Darcy qué él thinks, but let me not stop you, sir. You will not thank me for keeping lo away the talking with that young lady, whose bright eyes are telling me I should go away. Darcy barely heard la last part de lo que Sir William said, but when Sir William talked about his friend, it seemed to hit lo hard, and él looked very seriously at Bingley and Jane, who were dancing together. But él got control of himself quickly, turned at the woman él was dancing with, and said, Sir William stopped us and made me forget de qué we were talking about. I do not think we were talking at all. Sir William could not have stopped at two people in a room que had less to say to each other. We have tried 2 or 3 things to talk about already, and none de ellas worked, and I cannot think en qué we should talk about next.
¿Qué do you think about books? Elle said, smiling. Books? Oh no! I am sure we never read los same ones, or we do not feel las same things when we read los. I am sorry you think so, but if that is true, then at least we will have plenty to talk about. We can tell each other lo que we think and see how different we somos. No, I cannot talk about books in a dance room. My head is always full de something else. Lo que is happening right now always fills your mind in times like this, does it? Elle said, and Elle looked like Elle was not sure Elle believed a ella.
Yes, always, ella said back, but ella was not really thinking en lo que ella was saying, because her mind had gone somewhere else, which became clear when ella suddenly said, I remember you told me once, Señor Darcy, que you almost never forgive people, y que when you say angry at someone, you stay angry at ellos forever. You is very careful, I think, in letting yourself get angry. Lo soy, said Elle, and his voice era strong and sure. Y you never let wrong ideas about people make you think badly de ellas. I hope not. People can never change their minds, need to be extra sure ellos are thinking about things de la right way from el very beginning. May I ask a qué you are trying to get at with these questions? I am just trying to understand qué kind of person you eres, ella said, trying to stop ser so serious. I am trying to figure you out. ¿Y what is your success? Ella shook la head. I no get on at all. I hear such different stories about you que I cannot understand qué es true. I can easily believe, Elle answered in una serious voice, que people might say very different things about me. Y I wish, señorita Bennet, que you no try to figure out qué kind of person soy right now, because I am afraid que lo que you decide no make either of us look good. But if I no try to understand you now, I may never get another chance. I no want to stop you from doing anything you enjoy, Elle replied in una cold voice. Ella said nothing more, and they danced el rest of the dance and then walked away from each other without speaking. Both of them were unhappy, though no de la same way. Darcy had strong feelings for ella, which soon made que él forgive a ella and turn all his anger towards someone else instead. Now they had been separated for long when la Miss Bingley approached ella, y with una look que era polite but cruel, said this. So, Señorita Eliza, I hear you are very happy about George Wickham. His sister to me has been talking de él and asking me so many questions. Y I see que el young man forgot to tell you, along with all las other things que he said, que él era el son of the old Wickham, que worked for el late Mr. Darcy. Let me tell you as una friend not to believe everything él says. Lo que él said about Señor Darcy treatinglo badly es completely false. La truth es que Señor Darcy has always been very kind to él, even though George Wickham has treated Señor Darcy de una terrible way. I know all las details, but I know very well que Señor Darcy did nothing wrong. Él cannot stand to hear George Wickham's name mentioned, y even though my brother thought él had to invite Wickham along with las other officers, él was very happy to find que Wickham had left town. It was very rude of él to come to this part of the country at all, y I wonder how él dared to do it. I feel sorry for you, Señorita Eliza, for finding out que your favorite person is guilty de such things. But really, when you think about where él comes from, you could not expect much better. His guilt y where él comes from seem ser la same thing, according to you, said Elizabeth angrily.
I have heard you say nothing worse about él que él es el son de Señor Darcy's worker, y I can tell you que él told me that himself. Lo siento, replied Señorita Bingley, turning away with una mean smile. Excuse me for getting involved. I was trying ser kind. ¡Qué arruda girl!" said Elizabeth a herself. "You are very wrong if you think you can change my mind with such un weak attack as this."
I see nothing en ello but you choosing not to know la truth y Señor Darcy siendo mean. Ella then fue to find her oldest sister, who had promised to ask Bingley about la same thing. Jane metla with una smile so sweet y happy que Elizabeth could see right away qué pleased ella was with everything que had happened that evening. Elizabeth was able to know exactly how felt Jane, the at that moment, worrying about Wickham and being angry with her enemies y everything else ceased to matter because she hoped that Jane might be on the way to la true happiness. "I want to know," ella said, smiling just as much as her sister, "lo que you found out about Señor Wickham. But maybe you were having too much fun to think in anyone else, y if that's true, I won't be mad at you." "No," Jane said, "I no forget de él, but I no have anything good to tell you. El Señor Bingley does not know everything about his past. He knows nothing about las things que made el Señor Darcy become so angry with él, but promises que his friend is un man good y honest, y is sure de que el Señor Wickham did not deserve so much kindness from Señor Darcy as la que he received, y I am sorry to say que both él and his sister think que el Señor Wickham is not at all un good young man. I think él has done foolish things y earned el right de lose el Señor Darcy friendship. El Señor Bingley does not know Señor Wickham personally. No, él never solo until la other morning en Meryton. So this story es lo que él heard de Señor Darcy. I am completely satisfied. But ¿qué does él say about el job en la church? Él does not remember exactly lo que happened, even though él has heard Señor Darcy tell la story more than once, but él thinks it fue only promised a él if certain things happened.
"I have no doubt que Señor Bingley is telling la truth," Elizabeth said strongly, "but you must forgive me for no believing something just because someone promises que es true. Señor Bingley did un very good job defending his friend, I am sure, but since él no knows several parts de la historia y learned el rest from that same friend, I will keep thinking about both men de la same way I did before." Ella then changed la talk as something que made los both happier y que ellos could agree about. Elizabeth was delighted to hear about las happy but quiet hopes que Jane had about Bingley caring for ella, y ella said everything ella could to make Jane feel more sure de ello. When Señor Bingley himself came to join ellas, Elizabeth went over a Señorita Lucas, y when Señorita Lucas asked if ella had enjoyed dancing with her last partner, ella had barely started to answer when Señor Collins came up a ellas y toldle very excitedly que él had just been lucky enough to make un very important discovery. "I found out something," él said, "by una strange chance, que there is someone in this room que is related to la lady I work for. I heard the gentleman himself telling a la young lady que takes care of this house about his cousin Señorita de Bourgh and about her mother, Lady Catherine. Qué amazing que things like this happen! Who would have thought que I would run into someone que could be el nephew de Lady Catherine de Bourgh in this party? I am so glad que found out in time so I can show him el respect que él deserves, which I am going to do now, and I hope él will forgive me for no doing it sooner. I had no idea ellos were related, so I hope that will excuse me. You are not going to go up and tell Señor Darcy who you es? Yes, lo soy.
I will ask a él to forgive me for not doinglo earlier. I believe que él es el nephew de Lady Catherine. I will be able to tell a él que her ladyship was doing very well a week ago yesterday. Elizabeth tried hard to talk him out of this plan, telling him que Mr. Darcy would think it era rude y pushy que él to come up and talk without being introduced first, instead of thinking it era nice to his aunt, que there was no need de que either de ellos to notice each other, y que if there was, it should be Mr. Darcy, who era more important, who should start talking first. Mr. Collins listened a ella with a look de someone que had already made up his mind to do lo que él wanted, and when ella stopped talking, él said this: "My dear Señorita Elizabeth, I think very highly de your good sense about everything you understand, but let me say que there must be una big difference entre las proper ways to act for regular people y las ways que guide church people, because I want you to know que I think ser un church minister is just as important as ser el highest lord in the country, as long as la person also stays humble. So you must let me do lo que my heart tells me is right, which makes me do lo que I think I should do. Forgive me for not taking your advice this time, because I will always listen a you about everything else, but in this case, I think my education and all my studying make me better able to decide qué is right que una young lady like you." And with una low bow, él left a ella to go talk to Mr. Darcy, y ella watched carefully to see how Mr. Darcy would react, and ella could clearly see how surprised él was de que someone come up a él de this way. Her cousin started his speech with una serious bow, y even though ella could not hear any de él, ella felt like ella was hearinglo all, y ella could see from la way his lips moved las words sorry, Hansford y Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It botheredle to see lo make himself look foolish in front of such un man. El señor Darcy was staring a él with complete amazement, y cuando el señor Collins finally let lo speak, él answered de una way que era polite but cold. El señor Collins was not stopped from speaking again, y el señor Darcy seemed to think less and less de él the longer lasted his second speech, y at the end of it only gave him una slight bow and walked away. El señor Collins then returned to Elizabeth. "I have no reason at all," él said, "to be unhappy with how él treated me. El señor Darcy seemed very pleased de que I paid him attention. Él answered me very politely y even said something nice about me, saying que él trusted Lady Catherine so much que él knew ella would never give help a someone que did not deservelo. Fue really una very kind thing to say. All in all, I like él very much." Since Elizabeth had nothing more de her own to worry about, ella watched her sister y el señor Bingley almost all el time, y los happy thoughts this gavele made la almost as happy as Jane was. Ella could picture Jane living in that very house, as happy as any woman could be when se marries someone que truly loves la, y ella felt que ella could even try to like Bingley two sisters if that happened. Ella could see de que her mother was thinking las same things, so ella decided to stay away de ella so ella would not have to hear too much. When ellos sat down to eat, ella thought era very bad luck que putlos so close de each other, y ella felt upset when ella saw que her mother was talking to Lady Lucas freely and loudly about nothing but how ella expected Jane to marry Señor Bingley soon.
Era something exciting de lo que talk about, y la señora Bennet seemed as if she could talk about all las things good que would come de this union forever. El fact de que él era such a nice young man and so rich and lived only 3 miles away eran las first things que made la feel proud, and then era such a good feeling to think in how much his 2 sisters liked Jane and to know que ellas must want Jane to marry their brother as much as ella did. Era also such a good thing for her younger daughters, because if Jane married someone so important, it would put a ellas around other rich men, and finally, it sería so nice at her age to be able to let her unmarried daughters stay with their sister, so ella no have to go out a parties more de lo que ella wanted to. Ella had to act like this fuera something to be happy about, because that is lo que people are supposed to do in times like this. But no one era less likely que la señora Bennet to really want to stay home in any time de her life. Ella finished by saying many good things about how ella hoped Lady Lucas fuera just as lucky soon, though era clear ella no think there was any chance de that happening. Elizabeth tried to make her mother talk more quietly, or to get ella to whisper about her happiness so others could not hear, but ella was very upset to see que Señor Darcy, who sat across from ellos, could hear most de lo que su mother was saying. Her mother only told her ella was being silly. ¿Qué es Señor Darcy to me que I should be afraid de él?
I am sure we no owe any special politeness que would make us have to keep quiet about things él might not like to hear. Please, mother, talk more quietly. ¿Qué good can it do you to make Señor Darcy angry? You will never make his friend like you by doing that. Nothing de lo que ella could say made any difference. Her mother kept talking about lo que ella thought de la same clear way. Elizabeth's face turned red again and again because ella felt so embarrassed y upset. Ella could not stop looking over at Señor Darcy, even though every time ella looked, ella saw lo que ella was afraid of, que even when él was not looking right at her mother, él was always paying attention a lo que her mother was doing. La look in his face slowly changed the angry disgust to calm y serious. Finally, la señora Bennet had nothing more to say, y Lady Lucas, que had been yawning for a long time upon hearing about all these things wonderful que ella never would get to have, stayed to eat her ham y chicken cold. Elizabeth started to feel better now. But el quiet time did not last long, because when dinner was over, people started talking about singing, y ella felt terrible when ella saw Mary getting ready to sing for everyone after just a little bit de asking. Elizabeth tried many times to catch Mary's eye y silently beg her que not to show off de this, but it did not work. Mary did not understand lo que ella was trying to say, y Mary loved any chance to perform, so ella started her song. Elizabeth stared at her sister with very painful feelings, y ella watched Mary go through each part de la song, waiting a que it to end. But when Mary finished and heard everyone say thank you, someone said que ella hoped ella might sing again, y after waiting just half un minute, Mary started another song. Mary era no good enough to be singing de este. Ella voz era weak y la way ella acted era fake. Elizabeth felt like ella was dying inside. Ella looked at Jane to see how ella was handling this, but Jane was calmly talking to Bingley. Ella looked at his 2 sisters y saw las making fun de Mary to each other y looking at Darcy, who kept his face completely serious. Ella looked at her father, trying to get que él to stop Mary before ella sang all night long,
Él understood lo que ella meant, y when Mary finished her second song, él said out loud, "That fue very good, child. You have made us happy long enough. Let las other young ladies have un turn to perform." Mary acted like ella no hear, but ella was upset. Elizabeth felt bad for ella y felt bad about lo que her father had said. Ella was afraid de que worrying about it no help anything. Now other people in la party were asked to sing or play music. S.R. Collins said, "If I could sing, I would be very happy to do it for everyone here. I think music is una nice way to have fun y es perfectly fine for un church minister to enjoy de ella, but I no think we should spend too much time in music because there are other important things we must do. Un minister que runs una church has a lot of work. First, él must make a deal about el money people give a la church so that it helps lo, but no make his boss angry. Él must write his own talks for domingo. After that, él no have much time left for his church work y taking care of his house, which él must make as nice y comfortable as él can. Y I think es very important que él sea kind y polite to everyone, especially a las people que gavele his job. Él must do this. I would not think well de any man que missed una chance to show respect a anyone in that family." Él bowed to Señor Darcy y finished his speech, which él had said so loudly que half de la room could hearlo. Many people stared, y many people smiled, but no one looked more entertained que Señor Bennet himself. His wife said seriously que Señor Collins had spoken very wisely, y ella whispered a Lady Lucas que él era un very smart y good young man. To Elizabeth, it seemed que her family had made un plan to embarrass themselves as much as possible that evening. Ellos could not have done un better job of it. Ella was glad de que Bingley had not noticed some de las silly things ellos did, y de que él era el kind de person que would not be too upset by las foolish things él did see. But era bad enough que his two sisters y Señor Darcy had seen her family act this way y could make fun of ellos. Ella could not decide which era worse, el quiet scorn of the gentlemen or las rude smiles de las ladies. El rest de la night no fue very fun para ella. Señor Collins bothered a ella by staying right next to ella del time. Even though ella would not dance with él again, él made it que ella could not dance with anyone else either. Ella begged him to dance with someone else y offered to introduce him a any young lady en el room, but it no work. Él told a ella que él did not care about dancing at all. Él said his main goal era to win her favor siendo very attentive to ella, so él planned to stay close de ella all evening. There was no point in arguing with such un plan. Her friend, Señorita Lucas, helped la the most. Señorita Lucas often came over a ellos y era kind enough to talk with Señor Collins herself. At least ella did not have to worry about Señor Darcy bothering her anymore. Even though él often stood very close de ella with nothing else to do, él never came close enough to talk to ella.
Ella felt this era probably because ella had talked about Señor Wickham, and ella was happy about it. La people de Longbourn fueron los last ones to leave, y because of something Señora Bennet did, ellos had to wait 15 minutes for their carriage after everyone else was gone, which gave less time to see how much some de la family wanted que ellos se fueran. Señora Hurst and her sister barely said anything except to complain de being tired, y uno could tell ellas wanted la house to themselves.
Ellas would not talk to Señora Bennet, no matter how hard ella tried, and this made everyone feel uncomfortable, which was made even worse by Señor Collins giving long speeches about lo wonderful Señor Bingley and his sisters eran at throwing parties and ser kind to their guests. Darcy said nothing at all. Señor Bennet was just as quiet, but él was enjoying watching lo que was happening. Señor Bingley and Jane were standing together away from los others, y ellos only talked to each other. Elizabeth stayed as quiet as Señora Hurst or Señorita Bingley, and even Lydia was too tired to say anything except, "Lord, qué tired I am," while yawning loudly. When ellos finally got up to leave, Señora Bennet was very eager and polite about hoping to see the whole family soon in Longbourn, and ella spoke especially a Señor Bingley to tell him how happy él would make los by coming to eat dinner with their family any time, without needing una fancy invitation. Bingley was very happy and grateful, and él promised to visitlas as soon as él could after él came back de Londres, where él had to go the next day for un short time. Señora Bennet estaba completamente happy, y ella left la house believing que after ellos got everything ready, like money matters, new carriages, y wedding clothes, ella would definitely see her daughter living in Netherfield in 3 or 4 months. Ella was just as sure de que another daughter would marry Señor Collins, y ella was quite happy about ello, though not as happy. Elizabeth era la daughter ella loved least de all her children, and even though el man y el marriage eran good enough for ella, they both seemed less important next to Señor Bingley y Netherfield. Chapter 19. El next day brought something new a la Bennet house. El Mr. Collins asked Elizabeth to marry with él. Él had decided to do it right away, since él only had until Saturday before él had to go back home, and él was not worried or scared de asking ella, so él didlo de una very neat and proper way, doing all las things él thought un man should do when asking for la woman's hand. Él found el Señora Bennet, Elizabeth, y una de las younger girls together right after breakfast, and él spoke a la mother with these words: "May I ask you, ma'am, to help me get some time alone with your lovely daughter Elizabeth this morning so I can talk to ella about something important?" Before Elizabeth could do anything but turn red de surprise, el Señora Bennet quickly answered, "Oh my, yes, of course. I am sure Lizzie will be very happy about this. I am sure ella will not mind at all. Come, Kitty, I need you to come upstairs with me." Ella gathered out her sewing and started to hurry away, but Elizabeth called out, "Dear Mamma, please do not go. I am asking you not to go. El Señor Collins will have to forgive me. Él cannot have anything to say to me que other people should not hear. I am leaving myself." No, that is silly, Lizzie.
I want you to stay right where you are." When Elizabeth looked like ella really was going to run away, looking upset y embarrassed, her mother added, "Lizzie, you must stay here y listen lo que Señor Collins has to say." Elizabeth would not fight against lo que él wanted to do, y after thinking for un moment, ella knew it sería best to get this over with as fast y quietly as ella could, so ella sat down again y tried to hide her feelings by keeping her hands busy, even though ella felt upset y also wanted to laugh at the same time. La señora Bennet y Kitty se fueron, y as soon as se fueron, el señor Collins began to speak.
Believe me, my dear Señorita Elizabeth, que la way you act shy, instead of making you look bad, actually makes you even more wonderful de lo que you already es. I would have liked you less if you had not been un little unwilling, but let me tell you que I have your mother's permission to say lo que I am about to say. You can hardly wonder de que I am going to talk about, even though your good manners might make you pretend you do not know, because I have paid so much attention a you que it must be clear lo que I mean. Almost as soon as I came in this house, I picked you out as la person I want to spend my whole life with. But before I get too excited about this, maybe I should tell you my reasons for wanting to get married, y also why I came to this part of the country planning to find una wife, which I certainly did. La idea of Señor Collins, who era always so serious y proper, getting carried away by his feelings, made Elizabeth want to laugh so much que ella could not use el short break que él gave her to try to stop him, y él kept talking. My reasons for getting married son que I think every church minister que has enough money like myself should show a la people in his church what marriage looks like by getting married himself. Second, que I am sure it will make me much happier. Y third, which maybe I should have said first, que es el special advice de la very important lady who takes care de me. Twice she has been so kind to tell me lo que she thinks about this, although I did not ask her, y fue just el last Saturday night before I left the Hunsford while we were playing cards y la señora Jenkinson was fixing el footstool de la señorita de Borg que ella said, "A señor Collins must marry. Un church minister like you must get married. Choose el sort right de person, choose una lady for my sake y for your own, que sea someone who works hard y es useful, no someone who thinks que es too good for everything, but someone who can make que a little money last a long time. This es lo que I think que you should do. Find una woman like that as soon as you can, bringla a Hunsford y I will come visitla. Allow me to say, my dear cousin, que I do not think que la attention y kindness de Lady Catherine de Bourgh sea the least de las things good que I can give you. You will find que her manners son better que anything I can tell you about, y I think your cleverness y liveliness will please a ella, especially when you mixlos with el quiet respect que someone de her high position will certainly make you feel. So much for why I want to get married in general. Now I need to tell you why I decided to look in Longbourn instead of in my own neighborhood, where I promise you there are many nice young women. But la truth is, since I am going to get this house when your father dies, though él may live many more years, I could not be happy with myself unless I decided to choose una wife from among his daughters, so that ellas would lose lo little as possible when that sad thing happens, which, as I have already said, may not be for many years. This has been my reason, my dear cousin, y I hope it will not make que think less de mí. Y now, la only thing left for me to do is to tell you in las strongest words how much I love you. I no care el money at all, y I no ask your father for any, since I know él could not give to me anyway, y que 1,000 pounds saved up en una special account que no será yours until after your mother dies is all lo que you may ever get. So I will never say anything about money, y you can be sure de que I will never say mean things about él when we are married. Ella had to stop him the talking right now. You are going too fast, sir, ella said loudly. You are acting like I already said yes. Let me give you my answer right now. Thank you for saying such nice things about me. I know it is un great honor que you want to marry me, but I cannot say yes. I already know, said Señor Collins, waving his hand de una stiff way, que young ladies always say no a el man ellas really want to marry when él first asks les, y que sometimes ellas say no una second time, or even una third time. So I am not worried at all about lo que you just said, y I hope to marry you very soon. Good heavens, sir, cried Elizabeth, that is una very strange thing to hope for after I just told you no. I promisele que soy no una of those young ladies que son brave enough to risk their happiness by hoping un man will ask les to marry him una second time. I am completely serious when I say que no. You could not make me happy, y I am sure que soy la last woman in el world que would make you happy. If your friend Lady Catherine knew me, I am sure de que she would think que soy unsuitable for you in every way. If I were sure de que Lady Catherine would think that way, said el señor Collins very seriously, but I cannot imagine que ella would disapprove of you at all. Y you can be sure que when I see a ella again, I will tell a ella las best things about how modest you es, how careful you es with money, y all your other good qualities. Really, Señor Collins, you do no need to say good things about me. You must let me decide for myself y do me la kindness de believing lo que I say. I wish you to be very happy y very rich, y by saying no and marrying you, I do everything I can to make sure you no sea unhappy. By asking me que marry you, you have done lo que you needed to do for my family, and you can take over Longbourn when el time comes without feeling bad about it. So this whole thing can be thought of as completely finished. Y as ella stood up while saying this, ella would have left la room, but el señor Collins spoke to ella again. When I have el honor de talking to you about this again, I hope to get una better answer que you have given me now, though I no say you are being mean to me right now, because I know it is la normal way for women to say no a un man la first time él asks, y maybe you have already said enough to make me think you like me, as much as una proper lady should. Really, Señor Collins, cried Elizabeth, feeling upset, you confuse me very much. If lo que I have said so far seems que I am encouraging you, then I no know how to say no de una way que will make you believe I really mean it. You must let me believe, my dear cousin, que when you say no a me, you are just saying lo que you are supposed to say. My reasons for thinking this son simple. I no think my offer de marriage sea no good enough for you, or que la life I can give you sería anything but very good. My place in life, my connections with la de Bourgh family, y el fact de que I am related to your family son all things que work in my favor. Y you should also think en el fact de que even though you eres very pretty y have many good qualities, is not at all sure que another man will ever ask you to marry él. El money your family can give you is so small que it will probably make people forget about lo lovely you eres, y all your good qualities. So I must think que you are no serious when you say no a me, y I will choose to believe que you want to make que love you more by making me wait, which is lo que fancy ladies usually do. I promise les sir que I no want ser la kind de fancy lady que likes to make un good man feel bad. I would rather que you believe que I am telling-le la truth. I thank-le over and over for asking me to marry you, but I cannot say yes. Everything I feel tells me I must not. Can I saylo any clearer que that? No think in me as una fancy lady que wants to make you upset, but as una person que is speaking la truth from her heart. You is always so lovely, él said, trying to sound smooth but not doing it very well. Y I am sure de que when your wonderful parents say es all right, you will want to marry me. Elizabeth no quería contestar a alguien que kept lying to himself in that way, so she left la room immediately without saying una word. She decided que if él kept thinking que ella no meant que really she meant to say yes, she would ask for help from her father. Her father could say no in a way que would end everything, and no one could think que only she was playing, as sometimes do las ladies elegant. Chapter 20. Señor Collins did not get to think quietly about his love for very long. Señora Bennet had been waiting by la door to see how things would go. As soon as ella saw Elizabeth open la door y walk quickly past ella toward las stairs, ella went in the breakfast room and told both Señor Collins and herself how happy ella was de que ellos would soon be family. Señor Collins was just the happy de hear this, y then él told a ella everything que had happened when él talked to Elizabeth. Él was sure él had every reason to feel good about it, since his cousin had said no only because ella era shy, y because ella era such a good and proper young lady. But this news worried Señora Bennet. Ella would have been happy de believe que her daughter had meant de say yes by saying no at his idea, but ella was afraid que fuera no true, and ella had to say so. But you can be sure, Señor Collins, said ella, que Lizzie will be brought to reason. I will talk to ella about it myself right now. Is una girl very headstrong and foolish, and does not know lo que es good for ella, but I will make her understand. I am sorry to stop you, madame, said Señor Collins, but if ella is really stubborn and silly, I no if ella sería una very good wife for un man like me que once said happy when él gets married. So, if ella really keeps saying no to me, maybe sería better not to make ella say yes, because if ella has such un bad temper, ella could not make me very happy. Sir, you no understand me at all, said Señora Bennet, feeling scared. Lizzie is only stubborn about things like this. In everything else, ella is as kind una girl as you will ever find. I will go straight a Señor Bennet y we will fix this with ella very soon, I am sure. Ella no let lo answer, but ran right to her husband and called out as ella went in la library. Oh, Señor Bennet, we need you right now. We are all very upset. You must come and make Lizzie marry el Señor Collins, because ella says que she will not marry él. If you do not hurry, él will change his mind and will not want her. Señor Bennet looked up his book when ella came in and looked at her face with una calm look que did not change at all when él heard lo que ella said. I do not understand lo que you are saying, said él when ella had finished speaking. ¿De qué are you talking about? Of Señor Collins y Lizzie. Lizzie says que she will not marry el Señor Collins, y el Señor Collins is starting to say que he will not marry Lizzie. ¿Y qué should I do about this? This seems like something que cannot be fixed. Talk to Lizzie about it yourself. Tell her que you say que ella has to marry él. Have que ella come down here. Ella will listen lo que I think. La señora rang la bell y la señorita Elizabeth was summoned a la library. "Come here, child," her father called out when ella came in. "I asked you to come because something important is happening. I heard que Señor Collins asked you to marry él. Is that true?" Elizabeth said que lo era. "Very well. And you said que no a marrying él?" "Lo did, sir." "Very well. Now we get to a real problem. Your mother says you must say yes a él. ¿No es so, Mrs. Bennet?" "Yes, or I will never see a ella again." "You have una terrible choice to make, Elizabeth. From this day forward, uno de your parents no longer será part de your life. Your mother will never see you again if you do not marry Señor Collins, y I will never see you again if you do." Elizabeth could not help but smile at how this whole thing had started y how it was ending. But Señora Bennet estaba very upset because ella had made herself believe que her husband felt de la same way ella did about it. "¿Qué do you mean, Señor Bennet, by talking de this? You promised me que you would make her marry with él." "My dear," her husband said back, "I have two small things que ask you. First, let me think por myself about lo que is happening right now. Y second, let me have my room back. I would like to have la library all to myself as soon as I can." But Señora Bennet estaba no ready to give up yet, even though her husband had let her down. Ella talked to Elizabeth over and over again, sometimes siendo sweet to ella and sometimes trying to scarela. She tried to get que Jane to help her, but Jane said no very kindly and would not get in the middle. And Elizabeth responded at times siendo very serious and at times siendo playful and joking. Even though Elizabeth acted different ways, ella never changed her mind about lo que ella was going to do. Señor Collins was sitting alone thinking en lo que had happened. Él thought too much de himself to understand por qué his cousin would say que no a él. And even though his feelings were hurt, that era la only way él was upset. A él really did not care at all about ella, and knowing que his mother estaría angry with ella made him feel better about the whole la situation. While la familia estaba all mixed up y upset por this, Charlotte Lucas came to spend el día con ellos. Lydia metla en la front door y ran up to ella, saying en una quiet voice, "Estoy so glad you came, because something so exciting happened here. ¿Qué do you think happened this morning? Señor Collins asked Lizzie to marry him, y ella said que no." Charlotte barely had time to answer before Kitty came over to tell a ella la same thing, y as soon as ellas went into el breakfast room, where Señora Bennet was sitting by herself, ella started talking de ello too, asking Señorita Lucas to feel sorry for ella and begging a ella to talk her friend Lizzie into doing lo que la familia wanted. "Please do, my dear Señorita Lucas," ella said en una sad voice, "because nobody is helping me, nobody está de my side. Everyone están siendo mean to me, and nobody cares por lo upset I estoy." Charlotte did not have to answer because Jane and Elizabeth came into the room. "Yes, here ella comes," Señora Bennet kept talking, acting like ella no le care about anything, and caring no more por us que if we lived far away, as long as ella gets to do lo que ella wants. But let me tell you something, Señorita Lizzie. If you keep saying no a every man que wants to marry you, you will never get un husband at all. Y I know who will take care of you when your father dies. I know be able to keep you, and I'm telling you this now. I am done with you starting today. I told you in la library que I would never talk to you again, and you will see que I mean lo que I say. I don't like talking to children que don't do lo que ellos should. No es que I really like talking to anyone much anyway. People que feel sick and worried all el time like I do no really want to talk. No one knows how much I hurt, but it's always like this. People que no complain never get any help. Her daughters listened quietly to all this angry talk, knowing que trying to argue with ella or make la feel better would only make que ella estuviera more upset. Ella kept talking without any of them saying anything back until Mr. Collins came in, walking more proudly que usual, y when ella solo, ella said a las girls, "Now I want all of you que estén quiet y let Mr. Collins y me talk together." Elizabeth walked quietly out of the room. Jane y Kitty followed her, but Lydia stayed where estaba because she wanted to hear everything, y Charlotte also stayed, first because el señor Collins estaba siendo polite y asking many questions about ella and her family, y then because she was curious, so she walked toward la window and pretended not to listen. In una sad voice, Señora Bennet started la talk ella had planned. "Oh, Señor Collins." "My dear lady," él said back, "let us never talk about this again. I would never," él went on, in una voice que showed él estaba upset. "Estaría angry por how your daughter acted. When bad things happen que we can't change, we must accept them. This is especially true for un young man que has been as lucky as I have been, getting such a good job so early, y I believe I have acceptedlo. Maybe I feel this way even more because I wonder if I would have really been happy if my pretty cousin had said yes to marrying me. I have noticed que people accept things better when lo que ellos cannot have starts to seem less wonderful de lo que ellos first thought. I hope you not think estoy siendo rude to your family, dear lady, by taking back my wish to marry your daughter without asking you y el señor Bennet to help me win her over. I am afraid you might think I did wrong by letting your daughter tell me que no, instead of hearing it de you. But we all make mistakes. I have tried to do the right thing all along. I wanted to find una nice wife for myself while also helping your whole family. If I acted badly de any way, I am very sorry. Chapter 21. La talk about Señor Collins asking to marry Elizabeth estaba almost over. Now Elizabeth just had to deal with feeling upset por ello, and sometimes listen a her mother make mean comments. As for Señor Collins himself, él did not act embarrassed or sad or try to stay away de ella. Instead, él acted stiff and angry and would not talk. Él almost never spoke to ella. All la attention él had been giving a ella, él now gave a Señorita Lucas por el rest del day. Señorita Lucas fue polite and listened a él, lo que made everyone feel better, especially Elizabeth. The next day, Señora Bennet estaba still en un bad mood and still felt sick. El señor Collins also still estaba angry and proud. Elizabeth had hoped que estar mad might make que él se fuera early, but it did not change his plans at all. Él had always planned to leave el Saturday, and él still planned to stay until Saturday.
After breakfast, las girls walked to town to see if Señor Wickham had come back and to talk about lo sad ellas estaban de que él missed el big dance. Él met ellas when ellas got to town and walked with ellas to la aunt's house, where everyone talked about lo sorry and upset ellos all estaban. But a Elizabeth, él told her la truth about por qué he had stayed away. Él said, I realized que as el time got closer, I should not be around Señor Darcy. Estar en la same room with él for so many hours might ser more de lo que I could handle, and bad things might happen que would upset more people que just me.
Ella thought él era very smart to stay away. Ellos had time to talk about ello completely y say nice things to each other as Wickham y another soldier walked back home with ellos. During la walk, él paid special attention a ella. Having lo walk with ellas fue good por two reasons. Ella felt happy de que él wanted to spend time with ella y fue una perfect chance por her parents to meet él. Soon after ellos got home, someone brought una letra for Señorita Bennet. It came de Netherfield, y ella opened la right away. El envelope had una sheet de nice, small, smooth paper inside, covered with de una lady's pretty handwriting que flowed across la page. Elizabeth saw her sister's face change as ella readlo, y saw la reading some parts over and over again very carefully. Jane pulled herself together quickly. Ella put la letter away y tried to join in la talking with everyone else, acting happy like ella always did. But Elizabeth felt worried por lo que was in that letter, and it took her mind de even Wickham. As soon as él y his friend said goodbye y se fueron, Jane looked a ella de una way que meant, come upstairs with me. When ellas got to their own room, Jane took out her letter and said, This is the Caroline Bingley. Lo que it says has really surprised me. The whole party has left the Netherfield already, y están on their way a Londres, y they do not plan to return again. You should hear lo que ella says. Ella then read la first sentence out loud, which told les que ellos had just decided to follow their brother a Londres right away, y que ellos were going to eat dinner that day in Grosvenor Street, where Señor Hurst had una house. I will not pretend que estoy sorry to leave anything in Hertfordshire except spending time with you, my dearest friend. But we can hope que someday in el future we will get to enjoy many more times de la wonderful friendship we have had. Y while we are apart, maybe we can make it hurt less by writing letters to each other very often y telling each other everything. I am counting on you for that. Elizabeth listened to these fancy words without believing-las at all. Even though ella estaba surprised de que ellos left so suddenly, ella no see anything really sad en ello. Ella no think que just because ellos were gone de Netherfield, Señor Bingley no estaría there. Y as for losing their friendship, ella estaba sure de que Jane would soon stop caring for that when ella got to enjoy estar with él. Es too bad, ella said, after estar quiet por un moment, que you no be able to see your friends before ellos leave el área, but maybe we can hope que el time de future happiness que Señorita Bingley is looking forward to will come sooner de lo que ella thinks, y que la wonderful friendship you have known will start again with even more joy when you are sisters. Mr. Bingley no será kept en Londres por ellas. Caroline clearly says que none del group will come back a Hertfordshire this winter. I will read lo a you. When my brother left us yesterday, él thought que el work que tooklo a Londres could be finished in 3 or 4 days, but we are sure it cannot be done that fast. Y we also know que when Charles gets a town, él will not want to leave again quickly, so we have decided to follow lo there so that él will not have to spend his free time en un uncomfortable hotel.
Many de los people I know están already there for the winter. I wish I could hear que you, my dearest friend, had any plan to be una de la crowd, but I no think you will. I really hope your Christmas in Hertfordshire estará full de all la fun que time del year usually brings, y que you will have a many young men wanting to spend time with you, que you no miss a los 3 de us who will be gone. You can see por this, added Jane, que él no is going to return this winter. You only can see que la Miss Bingley no want que él to do so. ¿Por qué do you think that? Él must choose por himself, no one else controls lo. But you do not know everything. I will read you la part que really hurts me. I no hide anything de you. Sir Darcy cannot wait to see his sister, y to tell you the truth, we want to see la again just as much. I really do not think there is anyone like Georgiana Darcy because of how beautiful she is, how well she behaves, y all the things que she can do. Y we love her so much, y it excites us even more because we hope que someday ella can be our sister. I no know if I ever told you before how I feel about this, but I no leave this place without telling you, y I no hope you no think my feelings son silly. My brother already thinks ella is wonderful. Él will get to see la a lot now de una very close way. All her family wants que ellos estén together just as much as his family does. Y I no think I am wrong when I say que Charles could make any woman fall in love de él. With all these good things helping a ellos fall in love y nothing to stop lo, ¿estoy I wrong, my dearest Jane, to hope for something que would make a many people happy? ¿Qué do you think de that sentence, my dear Lizzie? Said Jane when ella finished reading la. Is it not clear enough? Does it no say right out que Caroline no expect me sea her sister y no want me lo sea? Que ella está sure que her brother no care about me y que if ella thinks que knows how I feel about él, ella wants to warn me que sea careful. Can anyone think anything else about lo que ella wrote? Yes, ellos can, because I think something completely different. Do you want to hear lo que I think? Yes, very much. I will tell you in just unas few words. Señorita Bingley sees que her brother loves you and wants que él to marry Señorita Darcy instead. Ella follows lo a la town, hoping to keep lo there, and tries to make you believe que él does not care por you. Jane shook la head. Seriously, Jane, you should believe me. Anyone que has seen you two together can tell que él loves you. Señorita Bingley knows this too. Ella is not stupid. If ella had seen even half as much love from Señor Darcy por herself, ella would already estaría picking out her wedding dress. But here está lo que está really happening. We no have enough money or come de una fancy enough family for ellos. Ella wants Señorita Darcy to marry her brother even more because ella thinks que once there has been a wedding between las families, it will será easier to make una second one happen. This is actually pretty clever, and I think it would work if Señorita de Burgh estuviera no in the way. But Jane, you cannot really think que just because Señorita Bingley says her brother really likes Señorita Darcy, él thinks any less de you que él did when él said goodbye el Tuesday. And you cannot think que ella has el power to make que él believe él loves her friend instead of you. If we both thought las same things about Señorita Bingley, Jane said back, then lo que you are saying might make me feel much better, but I know you estás wrong about ella.
Caroline nunca mentiría a nadie a propósito. Lo best I can hope for es que someone has lied a ella. That is right. You could not have thought en una better idea since you will not let me make you feel better. Go ahead y believe que someone lied a ella. You have done lo que you should do por ella and you don't need to worry about it anymore. But sister, can I ser happy even if everything works out de la best way possible, marrying un man whose sisters y friends all want que él to marry someone else? You have to choose por yourself, said Elizabeth. Think en ello carefully. If making his two sisters unhappy sería worse que ser happy as his wife, then you should say no a él. How can you say that? Said Jane with a weak smile. You know que even though it would make me very sad if ellas no like me, I no wait to decide. I no think you would wait. Since that is true, I no feel very sorry for you. But if él no come back this winter, I will never have to choose. 1,000 things could happen in 6 months. Elizabeth thought que la idea de que él never would return era completely foolish. It seemed like something Caroline wanted to believe because it would help la. Elizabeth knew que lo que Caroline wanted, no matter how ella saidlo, could not change la mind de un young man que did not have to listen a anyone. Ella told her sister as strongly as ella could lo que ella thought about this, y soon ella estaba happy to see que it helped Jane feel better. Jane no era el type de person que gives up. Little by little, she began to believe que Bingley would return a Netherfield and would give her everything lo que her heart wanted, although at times her love-shy made her worry.
Ellos decidieron que Señora Bennet should only hear de que la family had left, without being told anything que would worryla about lo que el man had done. But even this small bit the news made la very upset, y ella said it era very bad luck que las ladies had to go away just when they estaban all becoming such good friends. After feeling sad por ello for a while, ella felt better thinking que Señor Bingley would come back soon and eat dinner in Longbourn again. In the end, ella decidió que even though él had only been invited a una simple family dinner, ella would make sure to cook 2 big meals. Chapter 22. Los Bennet were going to eat dinner with la Lucas family. Una again, for most del día, Señorita Lucas fue kind enough to listen a Señor Collins talk. Elizabeth found una chance to thank ella. Lo keeps lo happy, ella said, y I estoy more grateful to you de lo que I can say. Charlotte told her friend que ella estaba glad to help, y que it was worth giving up un little bit de her time. This were very nice to her, but Charlotte estaba siendo even kinder de lo que Elizabeth knew. Lo que Charlotte really wanted era to keep Señor Collins from asking Elizabeth to marry Elle again by getting Elle to ask ella instead. That era Señorita Lucas' plan. Things were going so well que when ellos said goodbye that night, ella would have been almost sure it would work, except that Elle was leaving Hertfordshire so soon. But ella estaba wrong about how bold and free él era. A la next morning, él snuck out of Longbourn House very cleverly and hurried a Lucas Lodge to ask ella to marry Elle. Él quería asegurarse que sus cocinos no lo vieran lo ir, porque él sabía que si ellas lo vieran lo ir, ellas would guess lo que él estaba planeando hacer. Él did not want anyone to know él was trying until él knew if it worked. Even though él felt pretty sure it would work, y él had good reason to feel that way, because Charlotte had been fairly encouraging, él estaba still more nervous de lo usual por causa de lo que had happened el Wednesday.
Everyone fueron very nice to él when él came. Señorita Lucas solo from una window upstairs as él walked to the house, y right away went out to meet él en el road like it fuera un accident. Ella had no dared to hope que él would say so many loving things to ella. As fast as Señor Collins' long talks would letles, ellos worked everything out so ellos estaban both happy. Y when ellos went en la house, él begged a ella to pick el day que would make de él el happiest man alive. Y even though ella had to wait to answer that question, ella no want to play games with his feelings. Él era so foolish que nature had made sure no woman would ever want que él to keep talking to her por very long. Y señorita Lucas, who said yes a él only because ella wanted un home y husband, did not care how soon ella got los. Sir William y Lady Lucas were asked right away if ellos would say yes, y ellos said yes with great joy. Señor Collins had enough money now to make de él un very good husband for their daughter, since ellos could not give her much money, y él would probably have even more money later. Lady Lucas started right away to think en ello, with more interest de lo que ella had ever felt before, how many more years Señor Bennet would probably live, y Sir William said él estaba sure que when Señor Collins owned la Longbourn house y land, it sería very important for él y his wife to visit la King's Court. La whole family estaba very happy por ello. Las younger girls hoped ellas could get married un year or two sooner de lo que ellas thought they would, y los boys felt better because ellos did not have to worry por Charlotte never getting married. Charlotte herself stayed pretty calm. Ella had gotten lo que ella wanted, and now ella had time to think about it. When felt before, how many more years Señor Bennet would probably live, y Sir William said él estaba sure que when Señor Collins owned la Longbourn house y land, it sería very important for él y his wife to visit la King's Court. La whole family estaba very happy por ello. Las younger girls hoped ellas could get married un year or two sooner de lo que ellas thought they would, y los boys felt better because ellos did not have to worry por Charlotte never getting married. Charlotte herself stayed pretty calm. Ella had gotten lo que ella wanted, and now ella had time to think about it. When ella thought en ello, ella felt good con her choice. El Mr. Collins no era intelligent nor fun to be around. Estar con él era difficult, y his love por ella probably no era real. But él would still be her husband. Ella no think men or marriage fueran wonderful things, but getting married had always been lo que ella wanted. Era was la only good way for smart young women con no money to take care of themselves. Y even if it might not make las happy, it era la best way to make sure they no serían poor. Now ella had this safety, y a los 27 years old, having never sido pretty, ella felt very lucky. La worst part de all this era que it would surprise Elizabeth Bennet, whose friendship meant more to ella que anyone else's. Elizabeth would wonder por qué she did it, y probably would think que estaba wrong, y although Charlotte would not change her mind, it would hurt her que Elizabeth should think badly de ella. Ella decided to tell her las news herself, so ella told Señor Collins que when él came back a Longbourn for dinner, él should not say anything about lo que had happened a anyone de la family.
Of course, él promete to keep lo secret, but it era hard to do because everyone estaban so curious about where él had been for so long que ellos askle very direct questions when él got back, y él had to ser clever to avoid answeringlas, y at the same time, él really wanted to tell everyone about his happy love. Since él had to start his trip too early the next morning to see any de la family, ellos said goodbye when las ladies went upstairs por la night, y señora Bennet very politely y warmly said how happy ellas estarían to see'lo en Longbourn again whenever él could visitlas. My dear lady, él said back, this invitation makes me very happy because es lo que yo have been hoping for, y you can estar sure de que yo will come as soon as yo can. Ellos estaban all surprised, y señor Bennet, who really did not want que él to come back so soon, said right away, "But is there no danger de que Lady Catherine will not like this, my good sir? You had better ignore your family que take the chance a making your patron angry." "My dear sir," señor Collins said back, "yo estoy very grateful con you por this friendly warning, y you can count on que yo not taking such an important step without her señoría agreeing con ello. You cannot ser too careful. Risk anything rather than making la angry. If you think ella might get upset por your coming a nosotros again, which yo think is very likely, stay quietly en home, y no que nosotros no be offended. Believe me, my dear sir, yo estoy very grateful por such kind attention, y you can count on getting una letter de me soon to thank you por this y por every other way you have been good con me during my stay in Hertfordshire.
As for my lovely cousins, though you may not be gone long enough to make lo necessary, you will now take la chance to wish them healthy happiness, including my cousin Elizabeth." Las ladies then left politely, all of them equally surprised to find que él was planning to come back soon. La señora Bennet thought que this meant que él was thinking about asking una de her daughters younger que she should marry con él, and Mary could have been persuaded to say yes. Ella thought que él era much smarter que any de los others. There was something solid in his thoughts que often impressed a ella, and though él era no nearly as clever as ella era, ella thought que if él was encouraged to read and improve himself by following her example, él might become un very nice companion. But la next morning, every hope like this was destroyed. La señorita Lucas came shortly after breakfast, y en una conversation private con Elizabeth, told her lo que had happened the day before. La idea de que señor Collins might think él estaba in love de her friend had come a Elizabeth una or twice in the last day or two, but que Charlotte could encourage-lo seemed almost as impossible as que ella could encourage-lo herself, and so her surprise was so great que at first ella forgot her manners, and ella could not help crying out, "Going to marry Señor Collins? My dear Charlotte, that's impossible." Señorita Lucas had kept her face calm while telling her story, but now ella looked confused for un moment when Elizabeth said such una harsh thing a ella. Ella had expected Elizabeth estuviera upset, though, so ella quickly made her face calm again and said quietly, "¿Por qué estás you so surprised, my dear Eliza? Do you think it's impossible que señor Collins could make any woman like-lo just because él couldn't make you like him?"
But Elizabeth had now gotten control de herself. Ella tried very hard y was able to tell Charlotte en una voz que era almost steady que ella estaba very happy ellas estarían related y que ella hoped Charlotte sería as happy as anyone could be. "You can see how you feel," said Charlotte. "You must estar very surprised, since Señor Collins wanted to marry you just a little while ago. But when you have time to think en ello all, you hope que will be happy con lo que you have done. No soy el kind de person que believes en el love of fairy tales, you know. Yo never was. Yo only want un comfortable home. When you think about qué kind de man Señor Collins es, who his family is y what his life is, you think you have as good una chance de ser happy con él as most people do when ellos get married. Elizabeth quietly said, of course, y after they both estuvieron there feeling awkward por un moment, ellos went back con el rest de la family. Charlotte no stayed much longer, y then Elizabeth was alone to think en lo que ella had heard. It took a ella un very long time to get used a la idea de such una wrong match. Lo strange thing de que Sr. Collins asking 2 different women to marry him in 3 days no era nothing compared con el fact de que someone had actually said yes. She had always known que Charlotte did not think about el marriage in the same way que ella, but never would have thought que it was possible que Charlotte would give up every good feeling just to have money y una life pleasant. Charlotte as the wife of Sr. Collins era una terrible thing to picture. It hurt to think que her friend was doing something shameful y que ella could not respectla anymore. But it hurt even more to know que her friend could never estar truly happy con la choice ella had made.
Elizabeth estaba sentada con her mother y sisters, pensando en lo que ella había oído y preguntándose si ella debería decírselos, cuando Sir William Lucas himself came a la house. His daughter had sent Lo to tell la family about her engagement. Él said many nice things a ellos y talked about how happy él estaba de que las 2 families estarían connected. Él told Lesia's news in front of people que estaban not just surprised, but could not believe it era true. Señora Bennet kept saying, more rudely que politely, que él must be completely wrong. Y Lydia, who never watched lo que ella said y era often rude, shouted loudly, "Good Lord, Sir William, how can you tell such una story? Do you not know que Señor Collins wants to marry Lizzie? Only someone que was used to ser very polite con important people could have listened to such rude treatment without getting angry. But Sir William era so well-mannered que él got through lo all. Even though él asked to be allowed to say que his news era true, él listened to all their rude words con la kindest politeness. Elizabeth felt que ella had to help Lo out of this awful situation, so ella stepped forward to say que his story era true, telling them que ella had already heard about ello de Charlotte herself. Ella tried to stop her mother y sisters from making such a fuss by saying many nice things a Sir William about la wedding. Jane quickly joined in, y ellas both said many things about qué happy el match would make everyone, que a good man Señor Collins era, y qué nice it era que Hunsford estaba not too far de Londres. Señora Bennet estaba really too shocked to say much, while Sir William estaba still there. But as soon as él se fue, all her feelings came pouring out.
First, ella kept saying ella no believed any de ello era true. Second, ella estaba sure que Señor Collins had been tricked. Third, ella estaba certain ellos would never be happy together. Y fourth, ella hoped la wedding would be called off. But 2 things estaban clear por everything que happened. Una era que Elizabeth era la real cause de all el trouble. La other era que ella herself had been treated very badly por everyone. Ella spent el rest del day talking mostly about these 2 things. Nothing could make la feel better, y nothing could calm la down. That day no make her anger go away either. Una whole week went by before ella could see Elizabeth without yelling at her. Un month passed before ella could talk con Sr. William or Lady Lucas without ser rude. Y many months went by before ella could forgive their daughter at all. Sr. Bennet felt much calmer about the thing, y él said que lo que él did feel era quite pleasant.
It made lo happy, él said, el find out que Charlotte Lucas, who él had always thought era pretty smart, era just as foolish as his wife y even more foolish que his daughter. Jane said ella estaba un little surprised por el match, but ella talked less about estar surprised y more about how much ella wanted que ellos fueran happy. Elizabeth could not get que ella to agree que it era una strange thing to happen. Kitty y Lydia did not wish ellas fueran Señora Lucas at all, because Señor Collins era only un church minister. It did not matter a ellas except as something interesting to talk about in Meryton. Lady Lucas couldn't help feeling proud de que ella could now say back a Señora Bennet el good feeling de having una daughter que married well. Ella came to visit Longbourn more often que usual to say how happy ella estaba, even though Señora Bennet angry looks y mean words might have been enough to drive any happiness away. Between Elizabeth y Charlotte, there was an awkward feeling que kept a ellas both quiet about el subject. Elizabeth felt sure de que ellas could never really trust each other y talk openly again. Estar disappointed de Charlotte made que ella love her sister even more. Ella estaba sure de que Jane era good y kind, y de que her opinion de Jane could never change. Ella worried more and more por Jane's happiness each day, because Bingley had been fuera por una week now, y no one had heard anything about él coming back. Jane had written back a Caroline right away and was counting los days until ella could hope to hear de ella again. La thank you letter que Señor Collins had promised arrived el Tuesday. Ella was written a their father, and it was full de all la serious gratitude que someone might feel after living con una family for un whole year. After él had said lo que él felt él needed to say about that, él went on to tell us, con many excited words, how happy él estaba to have won el love de their nice neighbor, Señorita Lucas. Then, él explained que él era only because él wanted to spend time con ella que él had been so ready to agree at their kind wish to see lo again en Longbourn. Él hoped to be able to come back in 2 weeks. Lady Catherine, él added, liked his marriage so much que ella wanted it to happen as soon as possible. Él estaba sure this sería una good reason for his dear Charlotte to pick an early day to make de él the happiest man alive.
Señora Bennet no longer felt happy por Señor Collins coming back a Netherfield. Ella estaba just as ready to complain de ello as su husband estaba. It era very strange que él would come at their house instead of a Lucas Lodge. It era also very hard for ellas y caused a lot of trouble. Ella hated having visitors en la house when ella was feeling so sick, y people que estaban in love eran los worst visitors of all. These eran las quiet complaints que Señora Bennet made, but ella estaba even more upset de que Señor Bingley still had not come back. Jane y Elizabeth both felt worried por ello. Day after day went by con no news about él. La only thing people heard era una historia going around town de que él would not come back a Netherfield all winter. This story made Señora Bennet very angry, y ella always said que era una terrible lie. Even Elizabeth began to worry. Ella was not afraid que Bingley did not care por Jane anymore, but ella was afraid que his sisters would find una way to keep him away. She did not want to think something so horrible por la happiness de Jane. It also would mean que Bingley no era as faithful as she thought, but she could not help the worry returning again and again. His two mean sisters y his powerful friend were working together against it. Señorita Darcy estaba there to catch his attention, y Londres had so many fun things to do. Elizabeth was afraid this might be too much for his love to fight against. Jane estaba even more worried que Elizabeth estaba, of course. But whatever ella felt, ella wanted to hide-lo. So Jane y Elizabeth never talked de ello on each other. But her mother no tried ser careful con Jane's feelings. Almost every hour ella would talk de Bingley. Ella would say how much ella wanted él to come back. Ella would even make Jane admit que if él no come back, ella would feel very badly treated. Jane had to use all de her calm y gentle nature to handle these attacks without getting too upset. Mr. Collins came back exactly 2 weeks later, el Monday, just like él said él would, but la family did not welcome lo as nicely as ellos had la first time. Él estaba too happy to need much attention de ellos, y luckily for los others, él spent most of his time trying to win Charlotte love, so ellos did not have to estar around él very much. Él spent most de every day in Lucas Lodge. Sometimes él only came back at their house just in time to say sorry por estar gone before la family se fuera a la bed. La Mrs. Bennet estaba really in un state very sad. Just hearing anyone talk about la wedding made que se feel terrible y angry. Y everywhere ella went, ella was sure to hear people talking about it. Ella could not stand la sight de Señorita Lucas. Charlotte was going to take her place in this house someday, y Señora Bennet hated-la por ello. Every time Charlotte came to visit them, la Mrs. Bennet was sure that she was thinking en when la house sería hers, y every time Charlotte spoke in a low voice con el Mr. Collins, la Mrs. Bennet was sure that they were talking de la house y making plans to throw her out ella and her daughters as soon as el Mr. Bennet should die. Ella told her husband how angry y upset ella estaba por all of this. Seriously, Mr. Bennet, she told him, it's so unfair to think que Charlotte Lucas será someday la mistress de this house, que I will have to move out y make room for her, y see her take my place en ella.
My dear, no let yourself think such sad thoughts. Let us hope for better things. Let us tell ourselves que yo might ser el que who lives longer. This did not make Señora Bennet feel any better, so instead of saying anything back, ella kept talking de la misma way que before. Yo cannot stand to think que ellos should get all of this land y house. If it fuera no por la rule que says la house must go a un man, yo would not care. ¿Qué would you not care about? Yo would not care about anything at all. Let us be glad de que you no have to feel nothing about anything. Yo can never estar glad, Señor Bennet, for anything to do with that rule. Yo cannot understand how anyone could decide to give away una house so that it cannot go a his own daughters, y all just por Señor Collins. ¿Por qué should él get it more que any other? Yo will let que figure that out por yourself, said Señor Bennet. Chapter 24. La letter de la señorita Bingley arrived y ended con all la uncertainty. La very first sentence told les for sure que ellos estaban all staying in Londres por el winter, y ended by saying her brother was sorry él did not have time to say goodbye de his friends in Hertfordshire before él se fuera. all hope was gone, completely gone, and when Jane could pay attention a el rest de la letter, ella found very little que could make la feel better, except que la writer said ella cared por ella. Most de la letter era about how wonderful Señorita Darcy era. Ella talked again about all las good things about ella, and Caroline happily bragged about how ellas were becoming closer friends and dared to say que las things ella had hoped for in her last letter would come true.
Ella also wrote con great joy about her brother staying in Signor Darcy's house. He talked excitedly about some plans Signor Darcy had for buying new furniture. Elizabeth heard all de this de Jane, who told a ella most de lo que estaba en la letter, y ella listened without saying anything, but feeling very angry. Her heart was torn between worrying por her sister y estar mad con everyone else. When Caroline said que her brother liked Señorita Darcy, Elizabeth did not believe lo at all. Ella estaba sure de que él really did care about Jane, just as ella had always thought, and even though ella had always wanted to like él, ella could not help feeling angry and almost hateful toward él por ser so weak and not standing up for himself, lo que made que él do lo que sea que his sneaky friends wanted and give up his own happiness just because ellos wanted que él too. If only his own happiness were being sacrificed, él might have been allowed to do lo que he wanted con ella, but la happiness of his sister also era part of it, and ella thought que él ought to know that. Era was something que ella would think in it for a long time, but thinking in it would not help anything. Ella could not think in anything else, and whether Bingley had really stopped caring about Jane, or his friends had made him hide his feelings, whether él knew que Jane liked él, or él had not noticed, no matter which one fuera true, even though ello would change lo que ella thought de él, her sister would still be hurt the same way. One day or two went by before Jane fuera brave enough to tell Elizabeth how se felt, but finally, after Signora Bennet left las alone together and had been complaining longer de lo usual about Netherfield and its owner, ella could not help saying, "Oh, I wish my dear mother could control herself better."
Ella no have idea how much pain ella me gives me cuando ella keeps talking de él. But you will not complain. This will not last long. Él will be forgotten y everyone seremos just as éramos before. Elizabeth looked at her sister con worried surprise, but ella did not say anything. You no believe me, said Jane, her face turning a little red. Really, you have no reason to doubt de mí. Él may stay in my memory as el nicest man que yo have ever known, but that is all. Yo have nothing que hope for or be afraid of, y nothing por lo que blame lo for. Thank Dios you no have that pain, un little time, so yo will try to feel better. Con una stronger voice, ella soon said, At least yo know que yo estaba just siendo silly y yo did not hurt anyone but myself. My dear Jane, said Elizabeth, you are too good. You are so sweet y kind que you are like un angel. Yo do not know qué to say a you. Yo feel like yo have never sido fair con you or loved you the way you should be loved. La Miss Bennet quickly said que no era special at all y said que her sister era la que era loving y kind. No, said Elizabeth, that is not fair. You want to think que everyone in el world son good y you get upset if yo say anything bad about anybody. I only want to think que you are perfect y you won't leave me. No worry de que yo will go too far or de que yo will try ser as kind con everyone as you are. You no need to worry. There are very few people a las que yo really love y even fewer a las que yo think son good. The more yo see del world, the less me like it.
Every day yo believe more and more que people change their minds all the time y you can never count on ellos to be as good or as smart as ellos seem. You have seen 2 examples de this lately. Yo will not talk about uno de ellos, but el other is Charlotte getting married. You cannot understandlo. No matter how you look at lo, you cannot understandlo. My dear Lizzie, do not let yourself feel this way. These feelings will make you unhappy. You do not think enough about how different people live different lives y have different feelings. Think about how el Mr. Collins es un good man y how Charlotte es careful y steady. Remember que ella comes de una big family y que marrying him sería very good for her money situation. Try to believe que ella might really care about our cousin y think well de él. Yo will try to believe almost anything to make you happy, but believing this would not help anyone else. If you really thought Charlotte cared about él, yo would think ella no era very smart, which is worse que lo que yo think about her feelings now. My dear Jane, el Mr. Collins thinks too much de himself, acts like él fuera very important, has una small mind y es silly. You know this just as well as you do. Any woman que marries him cannot think de la right way. No la you will defend even if sea Charlotte Lucas. You will not change lo que it means to do lo right thing just por una person. Do not try to make yourself or a mí believe que ser selfish es smart, or que no caring por el danger will keep you safe y happy. Yo think you estás siendo too hard con both de ellos, Jane said. Yo hope you will see que yo am right when you watch que ellos son happy together. But that is enough about this. Yo talked about something else too. Yo said there were 2 things que happened. Yo know lo que yo mean, but please, dear Lizzie, no hurt me by saying que person did something wrong on purpose, y no say yo think less de él now. Nosotros should not ser so quick and think que someone meant de hurt nos. Nosotros cannot expect un young man que está full de life to always sea careful con everything él says y does. Most del time is just que nosotros think too much in ourselves, y that tricks nos. Women think que when men pay attention a ellas, it means more de lo que it really does. Y men make sure de que women will think that way. If ellos do lo on purpose, then ellos están wrong. But yo no think there are as many people trying to trick others as some people believe. Yo do not think Señor Bingley was trying to trick anyone, Elizabeth said. But even when someone is not planning to do wrong or make others sad, ellos can still make mistakes y cause pain. Not thinking in things, not paying attention to how other people feel, and not being able to make up your mind will cause problems. Do you believe que he did it por una de those reasons? Yes, por la last one, but if you keep talking, yo will make you angry by telling you lo que yo really think about people you like. Stop me while you still can. You still think his sisters are telling him qué to do? Yes, and his friend is helping less. Yo do not believe that. ¿Por qué would they try to tell him qué to do? Ellos only want que él sea happy, and if él loves me, no other woman can make lo happy. You estás wrong about that. Ellos might want many things besides just making lo happy. Ellos might want que él to get richer and more important. Ellos might want que él to marry una girl que has lots of money, knows important people, y comes from una fancy family. Yo estoy sure ellos do want que él to choose Señorita Darcy, but maybe ellos have good reasons que no son as bad as you think. Ellos have known ella mucho longer que ellos have known me, so it makes sense que ellos would love l'amor. But no matter lo que ellos want, ellos probably would not go against lo que their brother wants. ¿Qué sister would think ella had el right to do that, unless there was something really wrong?
If ellos believed él loved me, ellos no tried to keep nos apart. And if él really loved me, ellos could not win anyway. When you say él loves me de that, you make everyone sound mean y wrong, and that makes me very sad. Please no upset me con that idea. Yo estoy no ashamed de que yo was wrong about él, or at least it does not matter much compared to how you would feel if you thought bad things about él or his sisters. Let me think in this de la best way, de la way que make el most sense. Elizabeth could not argue con lo que Jane wanted, and from then on ellas almost never talked about el señor Bingley. Señora Bennet kept wondering and feeling sad de que él never came back, and even though Elizabeth explained lo clearly almost every day, her mother never seemed to understand lo any better. Her daughter tried to make her believe something que ella no really believed herself, que el señor Bingley had only liked Jane a little bit, the way uno might like someone por un short time, y que él stopped caring when él could not see-la anymore. Even though this might have been true, ella had to say la same thing every single day to make her mother feel better. La thing que made Señora Bennet feel best era thinking que el señor Bingley would have to come back en el summer. El señor Bennet thought about it differently. "So, Lizzie," él said one day, "I see que your sister's heart has been broken. Yo estoy happy por ella." La second best thing que can happen a una girl after getting married is to have her heart broken a little bit now and then. It gives le something to think about. It makes le special compared con her friends. When will it será your turn? You will not want Jane que sea la only one por very long. Now is el perfect time for you. There are enough soldiers here in Meryton to break los hearts de all las young ladies in the whole area. You should pick Wickham. Él es un nice man y él would break your heart de una very good way. Thank you, sir, but any man que es no es nice estaría fine por mí. Nosotros que not all ser es lucky es Jane. That is true, said Sr. Bennet, but it makes me feel good to know que lo que sea que happens a you, you have una loving mother who will always make it sound like la best thing in el world. Estar around Sr. Wickham helped a la Longbourn family feel much better after all the sad, confusing things que had happened lately. Ellos solo a lot, y now él had something new que made people like-lo even more. Él toldles everything él was thinking, everything que Elizabeth had already heard about his problems con Sr. Darcy, y all las bad things Sr. Darcy had done a él fue now told to everyone, y everyone talked de ello. Everybody estaba happy to think in how much ellos had always hated Sr. Darcy, even before ellos knew anything about lo que él had done. Señorita Bennet era la only person que thought there might be good reasons for lo que Sr. Darcy did que la people por here did not know about. Ella era always kind y fair, y ella always said que maybe people made mistakes. But everyone else said que Sr. Darcy era el worst man que ever lived. After una week of saying que he loved Charlotte y making plans for their life happy together, el señor Collins had to leave his sweet Charlotte when arrived el Saturday. La sadness de leaving ella might feel better for él because él could get ready for his bride to come live con él, y él hoped que soon after él came back a Hertford, ellos would pick el day que would make de él el happiest man alive. Él said goodbye de his family and Longbourn con la same serious manner que before, wished his pretty cousins good health and happiness again, y promised their father él would write another letter to say thank you.
El Monday, Señora Bennet estaba happy to see her brother and his wife arrive, who came like ellos always did to spend Christmas en Longbourn. El señor Gardiner era un man intelligent and educated que era much better que his sister in la way en que he had been born y las things que he had learned. Las ladies de Netherfield would have found it hard to believe que un man que made money by buying and selling things y que could see his own storage buildings from his house could be so well-mannered and pleasant. La señora Gardiner era several years younger que la señora Bennet y la señora Phillips, y era una woman kind, intelligent and elegant que era well-liked por her nieces en Longbourn. Ella had una very special friendship con las two oldest girls. Often they had stayed con ella en la city. La first thing Señora Gardiner did when ella arrived fue to give out her gifts y tellles about los newest styles de clothes. When this was done, ella had un quieter job to do. Now era her turn to listen. Señora Bennet had many sad things to tell about and much to complain about. Everyone had been treated very badly since ella last saw her sister.
Two of her daughters had been about to get married, but in the end, nothing came de ello. You no blame Jane, ella went on, because Jane would have married Señor Bingley if ella could have. But Lizzie, oh sister, it's very hard to think que ella could have been Señor Collins's wife by now, if ella had not been so stubborn. Él asked Le to marry him right here in this room y ella said que no. Because of this, Lady Lucas will have una daughter que gets married before yo do, y la Longbourn house will still go as someone else when Señor Bennet dies. La Lucas family son very sneaky people, sister. Ellos only care por lo que ellos can get for themselves. I hate to say this about ellos, but it is true. It makes me feel sick y upset when my own family does not listen a me, and when our neighbors only think in themselves instead of other people. But you coming here right now makes me feel much better, y yo estoy very happy to hear lo que you say about long sleeves. La señora Gardiner already had heard most of these news de las letters que Jane y Elizabeth had written to her, so she gave her sister una answer short y changed el subject to be kind con her nieces. Later, when ella estaba alone con Elizabeth, ella talked more about it. Ella said, "It sounds like Señor Bingley would have been un good husband for Jane. I am sad the gate did not work out, but things like this happen all the time. Un young man like Señor Bingley can easily fall in love de una pretty girl por unas few weeks, and when something pulls them apart, él can just as easily forget about ella. This kind of changing feelings happens very often." Elizabeth said, "That might make some people feel better, but it no help a nosotros. Nosotros did not lose a él por accident." It no happen very often que friends can talk a un young man con his own money into forgetting about una girl él estaba deeply in love de just unos few days before. But saying someone está violently in love is such una old phrase que people use too much, y it is so unclear que it no tell me much. People say lo about feelings que start after knowing someone for just half an hour, and also about real, strong love. Tell me, how much did Señor Bingley really love Jane? Yo never saw anyone show more clear signs de falling in love. Él was starting to ignore other people completely and could only think en ella. Every time ellos sose, él acted more cold and strange. In his own party, él fue rude con 2 or 3 young ladies by no askingles to dance, and yo talked con él twice without getting any answer back. Could there be better signs de que él does no care? ¿Es no ser rude con everyone exactly lo que love looks like? Oh yes, that kind of love que yo think él felt. Poor Jane. Yo feel bad por ella, because ella es el kind of person que might not get better de this right away. It would have been better if this had happened to you, Lizzie, because you would have laughed and gotten overlo much faster. But do you think nosotros could talk her into coming back con nosotros? Going somewhere new might help la feel better, and maybe getting away the home for a while sería good for ella. Elizabeth loved this idea, and estaba sure her sister would say yes. Yo hope, said Señora Gardiner, que thinking in this young man will not change lo que ella decides to do. Nosotros live in such a different part of the city, all our friends son so different, and as you know, nosotros hardly go out at all, so it's very unlikely ellos would ever see each other unless él really comes to visit a ella.
Y that could never happen because his friend is watching over a él now, y Señor Darcy would never let que él visit Jane en un place like this parte de Londres. My dear aunt, how could you even think such una thing? Señor Darcy might have heard de una street like Grace Church Street, but él would think que washing himself por un whole month would no sería enough to get clean after walking por ella, and you can estar sure de que Señor Bingley never goes anywhere without él. That is even better. Yo hope ellos never see each other again. But does not Jane write letters a his sister? Ella will not be able to stop herself from visiting. Ella will stop ser friends de ella, completely. But even though Elizabeth acted like ella estuviera sure de this, y even more sure de que Bingley was being kept away de seeing Jane, ella is still worried por ello, which showed a ella que ella no think que fuera completely hopeless. It era possible, y sometimes ella thought que era likely, que his love por Jane might come back to life, y que Jane's good qualities might win out over lo que his friends were telling a él. Señorita Bennet said yes to la aunt's invitation y estaba happy por ello. Ella thought en los Bingley only to hope que since Caroline no live en la same house que her brother, ella might sometimes visit Caroline in the morning without any chance de seeinglo. Los Gardiner stayed in Longbourn for a week. Con los Phillips, los Lucas y los Soldiers, there was something planned for every day. Señora Bennet had planned so many things for her brother and sister to do que ellos never once sat down to eat dinner con just la family. When ellos were supposed to stay home for dinner, some de los soldiers always came too, y Señor Wickham era always uno de ellos. In these times, Señora Gardiner watched Elizabeth and Wickham carefully, because Elizabeth had said such good things about él que it made la wonder. Ella no think ellos estaban very deeply in love por lo que ella saw, but era clear enough que ellos liked each other best, which made que ella estuviera a little worried. Ella decided to talk con Elizabeth about ello before ella left this place y tell ella no era not smart to let such feelings grow. Wickham had a way of making happy la Mrs. Gardiner que had nothing to do con how charming he was in general. About 10 or 12 years ago, before ella got married, ella had spent a lot of time in la very same part de Derbyshire where él came from, so ellos knew many de la same people. Even though Wickham had not been there much since Darcy's father died 5 years before, él could still tell her newer things about her old friends que ella could find out anywhere else. Señora Gardiner had seen Pemberley and knew all about what el old Señor Darcy era, so this gave les something ellos could talk there forever. Ella compared lo que ella remembered about Pemberley con all los details Wickham could tellle, y ella said good things about el man que used to ownlo, which made both of ellos happy. When ella learned how el present Señor Darcy had treated Wickham, ella tried to remember something about lo que that man was supposed que era when él era just un boy que would match con ello. Finally, ella estaba sure de que ella remembered hearing Señor Fitzwilliam Darcy talked de before as un very proud, mean boy. Chapter 26. Señora Gardiner, warning a Elizabeth, was given right away y kindly en la first good chance ella had to speak con ella alone. After honestly tellingle lo que ella thought, ella said this: "You eres too smart una girl, Lizzie, to fall in love just because someone tells you que no. So yo estoy no afraid to speak plainly. Really, yo want you to be careful. No let yourself fall in love de él or try to make que él fall in love de you, when no having enough money would make lo such a bad idea. Yo have nothing bad to say about él. Él es un very interesting young man. If él had el money él should have, yo think you could no do better. But la way things stand now, you must no let your feelings carry you away. You have good sense, y nosotros all expect you to use it. Your father would count con you to make good choices y act well, yo estoy sure. You must no let your father down. My dear aunt, this is getting very serious. Yes, y yo hope to get you to be serious too. Well then, you no need to worry. Yo will take care of myself y de Señor Wickham too. Él no fall in love with me if I can help it. Elizabeth, no estás siendo serious now. Lo siento, yo will try again. Right now, yo no estoy in love del Mr. Wickham. No, certainly no lo estoy. But él is, more que any other man, el nicest man yo have ever seen. If él really starts to care for me, yo think it sería better if él did know. Yo sí que it sería no be smart. Oh, that terrible Señor Darcy. My father thinking well de me makes me very proud, y yo estaría very sad to lose that. My father, however, likes Señor Wickham. In short, mi dear aunt, estaría very sorry to make unhappy a ninguno de you. But since we see every day que cuando los young people care for one another, raramente are stopped by not having money immediately from promising to marry each other, how can I promise ser more clever que so many other people, if I am tempted, or how can I even know que sería more clever to say no? All that I can promise you es que no I will rush into anything, no I will be quick to think que soy la person que most he likes. When yo estoy con él, yo no spend my time wishing for things. Yo will do my best to be smart about this. Maybe it sería good if you stop him from coming here so much. At least you should not tell your mother to invite him over, like yo did el other day, said Elizabeth con una knowing smile. You are right, it sería smart de me to stop doing that, but no think que él está always here this much. Él has been invited so many times this week because of you. You know how my mother thinks her friends always need to have people around ellos. But really, yo promise yo will try to do lo que yo think is best, y yo hope that makes you happy. Su aunt toldle que it did make la happy, and Elizabeth thanked-le por ser so kind con su advice, and then ellas said goodbye. It fue amazing que someone had given advice about something like this without la other person getting angry. el Mr. Pollins returned to Hertfordshire shortly after los Gardiners and Jane had left, but since he stayed with la family Lucas, la Mrs. Bennet did not have to worry about él being in the way. Su wedding was coming up fast, and ella had finally accepted que it was going to happen, and ella even said several times, con una mean voice, que ella hoped ellos serían happy. Thursday was going to be el wedding day, y el Wednesday, señorita Lucas came to say goodbye, y when ella got up to leave, Elizabeth felt bad por su mother seeing so rude y not really wanting to wish less well, so ella walked Charlotte out of la room. As ellas walked por las stairs together, Charlotte said, "Yo will be counting on getting letters de you very often, Elisa. You can estar sure de que lo will. Y yo have something else to ask you. Will you come a visit me? Yo hope nosotros will see each other often in Hertfordshire. I shall probably stay in Kent for a long time, so please promise me you will come visit me in Hunsford." Elizabeth could not say que no, although she did not think que la visit sería very enjoyable. "My father y María will come see me in March," Charlotte said, "y yo hope you will come con ellos. Really, Elisa, yo estaré just as happy to see you as yo estaré to see a ellos." La wedding happened y el new husband and wife left for Kent right from la church, y everyone had plenty to talk about, just like always. Elizabeth got letters de su friend soon after, y ellas wrote to each other just as much as ellas always had, but ellas could not share everything like before. Elizabeth could never write a Charlotte without feeling que su close friendship was gone, and even though ella kept writing letters, it era because of lo que ellas used to have, no lo que ellas had now. Elizabeth estaba very excited to receive las first letters de Charlotte because she wanted to know qué thought Charlotte de su new home, qué she thought de Lady Catherine, and how happy she would say que estaba. But when Elizabeth read las letters, Charlotte wrote exactly lo que Elizabeth thought que she would write. Ella wrote happy things, seemed to have everything ella needed, y only said good things about everything. Ella liked la house, los furniture, las people que live nearby, y los paths, y said que Lady Catherine era very kind y helpful. Ella era like Señor Collins' stories about Hunsford y Rosings, but not quite so over the top. Y Elizabeth no ella would have to visit there herself para learn what ella era really like. Jane había already written una short letter para tell Elizabeth que ella got to Londres safely, y when ella wrote again, Elizabeth hoped Jane will be able to tell Le something about los Bingley. Elizabeth's excitement por getting this second letter was rewarded about as well as excitement usually lo es. Jane había estado en la town por una week without seeing Caroline or receiving letters de ella, but Jane thought this happened because su last letter a Caroline from Longbourn had gotten lost somehow. "My aunt," ella wrote, "is going a that part de town tomorrow, y yo will go con ella para visit Caroline en Grosvenor Street." Ella wrote another letter after la visit when ella had seen Señorita Bingley. "Yo no think Caroline seemed very happy," ella wrote, "but ella estaba glad de see me, y ella said yo should have told her que was coming a Londres. Yo was right, my last letter había never gotten a ella. Yo asked por su brother, of course. Él estaba fine, but él was spending so much time con Señor Darcy que ellas almost never solo. Yo found out que Señorita Darcy was coming a dinner. I wish yo could see-la. My visit no fue long because Caroline y la señora Hurst were going out. Yo estoy sure yo will see a ellos here soon." Elizabeth shook su head when ella read this letter. It made her segura de que only por accident
Would Señor Bingley find out que su sister estaba en la town? 4 weeks went by, y Jane saw nothing de él. Ella tried to tell herself que ella did not mind, but ella could no longer pretend que Señorita Bingley cared por ella. After waiting at home every morning for 2 weeks y making up una new excuse para ella every evening, la visitor finally came. But su visit was so short, and even more, la way ella acted fue so different, que Jane could not lie to herself anymore. La letter ella wrote a su sister in this time will show lo que ella felt. My dearest Lizzie will know, I am sure, será mean con mí, or say ella was right when yo tell you que yo estaba completely wrong about Señorita Bingley caring for me. But, my dear sister, even though lo que happened proved you were right, do not think yo soy stubborn if yo still say que considering how ella acted, it made sense para mí to trust ella just as much as it made sense para you not to. Yo do not understand at all por qué ella wanted ser close friends con mí, but if las same things happened again, I am sure yo sería fooled again. Caroline did not come to visit me back until yesterday, and yo got no note, not even una line, de ella de el time. When ella did come, it era very clear que ella did not want estar there. Ella said un quick, polite sorry por not coming before, said nothing about wanting to see me again, and estaba so different in every way que when ella se fue, yo decided que no sería friends de ella anymore. Yo feel sorry for ella, though yo cannot help thinking ella estaba wrong. Ella estuvo very wrong to pick me out the way ella did. Yo can safely say que every step toward ser close friends started con ella.
But yo feel sorry por ella, because ella must know que ella has been doing wrong, y because yo estoy very sure que worrying por su brother es lo que made que ella duló. Yo no need to explain more about this, y even though nosotros know ella no need to worry, if ella feels scared, that would explain por qué ella acts the way ella does around me. Y since su brother means so much para ella, any worry ella feels por él makes sense and shows how much ella cares. But yo no cannot understand por qué ella would have such fears now, because if él had cared por mí at all, nosotros habríamos seen each other a long, long time ago. I am sure de que él knows que estoy in town because of something she herself said, but the way she speaks makes it seem que she wants to make herself believe que a él really he likes la Miss Darcy. Yo no understandlo. If yo fuera no afraid de thinking too badly de people, yo would almost want to say que someone está siendo very sneaky and dishonest about all this. Yo will try to push away every sad thought y think only in things que will make me happy, like your love, y how kind my dear uncle and aunt always son con me. Please write a me very soon. Señorita Bingley said something about él never coming back a Netherfield again, about giving up la house, but ella did not sound sure de ello. Nosotros should not talk de ello. Estoy very happy de que you have such good news de our friends in Hansford. Please go visitlos con Sir William and Maria. Estoy sure you will feel very comfortable there. Con love, Jane. This letter made Elizabeth feel sad, but ella felt better when ella thought que Jane no sería fooled anymore, at least no por la sister. Ella no longer expected anything at all de el brother. Ella did not even want que él to pay attention a ella again. Every time ella thought en qué kind of person él era, ella liked él less. Y para punishlo, y maybe para help Jane feel better, ella really hoped él would marry Señor Darcy's sister soon, because then él estaría very sorry por lo que él had given up. Around this time, Señora Gardiner reminded Elizabeth que ella had promised to tell a ella about that man, y ella wanted to know qué was happening. Y Elizabeth had news para send que would make a su aunt happier de lo que it made a ella. Él did not seem to like ella anymore. Él stopped paying attention a ella, y now él liked someone else. Elizabeth was watching carefully enough para sílo all, but ella could sílo and write about it without feeling too much pain. Su heart had not been hurt very much, y ella felt good con herself because ella believed que if él had enough money, él would have chosen only a ella. The fact that la young lady suddenly obtained £10,000 era the thing most surprising about her que made him want ser kind con ella now. But Elizabeth, que perhaps could not see this as clearly as she had seen it con Charlotte, did not get angry con él for wanting ser free to choose. Nothing could be more normal than that, y while ella could imagine que era difficult para él to give her up, she was ready to say que era something smart and good for both, and she could really mean it when she wished him que fuera happy. Ella told all this a Señora Gardiner, y after ella explained lo que had happened, ella said this: Estoy sure now, my dear aunt, que yo estuve never really in love de él, because if yo hubiera truly felt that pure and wonderful feeling, yo would hate even hearing su name right now, y yo would want terrible things to happen to a él.
Pero mis sentimientos toward él son not just kind, ellos son even fair toward Señorita King. Yo cannot find yo hate a ella at all, porque yo no want to think ella es una very good kind girl. There can be no love in any of this. Yo was careful to watch my feelings, y it worked, y though yo would certainly sería more interesting para everyone que know if yo estuviera crazy in love de él, yo cannot say que yo estoy sorry de ser less important. Sometimes, ser important costs too much. Kitty y Lydia están much more upset por su departure que yo. Ellas son young y no know much about el world, y ellas have not yet learned la hard truth que handsome young men need money to live on just like everyone else. Con nothing bigger que these things happening in la Longbourn family, y con little else to do except walk a marathon, sometimes when los roads estaban muddy y sometimes when it was cold, January y February went by. March era when Elizabeth would go a Hunsford. At first, ella no había thought very seriously in going there, but ella soon found out que Charlotte was counting on this plan, and little by little ella learned to think en ello con more happiness and more certainty. Estar away from Charlotte la had made her want to see su friend again, y had made su dislike por el Mr. Collins no fuera so strong. El plan era something new, y since con such una mother and such sisters who no eran good company, home could not ser perfect, un little change era welcome just por su own sake. El trip would also let le see Jane por un little while, y in short, as el time se drew closer, ella habría estado very sorry if anything had delayed lo. Everything went smoothly though, y fue finally decided just as Charlotte had first planned lo. She was to travel con Sir William y su second daughter, Maria. Ellos decidieron añadir una night en Londres para make el trip even better, y now el plan era as good as it could possibly ser. La only part sad era leaving su father, who really would miss her, y who did not like la idea que ella fuera so much que he told her que she should write to him, y almost said que él would write to her back. Cuando ella said goodbye de señor Wickham, ellos fueron friendly el uno con each other, y él fue even more que friendly.
Although now he was pursuing another person, he could not forget que Elizabeth había sido la first girl to catch su attention y to deserve it, la first to listen to him y to feel sorry for él, la first que he had liked, y cuando he said goodbye to ella, wishing her un time wonderful and reminding her que to expect the Lady Catherine de Bourgh y hoping que ella always would think in the same way que él about las people, había un fondness and interest en su voice que made her feel que always she would think en él con love true. Y cuando she left him, estaba sure de que whether he married or remained single, él always sería el example perfect de un man kind y pleasant. Las people que were traveling con ella the next day no eran the kind que would make her think less de él. Sir William Lucas y su daughter Maria, who era una nice girl but had nothing en su head just like su father, had nothing que say que was worth listening to, y hearing los talk era about as fun as listening el wheels de las carriage rattle. Elizabeth liked silly things, but ella had known Sir William's silly ways for too long. Él could not tell anything new about the amazing time when he met the king y became a knight, y su polite talk estaba worn out, just like sus stories.
Eran only 24 miles to travel, y ellos started so early que ellos got to Grace Church Street para el noon. As ellos drove up to Señor Gardiner House, Jane estaba en la front window watching for ellos to arrive, y when ellos walked into el hallway, ella estaba there to welcome ellos, y Elizabeth looked closely at su face y estaba happy to see que ella looked healthy and beautiful as always. En las stairs había a bunch de little boys and girls who estaban so excited to see su cousin que ellos could not wait en la de study room, but ellos estaban also too shy to come downstairs since ellos had not seen la por un whole year. Everything era happy and kind. El day went by very nicely. La morning estuvo busy con errands and shopping, and in the evening ellos fueron to see una play. Elizabeth made sure to sit next to su aunt. Ellos talked about su sister first, and Elizabeth estaba more sad que surprised to hear que even though Jane always tried to stay cheerful, había times en los que ella felt very low. But it made sense to hope que these sad times would not last much longer. Señora Gardiner also told a ella all about Señorita Bingley's visit at Grace Church Street and repeated different conversations que had happened between Jane and herself, which showed que Jane había truly given up on ser friends de los Bingleys. Señora Gardiner then teased su niece about Wickham leaving a ella por someone else and said ella estaba proud de que well Elizabeth was handling law. But my dear Elizabeth, ella said, ¿qué kind of girl es Señorita King? Yo would hate to think our friend only cares por el money. Please, my dear aunt, what is la difference when people get married between doing it por money and doing it because it makes sense? Where does being careful end and where does being greedy begin?
Last Christmas, you were afraid de que él might marry conmigo because no sería smart, and now because he is trying to get una girl que only has 10,000 pounds, do you mean que él only cares about el money? If you will just tell me qué kind de girl Señorita King es, you will know qué to think. Ella es una very good kind de girl, you think. Yo no know anything bad about ella. But él did not pay any attention a ella at all until su grandfather died and left a ella all that money. No, ¿por qué should I do it? If él was not allowed to try to make me love him because you had no money,
¿Por qué would he try to make que una girl love him when él did not care por ella, and ella era just as poor? But it seems wrong que él to start paying attention a ella so soon after su grandfather died. Un man que needs money does not have time para all las fancy polite things que other people can do. If ella does not mind it, ¿por qué should we not? Just because ella does not mind does not make lo right. It only shows que something está wrong con ella. Either ella is no smart or ella does not feel things the way ella should. Well, cried Elizabeth, have it your way. Él only cares about el money, and ella es foolish. No, Lizzie, that no es lo que I want. Yo estaría sad, you know, to think bad things about un young man que has lived so long in Derbyshire. Oh, if that is all, you think very little the young men que live in Derbyshire, and sus close friends que live in Hertfordshire son no much better. Estoy tired de all ellos. Thank heaven, yo am going tomorrow to see un man que has nothing good in él at all, que no know how ser polite or think clearly about anything. Stupid men son los only ones worth knowing after all.
Be careful, Lizzie. Lo que you just said sounds as if you were very disappointed. Before la play ended y ellos had to leave, something wonderful happened que ella no expect. Su uncle y aunt asked her to come con ellos en un fun trip ellos were planning para el summer. Nosotros no hemos decided exactly qué far nosotros will go, said Señora Gardiner, but maybe nosotros will go a los lagos. Elizabeth could not think in anything ella would like more, y ella said yes right away y felt very thankful. My dear, dear aunt, ella cried out con joy. ¡Qué happiness! ¡Qué wonderful fun! You make me feel like yo estuviera alive again and full of energy. Goodbye a feeling sad and angry. ¿Qué do men matter when I rocks and mountains to see? Oh, qué amazing hours nosotros will have. Y when nosotros come back, nosotros will not be like other people que travel, but cannot tell you una clear thing about lo que ellos saw. Nosotros will know where nosotros went, and nosotros will remember lo que nosotros saw. Lakes, mountains, y rivers no all get mixed up in our minds, and when nosotros try to tell someone about un special place, nosotros no start fighting about where it estaba. Let us think que when nosotros get excited and talk about our trip, we somos no as hard to listen to as most people que travel. Chapter 28. Everything Elizabeth saw in el next day's trip era new and interesting para ella, y ella felt very happy because ella had seen a su sister looking so healthy que ella no se worry por ella anymore, and thinking en el trip to el north made que se feel excited all el time. When ellos left la big road and turned onto el small road que led a Hunsford, everyone looked around trying to find la house where el minister lived, y every time ellos turned una corner, ellos thought que might see la. La fence around la Park de Rosings estaba right next to ellos on one side. Elizabeth smiled when ella remembered all las things ella had heard about la people que lived there. Finally, ellos could see la house where el minister lived. El garden went down toward el road, la house sat en el medio de él, y había green fence posts y bushes everywhere que showed ellos estaban almost there.
El señor Collins y Charlotte came a la door y el carriage stopped in a little gate que led por un short stone path to the house, while everyone nodded and smiled at each other. In no time at all, ellos estaban all out of el carriage, happy to see each other. La señora Collins welcomed su friend con great joy, and Elizabeth felt more and more glad ella had come when ella saw how warmly everyone greeted la. Ella could see right away que su cousin had not changed at all since getting married. Él era still just as stiff and polite as before, y él kept la standing en la gate por several minutes asking por everyone de su family. Then, after él pointed out how neat and tidy la entrance looked, ellos went en la house, and as soon as ellos estuvieron en la sitting room, él welcomed-les again con fancy formal words as su simple home, and carefully repeated everything su wife had offered-les to eat and drink. Elizabeth estaba ready to see-lo acting proud de su house, and ella could not help thinking que when él showed off how nice la room looked and how good el furniture era, él was talking especially a ella, as if él wanted to make la feel bad por saying no when él asked-le to marry él. But even though everything looked neat and comfortable, ella did not feel sorry at all, and instead, ella looked con surprise at su friend Charlotte, wondering how ella could seem so happy living con such un man.
When Señor Collins said something que should have made su wife feel embarrassed, which happened quite often, Elizabeth could not help looking at Charlotte to see how ella would react. Una or twice, ella could see Charlotte's face turn a little red, but most del time, Charlotte era smart enough para act like ella had not heard anything. After ellos sat long enough para look at every piece de furniture en la room, from la big table against la wall to el metal guard in front of la fireplace, y after ellos told about su trip y everything que had happened en Londres, Señor Collins asked Les que come walk en el garden, which era big y well planned y which él took care of himself. Working in su garden era una de las things de las que most he took pride in, y Elizabeth was amazed de lo calmly que Charlotte spoke about how good que era el exercise para su health, y how she said que she tried to make que él do it as much as possible. Él led-los por every path y side path, barely giving them time para say las nice things él wanted to hear, y él pointed out every single thing ellos could see con so much detail que ellos could not enjoy lo beautiful anything era. Él could count los fields in every direction y él could tell-les exactly how many trees había en el farthest group de trees. But of all las things que could be seen from su garden, or from any place in la country, or even all el kingdom, nothing era as good as la view de rosings que could be had through una opening en los trees que bordered el park almost right opposite the front de su house. Era un handsome building new que estaba up en una hill.
Desde su jardín, señor Collins wanted to take las por sus dos fields, pero las ladies no have los right shoes to walk por lo que era left de la white frost on el ground, so ellas turned back. Y while Sir William fue con él, Charlotte took a su sister and friend por la house, probably very happy to have la chance to show it off without su husband there to help. It was pretty small, but well built y easy to live in. Everything was put in place y arranged so neatly que Elizabeth knew Charlotte had done all her work to make lo nice. When Señor Collins no estaba around, la house felt really comfortable. Charlotte seemed so happy there que Elizabeth thought él must be fuera a lot of the time.
Ella había already learned que Lady Catherine estaba still living nearby. They spoke de ella again while they were eating la dinner, y el Mr. Collins said, "Yes, Señorita Elizabeth, you will get to see Lady Catherine de Bourgh this Sunday in la church, y yo know you will love meeting a ella. Ella is so kind and friendly con everyone, y estoy sure de que she will notice when ends el church service. Estoy almost sure de que she will ask you y a my sister Maria to come a all las same dinners a las que she invites a nosotros while you stay here. La way en que she treats my dear Charlotte is wonderful. Nosotros eat dinner in su house twice every week, y ella never lets nos walk home. Su ladyship always sends su carriage para pick nos up. Yo should say, uno de sus carriages, because ella has many de ellos. Lady Catherine is una very good and smart woman, Charlotte added, y ella está always looking out por sus neighbors. That's exactly right, my dear. That is just lo que yo always say. Ella es el kind of woman que deserves el greatest respect.
Ellos spent most de la evening talking about news de back home y telling stories ellos habían already written about en letters. Cuando era time de bed, Elizabeth fue a su room alone y thought about qué happy Charlotte seemed estar, qué well ella handled a su husband y how ella stayed calm con él. Elizabeth had to admit que Charlotte was doing very well. Ella also thought about what el resto de su visit sería like, las quiet things ellos did every day, los annoying times when Señor Collins would bother a ellas, y los fun times ellas would have visiting Lady Catherine's house. Su busy mind quickly figured out how it would all go. Around el middle del next day, while ella estaba en su room getting ready to go for a walk, ella heard un loud noise downstairs que seemed to upset the whole house. After listening por un moment, ella heard someone running por las stairs very fast y calling su name loudly. She opened la door y found Maria en el landing. Maria estaba breathing hard y very upset, y shouted, "Oh, my dear Eliza, please hurry y come to the dining room, because I've something amazing to see. I will not tell you lo que es. Hurry up y come down right now." Elizabeth asked qué era, but Maria would not say anything more, so ellas ran down to the dining room que looked out on a road to see this wonderful thing, y eran two ladies sitting in un small carriage in the garden gate. "¿Y este es all?" shouted Elizabeth. "Yo thought at least los pigs had gotten into el garden, but here I nothing but Lady Catherine is su daughter." "Oh, my dear," said Maria, very surprised por el mistake. "It is no Lady Catherine. La lady elderly is la señora Jenkinson, que lives con ellas. La other is la señorita de Bourgh. Just look a ella. Ella is quite una tiny person."
Who would have thought ella could be so thin y small? Ella está siendo very rude to keep Charlotte outside in all this wind. ¿Por qué no come in? Oh, Charlotte says ella almost never does. Is very special when la señorita de Bourgh comes inside. "Me like how ella looks," said Elizabeth, thinking in other things. "Ella looks sick y mean. Yes, será perfect para él. Ella will make para él una very good wife." Señor Collins y Charlotte estaban both standing in la gate talking con las ladies, y Sir William was standing in el doorway looking at lo great y important everything era, lo que made Elizabeth want to laugh, y él kept bowing every time Señorita de Bourgh looked his way. Finally, no había nothing more to say, so las ladies drove away, y los others went back a la house. As soon as el señor Collins saw las two girls, he began to tell them how lucky que eran, y Charlotte explained que the whole party had been invited to dine in Rosings the next day. Chapter 29.
Señor Collins felt like él had won everything because of this invitation. Él could show a sus visitors how grand y important su voz era y letles see how nice ella era con él y su wife, which era exactly lo que él had wanted, y getting this chance so soon fue such una kind thing for Lady Catherine to do que él did not know how estar thankful enough. He said, I must tell you que no I would have been surprised at all if su señoría had invited us el Sunday to have tea and spend la afternoon en Rosings. Él thought ello might happen because él know how friendly ella es, but who could have known ella would pay attention a nosotros de this? Who could have thought que nosotros would get una invitation to eat dinner there, y que la invitation would include everyone, so soon after you got here?
Sir William said, No estoy so surprised por lo que happened because I know how acts la people really important, lo que I learned de my place en la life. En la Royal Court, uno see this kind de good manners all el time. Almost nothing else was talked about for the el day y la next morning except su visit a Rosings. Sir Collins estaba carefully telling them qué to expect para que seeing such big rooms, so many servants y una fancy dinner would not shock them too much. When las ladies were going to get dressed, él said a Elizabeth, No worry, my dear cousin, por lo que you will wear. Lady Catherine does not expect que nosotros to dress as nicely as ella y su daughter do. Yo would tell you just to put on whatever clothes que have que sea better que el rest, y that is all you need to do. Lady Catherine will not think badly de you por dressing simply. Ella likes people to remember who is more important que others. While ellos were getting dressed, él came a sus doors 2 or 3 times para telles que hurry up because Lady Catherine no liked to wait por su dinner. All las scary things ellos had heard about Lady Catherine y how ella lived made Maria Lucas very frightened, since ella no estaba used to estar around fancy people, y ella estaba as worried por meeting Lady Catherine as su father había estado por meeting the king. El weather estaba nice, so ellos had un pleasant walk de about half una mile across el park. Every park has beautiful things que see, y Elizabeth saw much que ella liked, though ella could not get as excited as Sir Collins expected ella estuviera, y ella no cared much when él counted all las windows en la front de la house y toldle how much all that glass had cost Sir Louis de Bourgh. When ellos walked up los steps a la big front door, Maria got more scared every moment, y even Sir William did not look completely calm. Elizabeth did not lose su courage. Ella había no heard anything about Lady Catherine que made la seem scary because of any special talents or amazing goodness, y Elizabeth thought ella could handle seeing someone que era just rich and important without estar afraid. From el front hall, where Sir Collins excitedly pointed out que well everything estaba built y decorated, ellos followed a los servants through una waiting room a la room where Lady Catherine, su daughter, y Señora Jenkinson were sitting. Lady Catherine very graciously rose to receive them, y as Mrs. Collins had decided with her husband que ella would introduce everyone, she did so in the proper manner, without all the pardon me this y thank you that que él would have thought que were necessary. Even though él had met the king before, Sir William estaba so amazed por all las fancy things around él que él could barely find el courage to bow very low y sit down without saying a word, y su daughter estaba so scared que ella could hardly think straight y sat en el edge de su chair, no knowing where to look. Elizabeth felt perfectly fine con la whole situation y could watch a las 3 ladies in front of ella calmly.
Lady Catherine era a woman tall y large, con strong features que might have been handsome once. Ella no act friendly, y la way ella greetedlos made sure sus visitors remembered que ellos no eran as important as ella era.
Ella no era scary porque ella era quiet, pero everything ella said was spoken de such una bossy way que it showed how important ella thought ella era, y it made Elizabeth think right away en Señor Wickham. Y por watchingla all day, Elizabeth believed Lady Catherine era exactly lo que él had said ella era. After looking a la mother, whose face y way de acting remindedle a little a Señor Darcy, ella looked a la daughter y could almost have joined María en estar amazed de how thin y small ella era. Las two ladies looked nothing alike. Señorita de Bourgh era pale y sickly. Sus features eran no ugly, but eran no special either, y ella spoke very little except in una quiet voice a Señora Jenkinson, who looked perfectly ordinary y spent all su time listening to lo que Señorita de Bourgh said y moving una screen at a block la light de sus eyes. After sitting por unos few minutes, ellos fueron all sent a una de las windows para look at la view, con Señor Collins coming along para point out las beautiful parts, y Lady Catherine kindly telling them que se looked much better en el summer. La dinner fue very fancy, y había all los servants y all los silver dishes que Señor Collins había promised, y just as él había said, él sat en el bottom of the table where Lady Catherine wanted que él to sit, y él looked like él felt que life could not give him anything better que this. Él cut la food y ate y said nice things about everything con happy excitement, y every dish era praised first por él y then por Sir William, who había gotten over su fear enough para repeat lo que sea que su son-in-law said, de una way que made Elizabeth wonder how Lady Catherine could standlo. But Lady Catherine seemed happy de que ellos thought everything era so wonderful, y ella smiled de una very grand way, especially when ellos had never seen some food before. La people en la dinner did not talk very much. Elizabeth estaba ready to speak when she had la opportunity, but was sitting between Charlotte y la Miss de Bourgh. Charlotte was busy listening to Lady Catherine, y la Miss de Bourgh did not say to her a single word during all la dinner. Señora Jenkinson spent most of the su time watching qué little Señorita de Bourgh ate, trying to get her to taste other food, y worrying de que ella might estar sick. María thought era impossible to speak up, y los men just ate su food y said qué good everything estaba. When las ladies went back to the sitting room, no había nothing to do but listen a Lady Catherine talk, which ella did without stopping until ellos brought in coffee, giving su opinion about everything de una way que showed ella no estaba used a que anyone disagree con ella. Ella asked Charlotte lots of questions about how ella ran su house y gave-le lots of advice about how to take care of everything. Ella told-le how everything should be done in una small family like hers y taught-le how to take care of sus cows and chickens. Elizabeth saw que nothing era too small para this great lady to notice if it gave-le una chance to tell other people qué to do. When ella was not talking con Señora Collins, ella asked many different questions a María y Elizabeth, but especially a Elizabeth, whose family ella knew the least about, and who ella said a Señora Collins era una very nice, pretty kind of girl. Ella asked-le in different times how many sisters ella had, whether ellas eran older or younger que ella, whether any de ellas estaban likely a get married, whether ellas eran pretty, where ellas had gone a la school, qué kind de carriage su father had, y what de su mother's name había sido before ella got married. Elizabeth could tell que sus questions eran rude, but ella answered-las very calmly.
Lady Catherine then observed, La father's land will go a Señor Collins when él dies, I think. Por su sake, turning to Charlotte, yo am glad de ello, but otherwise yo do not see por qué land should not go a daughters. They did not think que era necessary en la family de Sir Louis de Bourgh. Do you play music y sing, señorita Bennet? Un little. Oh, then sometime nosotros estaremos happy de hear you. Our piano es uno very good one, probably better que you will try it someday. Do your sisters play music y sing? Una de ellas did. ¿Por qué no did they learn all? You should have all learned. La señorita Webb girls all play music y su father doesn't make as much money as yours does. Do you draw pictures? No, not at all. ¿Qué, none of you? Not uno. That is very strange, but you think you just never had la chance. Your mother should have taken you a la city every spring para que you could have teachers. My mother wouldn't mind, but my father hates Londres. Did your teacher leave you? Nosotros never had any teacher. No teacher. How could that ser? 5 daughters growing up in home without una teacher? Yo never heard de such una thing. Su mother must have worked very hard para teach you everything herself. Elizabeth almost smiled as ella toldle que this era no lo que had happened. Then who taught you? Who took care of you?
Without un teacher, you must have been left alone. Compared with some families, yo think nosotros éramos, but any de nosotros que wanted to learn always had lo que nosotros needed. Our parents always told us to read, and we had all los teachers we needed. Those que chose ser lazy certainly could be. Yes, without a doubt, but that is lo que un teacher will avoid. If I had known your mother, I would have told her very firmly to get uno. You always say que nothing can be done in teaching children without steady, irregular lessons, and nobody but un teacher can give that. It's amazing how many families you have helped find teachers. Yo estoy always happy to help a una young person find un good job. 4 nieces de Señora Jenkinson have wonderful jobs because of me. Just el other day yo called a una family about another young person who fue only mentioned a me by chance, and la family loves a ella. Señora Collins, did you tell you que Lady Metcalfe came yesterday to thank me? Ella thinks que Miss Pope is wonderful. Lady Catherine, ella said, you have given me something wonderful. ¿Están any de sus younger sisters fuera en society, señorita Bennet? Yes, ma'am, all ellas. All ellas? ¿Qué? ¿Los 5 fuera at once? Very strange, y yo eres only el second oldest. Las younger ones están fuera en society before las older ones estén married. Sus younger sisters must be very young. Yes, my youngest is not 16. Maybe ella is too young para estar around so many people. But really, ma'am, yo think it sería very mean para younger sisters if ellas could not have su share de fun and parties just because las older ones no have el money or no want to marry early. La last one born has just as much right to have fun while ella is young as la first one, and ser held back por such una reason.
Yo think it no help sisters love each other or ser kind y thoughtful. My word, said su ladyship, you give sus thoughts very strongly para someone so young. Tell me, what is wage? Con 3 younger sisters grown up, replied Elizabeth, smiling, su ladyship can hardly expect que yo to tell you. Lady Catherine seemed very surprised de no getting una straight answer, y Elizabeth thought ella might ser la first person que había ever dared to play games con someone so grand y rude. You cannot be more de 20, yo estoy sure, so you do not need to hide su age. Yo am not 21. When los men had come back to join ellas y tea was finished, las card tables were set up. Lady Catherine, Sir William y el señor y la señora Collins sat down to play quadrille, y as la señorita de Bourgh chose to play casino, las two girls had el honor of helping la señora Jenkinson to make up su party. Su table era very boring. Almost no one said anything que no fuera about el game, except when señora Jenkinson worried de que señorita de Bourgh was too hot or too cold, or had too much or too little light. Much more talking happened in la other table. Lady Catherine estaba usually speaking, pointing out los mistakes de los three others, or telling some story about herself. Señor Collins agreed con everything Lady Catherine said thank you every time él won una card, y said sorry if él thought él won too many times. Sir William did not speak much. Él was filling su mind con stories y los names de important people. When Lady Catherine y su daughter were done playing cards, ellas put las tables away, y Lady Catherine offered su carriage a Señora Collins, who said yes right away. Then everyone stood around el fire while Lady Catherine told les what el weather sería el next day.
El coach came to pick us up, so Señor Collins said many thank yous y Sir William bowed many times y then ellos se fueron. As soon as they drove away de la house, el cousin de Elizabeth asked her qué she thought de everything lo que she had seen en Rosings, y ella said things more nice de las que really she felt because she wanted ser kind con Charlotte. But even though Elizabeth tried hard to say good things, Señor Collins no estaba happy con lo que ella said, so él started praising Lady Catherine himself. Chapter 30. Sir William stayed in Hunsford for only una week, but that fue enough time para que él to see que su daughter era very happy there, y que ella had un good husband y un good neighbor que most de las people never get to have. While Sir William was visiting, Mr. Collins spent sus mornings taking him in su small carriage and showing him the surroundings del área. But when Sir William se fue, all la family went back to doing lo que usually they did, and Elizabeth was glad to see que she did not have to spend more time con su cousin por this change, since él now spent most de su time between el breakfast y la dinner, working in el garden or reading and writing and looking por la window in su own room, which overlooked la road. La room where las ladies sat estaba en la back de la house. At first, Elizabeth wondered por qué Charlotte did not want to use el dining room para everyday estar, since it era bigger and had una nicer view. But ella soon saw que su friend had una very good reason para lo que ella did, because Señor Collins would have spent much more time in su own room if ellas had sat en una room que era just as bright and cheerful, y Elizabeth thought Charlotte era smart por planninglo this way. From the back room, ellas could not see anything happening in el road, so ellas had to ask Señor Collins to tell them qué carriages went by y how often Señorita de Bourgh drove past in su fancy carriage, which él always came to tell them about, even though it happened almost every day. Ella often stopped in la house where ellas lived y talked con Charlotte por unos few minutes, but ella almost never got out of su carriage. Very few days went by en que Señor Collins did not walk a Rosings, y no many days en que su wife did not think ella needed to go too, y until Elizabeth remembered que there might be other church jobs que Lady Catherine could give away, ella could not understand por qué ellos gave up so many hours to visit a ella. Sometimes Lady Catherine came to visit them, and nothing de lo que was happening in el room escaped de su attention during these visits. Ella asked about lo que ellas were doing, looked at su work, and told les to do lo differently. found things wrong con how los furniture was arranged, or caught la maid not doing su job well, and if ella ate or drank anything, ella seemed to do lo only para que ella could complain de que Señora Collins was cooking too much food para su small family. Elizabeth soon saw que even though this great lady no era una real judge para el county, ella acted like la most important judge in su own village, and Señor Collins told le about every tiny thing que happened there, and whenever any de los poor people que lived in small houses wanted to fight or complain or estaban too poor, ella marched into el village to fix sus problems, make que stop complaining, and scold them until ellos got along and had enough.
Ellos ate dinner en Rosings about twice a la week, y except for Sir William being gone y having only una card table por la evening, every dinner era exactly la same que la first one. Ellos no fueron a many other places because most people in el área lived the ways que cost more money que los Collins had, but Elizabeth did not mind this at all, y ella had un good time there. Ella could talk con Charlotte por un while each day, y el weather estaba so nice para that time del year que ella loved estar outside. Su favorite place to walk era along la line de trees en el edge de el park, where there había un nice path que estaba safe de el wind y where no one else seemed to like to go, y where ella felt safe de Lady Catherine watchingla. Las first 2 weeks de su visit went by quickly de this quiet way. Easter was coming soon, y la week before ella would bring new people to stay in Rosings, which era important because había so few people there already. Elizabeth had heard, right after ella got there, que Sir Darcy was supposed to come in unas few weeks. Even though había no many people ella knew que ella liked less que él, su coming would give a ella someone new to look at during las parties en Rosings, y ella thought it might ser fun to see how Sir Bingley would never get lo que ella wanted de él because of how él acted towards su cousin, who Lady Catherine clearly wanted que él to marry. Lady Catherine talked about su coming con great happiness, said las best things about él, y seemed almost angry to find out de que Sir Lucas y Elizabeth habían already seen él many times. Everyone in la house where el minister lived so knew él had come because Sir Collins spent the la morning walking where él could see las gates que opened to Hunsford Lane para que él could know. As soon as Mr. Darcy estaba there, after él bowed when el carriage went en el park, él hurried home con las big news. La next morning, él rushed a Rosings para show su respect. Había 2 nephews de Lady Catherine para que él to visit, because el señor Darcy had brought con él a un coronel Fitzwilliam, who era el son younger de su uncle, Lord. When el señor Collins returned, everyone was very surprised because los 2 men came con él. Charlotte had seen los from el husband's room walking across la road, y ella ran right a la other room para tell las girls que un honor ellas estaban por get, saying, "Yo can thank you, Eliza, for this kind visit. Señor Darcy would never have come so soon para visit me." Elizabeth hardly had time to say que she did not deserve las words kind before they heard ring la bell of the door, y shortly after, los 3 men entered the room. Coronel Fitzwilliam, who came in first, was unos 30 years old, no handsome, but he looked and acted like un real gentleman. Señor Darcy looked just lo same que él had looked in Hertfordshire, said polite things a Señora Collins de su usual quiet way, y whatever he felt por su friend, él seemed calm when he saw la. Elizabeth just gave him una small bow without saying anything. Coronel Fitzwilliam started talking right away, de la easy way que un man con good manners does, y él talked de una very pleasant way.
but su cousin, after saying just a little something about la house y garden a señora Collins, sat por un while without talking con anyone. But finally, él fue polite enough para ask Elizabeth how su family estaba. Ella answered him de la way people usually do, y after waiting un moment, ella added, "My oldest sister ha estado en la town por 3 months now. Have you ever seen la there?"
Ella knew very well que él never had seen a su sister, but ella wanted to find out if él knew anything about lo que had happened between los Bingleys y Jane. Ella thought él looked un little mixed up when él said él had never been lucky enough to meet Señorita Bennet. Ellos did not talk about this anymore, y los men se fueron soon after. Chapter 31. Everyone in la parsonage really liked la way Coronel Fitzwilliam acted, y all las ladies felt que él would make sus visits a Rosings much more fun. But ellas did not get asked to visit there for several days, because while había other visitors en la house, Lady Catherine did not need a ellas. No fue until Easter Sunday, almost una week after los men had come, que ellas were asked to visit, y even then, ellas fueron only asked after church to come that evening. For la past week, ellas habían hardly seen Lady Catherine or su daughter at all. Coronel Fitzwilliam had come to visit la parsonage more than once during this time, but ellas had only seen Señor Darcy en la church. Of course, they said yes a la invitation, y at the right time they joined the group en la drawing room de Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine fue polite con ellos, but it was clear que no want su company as much as when she could not find anyone else to visit. She was really paying attention to sus nephews, talking con ellos, especially con Darcy, much more que con any other person en la room. El coronel Fitzwilliam seemed truly happy to see them. Anything era better que estar bored en Rosings, y also he thought que la pretty friend de la Mrs. Collins era very pleasant. Él sat down next to ella y talked so nicely about Kent y Hertfordshire, about traveling y staying home, about new books y music, que Elizabeth había never had such a good time in that room before. Ellos talked con so much energy y fun que Lady Catherine herself noticed, y so did Señor Darcy. Sus eyes had turned toward ellos many times con una look like él estuviera curious por lo que ellos were saying. After a while, Lady Catherine felt de la same way, y ella no tried to hide it, because ella called out loud, "¿Qué estás saying, Fitzwilliam? ¿De qué are you talking about? ¿Qué are you telling, Señorita Bennet? Let me hear qué es." "Nosotros were talking about music, madame," él said, when él could not avoid answering her anymore. "About music? Then please talk out loud. La music is my thing favorite de la que talk about. Yo want ser part de this talk if you are speaking about music. Yo think hay very few people in Inglaterra que love music as much as yo do, or que understand that as well without being taught. If yo hubiera ever learned to play, yo habría sido very good en ello. Y also Anne, if hubiera estado healthy enough to practice. I am sure de que she would have played beautifully. How está Georgiana doing con su music, Darcy?" Señor Darcy talked about su sister con love y said ella era very good at playing. "Estoy very happy to hear que she is doing well," said Lady Catherine, "y please tell her for me que she cannot become really good if she does not practice a lot. Yo promisele, madame," él said back, "que ella no need that kind of advice. Ella practices all el time. That is even better. You cannot practice too much, and when you write a ella next, yo will tell a ella must never stop practicing for any reason." Yo often tell young ladies que no one can get really good in music without practicing all el time. Yo have told Señorita Bennet many times que ella will never play really well unless ella practices more,
Even though Señora Collins has no piano in home, ella is always welcome a come a Rosings every day and play el piano in Señora Jenkinson's room, as yo have told a ella many times. Ella no bother anyone in that part de la house, you know. Señor Darcy looked a little embarrassed por el aunt's rude behavior and said nothing. When they finished drinking coffee, el coronel Fitzwilliam reminded Elizabeth que she had promised to play music para él, y ella sat down immediately at the piano. Él moved una chair a ella. Lady Catherine listened to half una song and then talked con su other nephew like ella había before, until él walked away de ella and moved slowly toward el piano, where él stood para que él could see el face de la pretty girl who was playing. Elizabeth saw lo que él was doing, y when el music stopped for a moment, turned toward él con una smile playful and said, "You are trying to scare me, Señor Darcy, by coming over here de such a serious way para listen to me play, but yo no seré scared, even though su sister plays so much better que yo do. Hay something stubborn in me que will never let que me be frightened just because someone else wants que lo esté. The more someone tries to make me afraid, the braver me get. Yo will not say you estás wrong," él said back, "because you could not really think yo am trying to scare you, and yo have known you long enough to see que you sometimes like to say things que no really mean."
Elizabeth laughed hard at this picture él painted de ella y said to Coronel Fitzwilliam, "Your cousin will give you una very bad idea de mí y teach you a not to believe anything que yo say. Yo soy very unlucky to meet someone que knows me so well in un place where yo hoped people would think better de mí. Really, Sr. Darcy, es very mean on your part to tell everyone the bad things que you know de me from home, y also es very foolish because now you are making me want to fight back, y I could say things que are going to surprise your family. Yo am not afraid de you," él said con una smile. "Please let me hear lo que you have to say against él," called out Coronel Fitzwilliam. "Yo would like to know how él acts around people él does not know. You will hear then, but get ready para something very terrible. La first time yo ever saw él back home, you must know, fue en un dance, y en this dance, ¿qué do you think él did? Él only danced 4 times. I am sorry to hurt your feelings, but that is lo que happened. Él only danced 4 times, even though había not enough men to dance con all las ladies, y yo know for sure que more de una young lady was sitting by herself con no one to dance con. Señor Darcy, you cannot say this is not true. En that time yo did not know any lady en el dance except las que who came conmigo. That's true, y nobody can ever meet new people en un dance. Well, Coronel Fitzwilliam, ¿qué should I play now? My fingers are waiting a que you to tell me. Maybe, said Darcy, yo should have done better if yo had asked someone to help me meet you, but yo soy no good at making friends con people que no know. Should nosotros ask your cousin por qué this is? Said Elizabeth, still talking con el coronel.
Should nosotros ask a él por qué un smart man que has learned many things y que ha estado por el world is no good in making friends con people él no know? You can answer your question, said Fitzwilliam, without asking a él. Es because él no try hard enough. Yo no hab el gift que some people hab, said Darcy, de talking easily con people yo have never met before. Yo cannot figure out how ellos like to talk or act like me care about las things ellos care por, the way yo often see other people do. My fingers, said Elizabeth, no move over this piano the way yo see a many other women's fingers do. Ellos son no as strong or as fast, y ellos no make que la music sound as beautiful. But yo he always thought it era my own fault, because yo would no work hard enough in practicing. Yo no think my fingers son any less able que any other woman's to play really well. Darcy smiled y said, "You está exactly right. You are used to time much better. No one que gets to hear you play could think anything is missing. Neither de nosotros plays para people nosotros no know." Here, Lady Catherine stopped los by calling out para ask de qué ellos were talking about. Elizabeth right away started playing again. Lady Catherine walked toward ellos y after listening for a few minutes, said to Darcy, "Señorita Bennet would play much better if ella practiced more, if ella could learn de un teacher en Londres. Ella knows how to move sus fingers on the keys pretty well, but ella no play as beautifully as Anne does. Anne habría sido una wonderful piano player if ella hubiera estado healthy enough to learn." Elizabeth looked at Darcy to see if él agreed con lo que su cousin said about Anne, but she could not see any sign de que él loved Anne at all, neither then nor ever. Y by the way en que él acted around la Miss de Bourgh, Elizabeth felt better por la Miss Bingley, because Darcy could have married con la Miss Bingley just as easily if ella hubiera sido part de su family. Lady Catherine kept talking about how Elizabeth played el piano, y ella mixed in lots de advice about how to play better y make lo sound nicer. Elizabeth listened to all de ello politely, y when los men askedle too, ella stayed at el piano until Lady Catherine carriage estaba ready to take los all home. Chapter 32. La next morning, Elizabeth was sitting by herself y writing una letter a Jane, while Señora Collins y María had gone a la village to do some things, cuando ella heard el doorbell ring, lo que meant someone was coming to visit. Since ella no había heard un carriage, ella thought it might be Lady Catherine, y because ella was worried por that, ella started to put away su letter para que ella could avoid rude questions. But when la door opened, ella estaba very surprised to see Señor Darcy, y only Señor Darcy, walk in la room. Él looked surprised too when él found la alone, y él said él estaba sorry por coming in when él thought all las ladies estarían there. Ellos both sat down, y after ella asked how things estaban in Rosings, it seemed que ellos might not say anything else at all. Ella knew que algo tenía que do para que ellos could talk, so ella remembered la last time ella had seen lo back home, y ella wanted to know que él would say about por qué ellos all se fueron so quickly, so ella said, "You all left Netherfield so suddenly last November, Señor Darcy."
El señor Bingley must have been very happy y surprised to see que all come after él so soon, because if you remember right, él se había only left el day before. Yo hope él y sus sisters estaban well when you left Londres. Yes, ellos estaban fine, thank you. Ella saw que él was not going to say anything else, y after waiting a little bit, ella said, "I think que I heard que el señor Bingley does not plan to return a Netherfield again." Yo no he heard him say that, but él probably no spend much time there anymore. Él has many friends, y él está in un time in su life when él keeps making more friends y has more things to do. If él only plans to stay in Netherfield por un little while, it sería better para everyone around here if él just gave up la house completely, because then nosotros might get una family que would stay there for good. But maybe el señor Bingley did not rent la house to help la people que live nearby, but just because it era good para él, y nosotros should expect que él to keep it or leave it por la same reason.
Yo no estaría surprised if él gave it up as soon as él finds una good house to buy somewhere else, said Darcy. Elizabeth said nothing back. Ella was afraid to keep talking about su friend, y since ella had nothing else to say, ella decided to let que él find something to talk about. Él understood lo que ella meant y soon started talking again by saying, "This looks like una very nice house. Lady Catherine, I think, did a lot of work in ella when Señor Collins first came to live in Hunsford. Yo think ella did, y yo estoy sure ella could not have been kind con anyone que estuviera more thankful por ello. El Señor Collins seems very lucky in choosing una wife."
Yes, él really lo es. Sus friends should be happy de que él found una de las very few smart women que would have said yes a marrying él, or que could have made lo happy si ellas had. My friend is very intelligent, although I am not sure de que marrying con el señor Collins fuera the smartest thing que she has ever done. Ella seems perfectly happy though, y when you think en money y safety, is certainly un very good marriage para ella. It must be very nice para ella to live so close de su own family, friends. Close, do you calllo? Está almost 50 miles away. ¿Y qué son 50 miles en un good road? No much more que half a day de traveling. Yes, yo call that very close. Yo would never have thought que living close by era una de las good things about this marriage, said Elizabeth loudly. Yo should never have said que Señora Collins lives close to su family. It shows how much you love living in Hertfordshire. Yo think anything farther away que right around Longbourn would seem very far para you. When él said this, él smiled a little, y Elizabeth thought ella knew lo que él meant. Él must think ella was thinking in Jane in Netherfield, so su face turned red as ella answered. Yo do no mean que una woman cannot live too close de su family. Lo que está far y lo que está near depends on many things different. When you have enough money que traveling does not cost too much, estar far away is no problem. But that no es lo que is happening here. Señor y Señora Collins have enough money to live well, but no enough to travel back and forth very often. Y yo am sure my friend would not say ella lives near su family unless ella estuviera at least half as close as ella está now.
El señor Darcy moved su chair a little closer de ella y dijo, "You cannot feel so strongly about staying en un place. You had not always lived in Longbourn." Elizabeth looked surprised. El man felt something change inside él. Él pulled su chair back, picked up un newspaper de la table y looked a él while saying en una colder voice, "Do you like Kent?" Ellos talked por un short time about el área, both de ellos staying calm y no saying much, y su talk ended quickly when Charlotte y su sister came in de su walk. Ellas estaban surprised to see a los two de ellos talking alone. El Mr. Darcy explained el mistake que had made him enter y disturb la Miss Bennet, y after sitting down por unos minutes more without saying much to anyone, se fue. "¿Qué does this mean?" said Charlotte as soon as él was gone. "My dear Eliza, él must be in love de you, or él never would have come to visit nos de this." But when Elizabeth told a ella how quiet él había estado, even Charlotte no think this era very likely, y after thinking en ello de many different ways, ellas could only guess que él came because él had nothing else to do, which made sense because of qué time del year era. All los outdoor games y sports were finished por la season. Inside la house había Lady Catherine, books y una table para playing billiards, but men cannot stay inside all el time, y because la minister's house estaba so close by, or because el walk there era so nice,
or because ellos liked las people que lived there, los two cousins found themselves wanting to walk over there almost every day. Ellos came to visit in different times por la morning, sometimes uno a la time, sometimes both together, y now and then su aunt came con ellos.
Everyone could see que el coronel Fitzwilliam came because he enjoyed estar con ellas, lo que made them like him even more. Y Elizabeth noticed que she felt happy when estaba con él, y que a él clearly liked ella too, lo que reminded her of su old favorite, George Wickham. Y although, when she compared los two men, she saw que el coronel Fitzwilliam no era as charming y gentle in his manners, she thought que he might be more intelligent. But ¿por qué el señor Darcy came a la house del clergyman so often era more difficult to understand? It could no ser because él wanted to talk con people, since él often sat there por 10 minutes at a time without saying a word, and when él did speak, it seemed like él felt él had to rather than because él wanted to, like él was doing lo que era polite, no lo que made lo happy. Él almost never seemed excited or interested. S.R.A. Collins did not know qué to think de él. El coronel Fitzwilliam sometimes laughed de lo quiet y strange su cousin era, which showed que S.R.A. Darcy era usually different de this, something S.R.A. Collins would not have known on her own, y since ella would have liked to believe this change era because él estaba in love y que la persona él loved era su friend Eliza, ella decided to watch carefully and try to find out. Ella watched a él whenever ellos estaban en Rosings and whenever él came a Hunsford, but ella did not learn much. Él certainly looked at su friend a lot, but it era hard to tell qué that look meant. It era una serious, steady stare, but ella often wondered if había much liking en ella, and sometimes it seemed like él estuviera just thinking in something else entirely.
Ella había una ortuais a Elizabeth que maybe él liked ella, pero Elizabeth always laughed de la idea. Y señora Collins did not think it fuera right to keep talking de ello, because ella might get Elizabeth's hopes up only to have las crushed, because en su mind no había no doubt de que all su friend's dislike would go away si ella could believe que él estaba in love de ella. En sus kind plans para Elizabeth, ella sometimes imagined la marrying Coronel Fitzwilliam. Él era, without question, el nicest man. Él clearly liked ella, y su place in life era very good, but para balance out these good things, Señor Darcy had a lot of power to give jobs en la church, y su cousin had none at all. Chapter 33. More than once, when Elizabeth was walking por en el park, ella ran into Señor Darcy when ella no expect to. Ella felt annoyed por la bad luck que should bringlo a un place where no one else ever came, y, para make sure it would never happen again, ella made sure to tell a él right away que this era uno de sus favorite places para walk. So how it could happen una second time era very strange. But it did happen again, y even una third time. It seemed que él estaba siendo mean on purpose, or punishing himself for some reason, because in these times it era no just unas few polite questions y un awkward quiet moment and then leaving, but él actually thought que needed to turn around y walk con ella. Él nunca habló mucho, y ella no bothered to talk or listen much either. Pero durante su tercera vez teniendo una reunión, ella notó que él was asking some strange questions que no seemed to go together, about whether ella liked estar in Hunsford, whether ella enjoyed walking alone, y qué ella thought
about how happy Señor y Señora Collins eran. Y cuando él talked about Rosings y cómo ella no know la house very well, él seemed to think que la next time ella came a Kent, ella would be staying there too. Lo que él said seemed to mean that. Was él thinking en el coronel Fitzwilliam? Ella thought que if él meant anything at all, él must be talking about lo que might happen con el coronel Fitzwilliam. This worried a ella a little, y ella estaba happy when ella got a la gate across from la house where el minister lived. One day, as ella walked, ella was reading Jane's last letter again y thinking in some parts que showed Jane no estaba feeling happy when ella looked up y saw Coronel Fitzwilliam coming toward ella instead of ser surprised por Señor Darcy again. Ella quickly put la letter away y made herself smile as ella said, "Yo no know you ever walked this way." "Yo have been walking around el whole park," él said, "like yo do every year, y yo was going to end por visitando la house where el minister lives. Are you going much farther?" "No, yo was about to turn around." So ella did turn around, y ellos walked toward la minister house together. "Are you really leaving Kent el Saturday?" ella asked. "Yes, if Darcy no change su mind again, but you'll have to do lo que él wants. Él decides everything just the way él likes it. If él cannot get things the way él wants las, él at least really enjoys being able to choose. Yo no know anyone que seems to enjoy getting his own way more que Señor Darcy." "Él likes to have his own way very much," said Coronel Fitzwilliam, "but nosotros all do. Es only que él has better ways de getting lo que many other people, because él es rich, and many other people son poor. I know de lo que I am talking about. Un younger son, you know, must learn to do without things and depend de others. Yo think el younger son de un earl knows very little about either de those things. Really, ¿qué has you ever known about doing without things or depending on others? When had not having money ever stopped you from going anywhere you wanted or getting anything you wanted? Those son hard questions to answer, and maybe you cannot say que you have had many troubles like that. But in bigger, more important things, you might have problems because you no have enough money. Los sons younger no pueden marry whoever they want, unless ellos want to marry women que tienen lots of money, which yo think ellos very often do. La way nosotros spend money makes nosotros need to depend on others too much, and I know many men like yo que pueden marry without thinking en el money. Elizabeth thought, "Is él talking de me?" Y su face turned red at la idea, but ella got control of herself and said con una cheerful voice, "And please tell me, what does it usually cost to buy un earl's younger son? Unless el older brother esté very sick, you think two would not ask for more de 50,000 pounds. Él answered a ella de la same joking way, and ellos stopped talking about it. To break el silence que might make him think que ella estaba upset por lo que they had been talking, ella said shortly after, "Yo think tu cousin brought the here mostly para que él tuviera someone to order around. Me wonder por qué él no get married para que él would always have someone like that around." But perhaps su sister works just as well for now, y since él is the only one who looks after her, he can do whatever he wants con ella. "No," said el coronel Fitzwilliam, That is something que he has to share conmigo. Yo help él take care of señorita Darcy. ¿Eres tú, indeed? ¿Y qué kind of person eres tú to take care of ella? Does la girl que tú watch over give te a lot of trouble? Young ladies de su age pueden sometimes ser hard to handle, y if ella acts like una real Darcy, ella podría want to do lo que sea que ella pleases. As ella talked, ella saw looking a ella very carefully, y la way él right away askle por qué ella thought señorita Darcy would giveless any problems made la sure de que ella había somehow gotten close a la truth. Ella said back right away, "You no need estar scared. Yo never heard anything bad about ella, y yo think ella is una de las easiest people del world to get along with. Some ladies que yo know like ella very much, señora Hearst y señorita Bingley, yo think que her te say que tú know a ellos. Yo know a ellos a little. Su brother is unpleasant man, y well-mannered, una great friend de Darcy." "Oh, yes," said Elizabeth con una flat voice. "Señor Darcy is so very kind con señor Bingley. Él takes such great care de él." "¿Care de él?" "Yes, yo really think Darcy does take care de él, de las ways where él needs help the most. Por something él told me en our trip here, yo think Bingley owes him a lot. But yo should say sorry, because yo tengo no right to think que Bingley era la person él meant. It era all just guessing." "¿Qué do you mean?" "It is something que Darcy would not want everyone to know about, because if la lady's family found out, it sería very unpleasant. You can count on conmigo para no tell anyone."
Y remember que no tengo much reason to think que fue Bingley. Lo que él told me fue just esto. Él said que estaba proud de que él había lately saved a un friend from getting into un very foolish marriage. Pero él no say any names or give me any details. Y yo only thought que podría ser Bingley because él seems like el kind de young man que would get himself into that kind de trouble, y because yo knew ellos habían estado together all last summer. Did tell you el señor Darcy por qué he interfered? Yo understood que había some very strong reasons against la lady. ¿Y qué tricks did él use to keep los apart? "Él did not tell me about sus own tricks," said Fitzwilliam, smiling. "Only he told me lo que I have just told you." Elizabeth said nothing y kept walking, su heart filling up the anger. After watchingla por un little while, Fitzwilliam asked por qué ella looked so deep in thought. "I am thinking en lo que you have been telling me," said ella. "The way en que acted tu cousin does not seem to me right. ¿Por qué should él decide? Do you think él estaba siendo too pushy when he got involved? Yo no sé qué right señor Darcy tenía to decide if the su friend's feelings eran right or wrong, or por qué él alone got to choose how su friend should ser happy. But," ella said, catching herself, "since nosotros no know all los details, it is no fair to say él estaba wrong. Maybe there no había much real love en ello anyway." "That makes sense," said Fitzwilliam, "but it makes my cousin's victory much less special." Él said esto as una joke, but it seemed like such a true picture de señor Darcy que ella did not trust herself to answer. So ella quickly changed the subject y talked about other things until ellos reached la house.
There, locked en su own room as soon as su visitor se fue, ella podía think without anyone botheringla about everything ella había oído. She was sure de que they must be talking de las people que ella knew. No podía haber two men en all el world over whom el señor Darcy tuviera so much poder. Ella había always known que él helped to keep Señor Bingley y Jane apart, but ella había always thought Señorita Bingley era la one que planned most de ello. If él no estaba fooling himself, then él era la reason de everything. Su pride y sus changing moods eran porque Jane había sido hurt so badly y estaba still hurting. Él had destroyed all hope de happiness para el kindest, most loving heart in the world, y no one podía tell how long el damage podría last. El coronel Fitzwilliam had said que había reasons very strong against la lady, y those reasons strong probably eran que ella tenía un uncle que era el lawyer in the country y another que ran un business en Londres. Jane herself podría never estar wrong for anyone. Ella is so beautiful and good. Ella is smart. Ella has learned much y everyone loves la way ella acts. No one could say anything bad de my father either, who puede ser a bit strange at times, but is as intelligent as el señor Darcy y more respected de lo que el señor Darcy probably ever será. When ella thought en su mother, ella felt un little less sure, but ella no believed que señor Darcy really cared por that, because su pride sería hurt much more por su friend marrying someone que no era important enough que por marrying someone que no era smart enough. Y ella estaba certain de que él had acted partly because of este worst kind of pride y partly because él wanted to keep señor Bingley free to marry su sister.
Estar so upset y crying por all esto gave her un headache, y este got so much worse por evening que, along with no wanting to see señor Darcy, ella decided not to go con sus cousins a Rosings, where ellos were supposed to have tea. Señora Collins could see que ella estaba really sick, so ella did not try to make la go, y ella tried to stop su husband from pushing la to go too, but Señor Collins no podía hide how worried él estaba de que Lady Catherine estaría angry por su staying home. Chapter 34. Cuando ellos se fueron, Elizabeth decided to make herself as angry as possible con Señor Darcy by reading all las letters Jane had sent a ella since ella había estado en Kent. Las letters did not say anything estuviera wrong, y Jane did not talk about bad things que had happened before or telle about any pain ella was feeling now. But in all ellas, y in almost every line, there was nothing de la happiness que used to be in everything lo que Jane wrote, el kind de happiness que came de tener una mind peaceful y ser kind con everyone, y que almost never had been missing before. Elizabeth noticed every sentence que showed Jane estaba worried, y ella paid much more attention a ellas que ella había la first time ella read las letters. Señor Darcy, terrible bragging about how much pain él had been able to cause, made la feel even worse about lo que su sister was going through. It made her feel un little better to think que su visit a Rosings would end el day after tomorrow, y even better to know que en less de 2 weeks ella estaría con Jane again y podría helpla feel happy again by lovingla as much as ella pudiera. Ella no podía think en Darcy leaving Kent, sin recordar que su cousin would go con él. Pero Coronel Fitzwilliam had made it clear que él no estaba interested in marrying anyone, y even though ella liked él, ella no plana estar sad por él. While ella was thinking en esto, ella suddenly heard el doorbell ring, y ella felt un little nervous, thinking it podría ser Coronel Fitzwilliam himself, who had come to visit late una evening before, y podría now be coming to ask how ella was feeling. Pero ella quickly stopped thinking esto, y sus feelings changed completely cuando ella was shocked to see Mr. Darcy walk en la room. Él quickly started asking por su health, saying él had come because él wanted to hear que ella was feeling better. Ella answeredle politely but coldly. Él sat down por unos few minutes y then got up and walked around la room. Elizabeth estaba sorprendida, pero ella did not say anything. After ellos hubieran estado quiet por several minutes, él came toward ella, looking upset, and started to speak. Yo he tried to fight against este feeling. No work. No puedo push down lo que I feel. You must let me tell-le how much yo love-la and think you as wonderful. Elizabeth estaba more surprised de lo que podía say. Ella stared at él, su face turned red, ella no podía believe-lo, y ella said nothing. Él thought esto meant ella wanted to hear more, so él told-le right away about everything él felt and had felt for ella for a long time. Él spoke well, pero él tenía other feelings besides love to talk de, y él talked just as much about su pride as he did about ser gentle and caring.
Él talked about how ella estaba below él, how marrying ella would bring lo down, y how su family no le like it, y él spoke about estas things so strongly que it seemed like él thought él was doing something que would hurt lo, pero esto no era likely to make que ella want to marry él. Even though ella really did not like él, ella could not help but feel good de que such un man loved-la. Y though ella never changed su mind about lo que ella would say, at first ella felt sorry por el hurt él was going to feel, until sus words made la angry, y then ella stopped feeling sorry and only felt mad. Ella tried to stay calm para que ella pudiera answerle nicely when él was finished talking. Él finished by telling her how strong su love era y que even though él had tried very hard, él no pudo make it go away, y él said él hoped ella would say yes and marry él. While he was saying esto, ella could see easily que él was sure de que ella would say yes. Él talked about estar worried and scared, but su face showed que él really felt safe. Esto only made her more angry, y when él stopped talking, su face turned red, y ella said, "When something like esto happens, yo think people are supposed to say thank you por los feelings you told me about, even if yo no feel the same way. It makes sense que yo should feel que yo owe-te something, y if yo pudiera feel thankful, yo would thank te now. But yo no puedo. Yo have never wanted que tú to think well de me, and tú have given me to good opinion when tú really did not want to. I am sorry que yo have caused pain to anyone. I did not mean to do it, and I hope el hurt will not last long. Los feelings que tú told me about have kept te from saying que cared about yo por un long time, but now que yo have explained things, those same feelings should make it easy para ti to stop caring por me." El señor Darcy was leaning against la fireplace con sus eyes looking directly at su face, and seemed to listen to sus words con anger and shock. Su face turned white de anger, and you could see how upset he was in every part de su face. Él was trying hard to look calm, and él would not speak until él thought él had made himself calm. El quiet time felt terrible para Elizabeth. Finally, con una voz que él was forcing to sound calm, él said, "¿Y esta es all la answer que I get? Podría want to know por qué you are telling me no in such a rude way, without trying ser polite, but it does not matter much.
Yo podría askte, ella said back, ¿por qué tú chose to tell me que tú liked me when tú clearly wanted to hurt and insult me, and when tú said tú liked me against lo que tú wanted, against lo que made sense, and even against who tú eres as una persona? ¿No era esta una good reason para que yo to be rude, if I was rude? But tengo other reasons para estar angry. Tú no que las tengo. Even if yo no hubiera already decided que no liked, even if yo felt nothing por ti at all, or even if yo hubiera liked a ti, do you think anything podría make que yo want to marry el man que ruined la most loved sister's happiness, maybe forever? Cuando ella said estas words, la face del señor Darcy changed color, but el feeling passed quickly, and él listened without trying to stop her while ella kept talking. Tengo every reason del mundo to think ill of you. Nothing puede excuse la unfair and mean thing que tú did there.
You no puede say it's not true que you fue la main person, maybe la only person, que kept them apart from each other, making people think badly de una por changing su mind so much, y making people laugh de el other por hoping for something que would never happen, y making a ellos both very sad. Ella stopped speaking y saw with anger que él was listening in a way que showed que él did not feel any shame por lo que él had done. Él even looked at ella con una smile que showed él did not believe lo que ella was saying. ¿Puede you say que you did not do-lo? Ella asked again. Acting like él estuviera calm, él answered, You do not want to say que you did not do everything yo podía to keep my friend away de tu sister, or que yo no estoy happy de que it worked. He sido more kind con él de lo que he sido to myself. Elizabeth did not want to show que ella noticed este polite comment, but ella understood lo que él meant, y it did not make que se feel any better about él. But no es only esta thing, ella continued, lo que makes me dislike you. Long before esto happened, yo había already decided lo que yo thought de ti. I learned what kind of person you really are de la story que el señor Wickham told me many months ago. ¿Qué puedes tú say about that? ¿Qué made-up act of friendship puedes tú use para defenderte here? ¿Qué lies puedes tú tell para trick other people? You care a lot por los hombres' business, said Darcy, con una voz que era no as calm, y su face got redder. Anyone que knows about las bad things que happened to him would care por él. Su bad luck, said Darcy, de una way que showed él thought que era silly. Yes, su bad luck ha sido very great indeed. Y you es la one que did esto a él, Elizabeth said con strong feeling. You have made lo poor, at least much poorer de lo que él should ser.
Tú has tomado de él las buenas cosas que tú debes saber que estaban destinadas a ser suyas. Tú has robado los mejores años de su vida cuando él debía haber sido libre para vivir como él quería, algo que él tenía todo el derecho a tener. Tú has hecho todo esto, y aún así tú puedes reír de sus problemas y actuar como si ellos no importaran. Y esto, said Darcy, walking quickly back and forth por la room, es lo que tú think de mí. This is how tú see me. Thank you por telling me so clearly. Las bad things about me, if lo que tú say is true, son very bad indeed, but maybe, él said, stopping and turning to look a ella, tú might have forgotten about estos wrongs if tu pride no hubiera sido hurt when yo told te honestly about las worries que kept me from wanting to marry you por so long. Tú might not have said estas angry things if yo hubiera sido smarter and hidden my feelings and made te believe que yo wanted to marry you por no other reason que yo loved te completely.
but yo hate pretending ser something soy no, y yo estoy no sorry por los feelings que told te about, era normal and right. Did you think que yo estaría happy de que su family is no as important as mine? Did you think que yo estaría glad de tener relatives whose place in life is so much lower que el own? Elizabeth felt herself getting angrier every moment, but ella tried as hard as ella pudo to speak calmly when ella said, "You está wrong, Señor Darcy, if you think que la way you asked me to marry you hurt my feelings de any way, except que it made it easier para mí to say que no, because if you had acted like un real gentleman, you might have felt bad por refusing you." Ella solo jumped a little when ella said esto, but él said nothing, so ella went on.
No hay way en que you could have asked me to marry you que would have made me want to say yes. Again, era clear que él estaba shocked, y él looked at ella con una face que showed él no podía believe lo que él was hearing y que sus feelings estaban very hurt. Ella kept talking. From el very start, from la first time yo met a ti, la way tú acted made me believe tú era proud and full of yourself y que tú did not care about other people's feelings. Esto gave me good reason para not to like you, and everything que happened after that made me dislike you even more. Yo había no known a ti por even un month before yo knew que tú era el last man in el world que yo would ever want to marry. You have said enough. Yo understand how to feel, and now yo estoy only ashamed de my own feelings. I am sorry por taking up so much de su time, and yo hope you stay healthy and happy. After él said esto, él quickly left la room, y Elizabeth heard lo open la front door and leave la house. Su mind estaba now very upset and confused. Ella did not know how to hold herself up, and because ella felt so weak, ella sat down and cried for half an hour. As ella thought in lo que had just happened, ella became more and more surprised. Señor Darcy had asked her to marry él. Había estado in love with ella por so many months. Él loved-la so much que él wanted to marry ella even though él tenía all las same reasons not to marry ella que had made him stop su friend from marrying su sister. It era almost impossible to believe. It felt good to know que ella had made someone love-la so much without even trying.
But su pride, su terrible pride, the shameless way en que he told her lo que he had done to James, the way en que he was so sure of himself even when he knew que he was wrong, y the cold way en que he spoke of Mr. Wickham being cruel con él y not even trying to say que he was not cruel, soon made her stop feeling pity por él. Ella kept thinking estos upsetting thoughts until ella heard Lady Catherine carriage y knew ella no estaba ready to face Charlotte's questions, so ella hurried a su room. Elizabeth woke up la next morning thinking en las same things que had kept la awake la night before. Ella still no podía believe lo que had happened. It era impossible to think in anything else. Ella no want to do any work, so ella decided to go outside for a walk after breakfast. Ella was going straight a su favorite walking place when ella remembered que Señor Darcy sometimes went there too. Esto made la stop, y instead of going en el park, ella turned up a lane que led la away de la main road. La park fence estaba still a un side de ella, y ella soon walked past una de las gates que led into el park. After walking back and forth por that part del road 2 or 3 times, la nice morning made que ella want to stop at the gates y look into el park. Las 5 weeks ella had spent in Kent had changed how el countryside looked, y every day los early trees were getting greener. Ella was about to keep walking when ella saw a un man en el group de trees at the edge del park. Él was walking toward ella y ella was afraid it pudiera ser Señor Darcy, so ella started to back away. But la person que was approaching now estaba close enough para see her y él stepped forward quickly y said su nombre.
Ella, had turned away, but when Ella heard someone call-la, even though la voice told le era Signor Darcy, Ella walked back toward la gate. Elle had reached la gate too, y Elle held out una letter, que Ella took without thinking. Elle said, con una proud and calm look, "You have been walking in those trees for some time, hoping to meet you. Will you please read that letter?" Then Elle bowed a little, turned back into los trees, y was soon gone. Elizabeth did not think Ella would enjoylo, but Ella estaba very curious, so Ella opened la letter. Ella estaba surprised to find un envelope con 2 sheets de paper written on completely, con very small handwriting. El envelope itself estaba also full de writing. He continued walking por el path and began to read it. La letter was written in Rosings at 8 o'clock in the morning y said esto: "No be scared when you get esta letter, thinking que will say again los same feelings or ask again las same things que upset you so much last night. You am not writing para herte or para make myself feel bad by talking about wishes que, para que both de nosotros seamos happy, should be forgotten as soon as possible. You would not have made myself write esta letter, y tú would not have had to readla if you did not need to writela para protect who yo soy. So you must forgive me por demanding que tú pay attention. You know tus feelings will make you no want to, but you asked to be fair. Last night tú said yo did 2 very different wrong things, y ellas no eran equally bad. The first thing que you said fue que I did not care lo que any of them felt, y I separated Señor Bingley de tu sister. The other thing fue que I ignored lo que era right and just. I ignored el honor y la kindness, y I ruined las opportunities del Señor Wickham to do well now and in the future.